Huh. So we have a new statement from uh, Cardinal Pietro Parolin. Said that I don't think you can speak only about a defeat for Christian principles, but a defeat for humanity. Um, okay. Well, the trouble is that Christian principles are a defeat for humanity, and well, defeating them is a gain for humanity. And welcome, Desert.
Oh, what a beautiful day the Lord has made. I'm not going to get into that.
Why am I not hearing you?
Can you hear me now?
I hear you now.
Okay. What's up, Nadia?
Oh, well, I guess some cardinal or other is saying that the Irish gay marriage affair is a defeat for Christian principles and a defeat for humanity.
Oh, man, people.
What I say, I counter that. Of course, it's a gain for humanity. So
I'm here to let you know that I am not detracting in any way, shape, or form.
I'm sure that none of the people are detracting per se, but they are perhaps being influenced by detractors to dissociate, whatever.
Well, I don't know if the word is detracted or detracting. I don't do either.
Yeah, there's a.
Hey, Gary.
Welcome, Gary.
What's going on? Hey, Nadia.
I hear you now.
Oh, you can hear me?
Well,
Okay.
What's up, Nadia?
Cardinal Pietro Parolin says we are defeating Christian principles and, in some respects, humanity. Or at least the Irish are. Okay. I don't think anyone pays attention to the Vatican's pronouncements or what the various bishops and cardinals say.
Vatican schmatican.
Yeah. Look at the Univision poll. I don't think the actual Catholics are paying much attention either.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Oh, have you seen James David Manning's latest?
No, I haven't.
This one's really brilliant. Let me beef up the font here. Okay, according to James David Manning, apparently sodomy is a white people's disease. Atla actually got declared a hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center. I was pretty glad that classification went through. And where'd my camera go?
It seemed to have malfunctioned.
Oh, I see why. I finally got through on Chrome.
Hey, Bob.
Hi, Bob. Bear with me while I signing on Chrome.
Hey, Nadia.
Hello, hello.
Hola, hola.
been kind of a slow news cycle since Memorial Day weekend. Right Wing Watch hasn't been updating much.
Neither has the left.
What's that?
I said neither has the left wing watch.
Now, don't look at me over here in Texas. Well, where I'm at anyway, we have massive flooding and tornadoes all over the place.
Yeah, I saw that on Al Jazeera and BBC.
Oh yeah, no. The town I live in, there was a tornado that happened right downtown. So it was a small one though.
Yeah, they came over from Mexico where they killed 13 people, didn't they? Yeah. That's surprised there haven't been like, oh, who is it still alive? Pat Robertson saying, that it was all the gays and who knows what else they're responsible.
No.
And bear in mind, I might not actually be gay myself, but they actually lumped me in with them. So.
No, it's kind of funny because last month we were in a severe drought. We were in a severe water restrictions, and well, this month all the restrictions, of course, have been lifted because all the lakes are now completely full. So where they're overflowing, they're so full. Where we had 10% of drinking water, now we're just completely overflowed with water. So
It's supposed to be disruptions to global food supplies from El Nino this year.
hmm.
I wonder how that works when like U.S. and Europe throw out like half of all the food they import or whatever. Let's see if I can spot that. It was on BBC.
Well, with the cuts to the FDA and everything, it's easily for the food supply to get contaminated now, isn't it?
Well, pretty much, yeah. The corruption is always a very present threat.
Yeah.
Yeah, blame Republicans.
Well, I can't blame the Republicans by themselves because the opposition on the other side is, well, kind of weak.
Granted. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, it's a video, but. Right there is on the El Nino global food supply stuff. That's probably
the impact of El Nino further afield away from the tropics tend to be somewhat weaker, the direct impacts. But like
feedback.
It's an El Nino year. The winter.
Oh, Gary had the video playing. I don't think he knew he was not muted.
Well, fingers crossed. Prices to grocery stores won't go up too much.
I hope not. That would not be good.
Yeah. Somebody dug up like what is it? I guess limits to I guess the population Paris can support or something, and I was like, well, the agricultural affairs are going to get hit by climate change, and you can already see that happening.
Yeah.
I think it was IFPRI or something like that. International Food Policy Research Institute has like projections on like declines in crop yields of wheat and corn and so on.
Time to jack up the price of milk.
Yeah, apparently this happens every 2 to 7 years.
Oh, the El Nino in general?
Yeah. Yeah, there seems to be a disruption in food supplies every 2 to 7 years due to harsh winters and severe droughts.
Yeah, if we had a little bit more slack, might be a little bit easier.
No, I think they were talking about it happening more frequently due to the shift in climate.
I'm sure that's happening too. Yeah. Oh, Bob shows up. I need to. I don't know. At some point, make some kind of arrangement to actually show up in Pennsylvania.
Oh, you said Bob.
Yeah.
I thought you said Palm at first.
Oh, well, Palm would be good to have too.
Oh
So
no.
what are you traveling now, Nadia?
Well, kind of a one-shot deal, Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay. Because you're still in Michigan right now, right?
Yeah. The job's in Pennsylvania, so I'm going there.
Has there been a set date yet?
We have a target date. It's not set in stone.
What is it?
7th of June.
No, that's pretty close.
Yeah, pretty damn soon.
No, it's 2 weeks. I can push it back if it needs to for further arrangements, but there's actually kind of a I don't know. Don't want to have like the whole RV park fair renewed for an extra month or partial month. Like you got to pay the whole month, but might don't want to be staying here for a couple weeks of it.
Could y'all hear when I was playing that video?
Yeah.
Well, that's weird. Normally you can't hear it because I have headphones on.
That is weird.
Yeah, maybe a bypass. When yeah, overpopulation stuff is not so much about like people not being able to survive, but how miserable they are when they're living. You don't need to kill anybody, but you will make them more miserable if there are too many of us.
Nadia, I can't remember, but are you an antinatalist?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they have a bit too stern of an evaluation or whatever. Basically saying that is like always negative, and it's like, no, actually, people can like assess risk and reward, and really figure out that the odds are actually good.
Was that a pill you just took? Oh, I see.
Ah, wow. Hope things pick up soon so I can take a shower. Need to like do my hair.
Heading out today?
Well, probably not actually, but
Oh, I thought maybe you were gonna go to the bodega or something.
uh, if I were really desperate for booze, I would, but I don't think I need to. Huh. Southern Evangelical Seminary President Richard Land says, "We're in the state we're in today because of the judgment of God."
I'm not surprised that he said that.
Yeah, looks like right wing watch is actually starting to put a few things in.
Still waiting for that left-wing watch website to come up.
What are they gonna do? They say left wing defended LGBT rights yet again. The left wing, you know, supported policies to feed working.
I know. I mean, why can't they report the good news? Why does it always have to be the bad?
Yep. Mariela Castro gets trans surgeries in Cuba.
Now that would be amazing.
It already happened.
Wait, he himself?
Who?
Who got the trans surgeries?
Mariela Castro advocated for trans healthcare in Cuba. Yeah.
Wow. It's crazy.
And successfully.
When did this happen?
2009, I think.
Oh, wow. Man. I need to get with it. Oh, that's how much I pay attention to the news.
Kazakhstan got rid of its anti-LGBT laws, or Russian-style anti-LGBT laws, to qualify for the Winter Olympics bid.
Progress.
Yeah. Martina Navratilova, I think, was somehow involved.
Hey, welcome back, Bob.
Yeah, let's see how long we can stay in this time.
Well, it'll have an actual plan or whatever it is, but for where I'm staying. But Mike Land was wanting to shoot for sometime around June 7th. I don't know what the actual schedule is.
What day is June 7th?
Day of the week?
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be that exact day. I think it's Sunday.
All right. So you found a place there? Or?
I haven't really, but I likely won't right away. So the plan is to stay in a motel or something until something actually comes through.
All right. Did you figure out how much a plane is to get out there? Or?
Yeah, it is. It is higher. It's a fair amount higher. Rev was talking about chipping into offset gas.
What was
That's
they
not.
said about gas?
What's that?
Said what did you say about gas?
Uh, Revelation News was talking about chipping in to help with gas.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, yeah, every little bit helps. So if you want to, yeah, if you want to do it that weekend, I pretty sure I don't have anything going on.
Yeah. June 12th, flights seem to be like $500, and then it's higher for earlier. Like, yeah, so it's more than double the gas to actually fly out. Never mind the luggage fees.
Yeah, probably yeah, because I'm not sure. I can't remember how many miles it was. I think it was like 400 miles or something like that. It should be close to 400.
Well, it all makes sense. Do you know which days would be better than the 7th itself?
Well, the 7th is a Sunday. I mean, I can see about getting my daughter to go. She can drive back part of the way.
Okay.
It's about an 8-hour drive. So, I mean, we can leave Sunday morning, drive out there, and then I can drive back the same night.
Well, sounds like a plan. I just have to have a place to stay. I've got a bit to get me through till I guess I start getting paid. But
Well, I told you I'm going to give you the 500 going out. So
that'll help too, of course.
that's what I said. If you can find someplace to rent, or that'll give you the motel for at least a month. If you can, want to get set up in a motel, see if you can find one that'll do the month's rent on a room.
All right. And welcome, Sugar.
I don't have much of a voice, so you'll have to give me a break. Sorry.
No worry.
Hey, Sugar. Sorry about your voice.
Oh, it's all right. It happens once in a while. I like that smile, Nadia. I love it when you smile.
Wait a minute. Sugar Rhodes. What?
Gary,
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think we're related, Nadia.
You never know.
Yeah, you're right. You never know. I don't think so though.
I wish I didn't even know I didn't have a voice till I logged on and I said the first word, so
yeah. It's holding back from I don't know, making too much hay out of it because there's enough anti-Catholic stuff already going around. But
whatever you want. You know I'm good to go. I got a thick skin and I'm happy. So anything you say, you just go for it.
it's just like nutty stuff from some cardinal in Ireland about a recent vote. Yeah. Well, Salvatore Romano, I think yesterday made some other statement too.
Oh, well, what was it?
I don't remember what specifically it was, but they basically said it. It's bad that Ireland passed the gay marriage thing.
Yeah. Especially weren't like 60% in favor of it. I mean, I don't understand what the whole I really thought they were all very progressive, and I think they're being influenced by us way too much.
Yeah, I hope they influence back in Ireland, and Supreme Court follows soon.
Oh yeah, well it's that swing vote guy that we got to worry about. He's the swing on everything. So I guess it's whoever has the most money or whatever. But you know, I was very surprised to find out that out of all the things that have degraded in our country since the Constitution, you know, they used to be good. We were following Constitution. The Supreme Court is one area that has been fucked up since the very beginning. And it's like they've been sideways from the get-go. I didn't know that. They've
Well,
always kind of had their own agenda.
yeah, I think the Warren Court was a little bit not nicer than it's been in general, but otherwise it's kind of been like a big stumbling block for like FDR and so on.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Okay, go back to talking. I need to rest my voice and drink this coffee.
I think beyond Kennedy playing a swing vote, there's also talk of like Roberts joining the majority, so basically you can like tone down or moderate their eventual judgment. I think the thing he's supposed to specifically try to prevent by joining or particular concession he's trying to get is to avoid ruling that yes, sexual orientation and gender identity are protected classes. So.
You know, I think I'm very naive in the fact that I think there's a better word for me than naive, because I don't find that fits for me. I'm very literal. If a judge is supposed to be unbiased, right, and supposed to look at all sides, then when you have, and here's where I'm naive or stupid, is it 7 or is it 9 judges?
9.
9. Okay, 9. So when you've got 4 and 4 on one side and then one swing, I'm assuming all 9 are just equally. But when when you've got 4 that are conservative and 4 that are liberal, why is there political agenda? Why should that matter? Or their religious beliefs. It shouldn't matter if you're a true judge. You keep that part out of it and just deal with the facts, But maybe it's just human. I could do that. I do that really well. And I figured it was a trait that other people have. Apparently not. I can make a decision, I can make a decision based on a belief, even though there may be something religious that goes to it. It's like, tell me that belief. Okay, well, based on that belief, it should fall into this category, for them. It wouldn't fall in it for me, but for them. So I think it gets really complicated if you're willing to look at things from all sides.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. The Parliament in Madagascar just dismissed the Madagascar president.
He just dismissed me?
No, the president of Madagascar.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, gee, I thought the last time I saw him we were fine.
Yeah. There's a big firestorm going on in like Burundi's having a refugee crisis, or flooding into Tanzania, and I said Nigeria's having like some massive fuel shortage, and Boko Haram's been doing suicide attacks and so on. And I think there's been a big offensive launched against ISIS by I think Iraq itself. Surrounding Anbar, I think. um, India's like frozen the bank accounts of a bunch of NGOs, like total 9,000.
Wow.
So,
A lot of crap going on.
yeah.
Man, I wish my voice was not gone today. This is really frustrating. But this is the time when people that I used to work with would go, "Oh, thank God we've got some rest," since I talk so much. But man, frustrating.
I think the 1-ton bomb in Cologne is getting unearthed and has like a big evacuation ongoing about it.
Really?
Yeah.
You mean Cologne in Germany? Yeah.
Yeah, in Germany. Yeah, from World War II.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay.
Man, that's crazy.
You know, I'm trying to catch up after not watching the news for 20 years and trying to get with it, and get with society. Takes so much time, and I try to pepper in, some of the world stuff as well. I don't know how anybody gets. I don't know how the common person who has a job and 2.5 kids can keep up with anything and have a decent view of the world. Because I haven't been working, so I've had nothing but time to devote to it. I don't know how people do it.
Um, how do I start? I especially international stuff in general. Um,
Where do you get most of your international news from?
Al Jazeera, BBC, it's like El País, Spiegel, Taz, Le Monde Diplomatique,
Oh, okay. I
France
watch.
20. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I watch the BBC too. That's the only one I watch, so I'll have to expand that up a bit.
Yeah. It's RAI but the notably right-wing spin, La Repubblica,
Mm.
RT, and
You know, I,
Xinhua.
I avoided RT quite a bit because I thought they were just a rag, and this is a stereotype that I need to get rid of because I don't, I grew up in that Cold War time where it's like don't trust the Russians ever, and so I see RT Russian TV and I go, oh hell no, they're just going to spin their propaganda again, but clearly that's not it.
Yeah. There's other stuff floating around like Times of India and so on.
Yeah.
And what is it? It's like a star in Pakistan.
I had a man from Egypt call me on the video chat. I wouldn't answer it, but he was writing to me in attempts to woo me, and I'd never even met this guy or talked to him or anything. This whole thing opens you up to the whole world, and he wouldn't leave me alone. I finally told him that I couldn't speak to a man that was not known to me unless I had a chaperone, and then he went away. I thought, well, I'll use his own customs to disarm him.
Yeah, that'll do it. What is that? The Haya and such, and Saudi Arabia are really crazy about that stuff.
Yeah, well, it's about all I knew about, that subject or enough. But I kept saying, "How do I know you? And what do you want?" And the translation wasn't great. I asked him if he spoke English or if he spoke French, and but he kept insisting he wanted to practice his English. So I attempted some translation, in his own language, but I don't know that it translated properly. And I finally went off with the chaperone thing. Okay, come on, guys, you got to find something else to talk about. I can't resist talking unless.
Yeah, the people have it packed. Yeah.
Hey, give me something to listen to.
Well, I could blather on. There's.
Mhm.
With what is it? Venezuela. What is it? It's not Obrador. It's somebody's on hunger strike in Venezuela. I guess some opposition leader or something like that.
They're going the old. Who was it that did that? Gandhi.
Leopoldo Lopez. Okay. And China's like announcing plans for like a $10 billion railway across the Amazon, going from, is it Aku or something like that in Brazil to Lima in Peru.
Wow.
That's insane.
Yeah, Narendra Modi is going kind of nuts, kind of like Chinese style, like building cities from scratch and stuff. He's talking about like putting $1 trillion toward 100 different cities. And
Do you think that will happen?
um, I don't know. It could.
That would be something.
But parting with China. Let me see if I can find latest garbage about Narendra Modi.
So, assuming the world is going to change significantly, if you had to place yourself someplace else in the world right now to prepare yourself for a change, a huge shift, in the world's power, where do you think you would put yourself?
Probably Norway.
Norway.
Norway, yeah.
I concur.
Yes, Balthazar.
Yeah, that is exactly what I was thinking. I told my kids the other day, I said, if you guys want to make a change in the rest of the world, I would suggest heading for Norway. And yeah, that's good. I'm glad I'm aligned with good people there.
Yeah. It was.
You remember Benjamin, right, Nadia?
Yeah,
I think he's in Norway, isn't he? Do you know?
he is, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Do we have any other Norwegians that come in? I can't remember off the top of my head.
There's Seawaters from Finland. I don't think we have any actual Swedes. No, wait, Hasso is Sweden.
What about Yokuskavan?
Kusikovan's also Finnish.
That's right. They were actually typing in that language one day in the side chat.
Oh, yeah, I'll do that.
I'm just like, what the fuck? I went to the translator and stuff.
The translator is good, but it does sometimes it doesn't set properly restructure the sentence for you.
Yeah, it doesn't do it in the exact order that makes sense.
Right, right.
I'm not entirely finding it. But you heard about the heat death, or heat wave in India that's killed 1,000 people?
Hey, Rev. Damn, 1,000 people. That's sad.
Well, that been worse. I mean, what was it, 35,000 across Europe who died in a heat wave back in the 2000s.
Mm. That's rough.
Yeah, it's just crazy with what technology we have today that anybody would die in a heat.
Yeah, no. Hey, Kara.
Welcome, Karen.
Thanks, everyone. What's everybody up to today?
Looking at world news.
World news.
Beyond just Ireland. That's the headlines, bro.
Yeah, apparently discussing how fucked up the world is, huh?
I don't know. I mean, in some ways.
Pretty much, huh?
I don't know, Nadia. In some ways, I don't think you're broad enough.
I'm not broad enough? How so? Welcome, Seth.
In every way. I think the world is fucked in every way.
Oh, Seth, there's a new Catholic on who's looking for strong atheists to go in for formal debates.
Cool. Sounds interesting.
Yeah, Nicholas Strode.
I'm up for that.
Is he any good?
Yeah, he's pretty decent. He's not an asshole.
I enjoyed listening to him, actually. I think he's cool.
Nicholas what?
In a side chat, I don't know if you're on a phone. Put Nicholas Strode switch
Oh, there
to.
you are.
Oh, you need external?
No, I was trying to find him on Google Plus in a different window.
Hey, Seth, what's going on? Hey, Rev.
What's up, Gary? Good to see you.
Oh, how you doing?
So, I have a quick question, because I just kind of posted this reply to Arcane Logos, and I'm not sure how convinced I am of it. Do you think that mere theism has moral consequences?
Welcome, Beckel. Well, no. But on the other hand, what does is the soul in the afterlife.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I would agree with that.
Hey, Veckel, what's going on?
We've been going on about Indian heat waves and refugee crises. People from Burundi fleeing into Tanzania, and that's what Australian gay marriage stuff, and Venezuelan opposition leader Leopoldo Lopez going on a hunger strike. Go ahead.
Oh, and there's the whole destroying Christian principles thing, too.
Oh, that's a quote from Cardinal Pietro Parolin of somewhere in Ireland. Well, apparently it already was accomplished in Ireland.
Oh, by the gay marriage thing, right?
Yeah, that's what his statement was about, yeah.
Right. Yeah, just because a certain group of people are going to be able to get married is why the world is really messed up. Okay. And why Christian principles are being destroyed. Yeah, all right.
What does it mean to destroy a principle? Do you mean that generally the world is ignoring principles it once had, or?
I have to ask Pietro Parolin, but yeah, I guess the abandonment of them and similar is a concern.
Well, what would be considered a Christian principle?
Love God and love people.
Well, they have like their divine purpose in mind and such, and it's here as sort of like complementarian affair of I guess marriage
Actually,
and reproduction and such. Go ahead.
sorry, Rev said love God and love people, but I'm not sure that's anywhere in the Bible. Where does it say to love people?
Oh, it's right there in Matthew. Jesus, one of the disciples asked him what's the greatest commandment, and he gave two of them.
He said to love your neighbor,
Yes,
which he was talking to Jews.
No.
Oh my God! Are you
Wait.
really gonna go there?
Yeah, seriously, you going there?
I am. I honestly not.
That is. I'm sorry, man, but that is just a clear cop out by the atheists that resort to that argumentation. When he says neighbor, he's not only referring to fellow Jews or fellow Israelites. He's referring to all people.
Right.
Okay. Matter of fact, even throughout the times of the Old Testament, what do you see throughout the times of the Old Testament? You see all kinds of people from different nations intermingling with Israel. So
Right,
of course, yeah, go ahead.
But we also have a people that are said to be distinct from the world and that have commandments that are only for themselves, and they're told to treat other people differently. So when it says in the commandments, they talk about specifically. They don't say all people. They don't say not to covet anybody else's ass or anybody else's
fallacy,
wife.
man. That's a fallacy. Just because he
Hold on.
What's fallacy?
It says
horrible,
to
man. I can't believe you're doing that first, man.
or your neighbor's ass. And I think that when Jesus is talking about it and uses the word neighbor, and maybe we need to go and actually look at the what the word is taken from in the Greek and compare it to what's written in Hebrew in the Old Testament. But I think it's maybe not super clear, but definitely possible, and not just ignorable here. That you just
No, it's not possible. It's true.
that Jesus isn't talking about just other Jews.
Yeah, Vecco, you said what Seth just said was a fallacy. What fallacy was that?
I'm sorry, man, but I just can't buy that. I think that's a really silly argument, especially when we see all throughout Scripture all kinds of interactions between Israel and people of different nations. I mean, even the parable of the Samaritan, for crying out loud. I mean, come on, Jesus used that parable to describe how just because somebody is a Jew or an Israelite, that they're not automatically expected to do something good or righteous. Okay, he used that. As a matter of fact, in Luke chapter 4, I think it is, the Jews immediately wanted to kill Jesus. Why? Because he brought up something that happened way back in 1 Kings about the issue of a prophet of God who was an Israelite that came to during the time of a famine. God sent this prophet directly to a Gentile rather than a Jew.
Exactly. I was going to mention that. That's right, Vec.
Yeah, they wanted to kill him for it. So
Right.
of
And
course,
I'm not saying that Jesus wasn't nice to other people and maybe implied to be nice to other people, but in the specific verse where you talked about where he says to love other people, it doesn't say people, he says neighbors. We can talk about the usage of the words and what it's translated from if you'd like, but giving other examples isn't going to help you when talking about this specific verse. He said neighbors, and in the context of Jews, that generally means other Jews.
but that clearly contradicts what's written in such passages as Leviticus 19:33 and 34, which tells the complete opposite. It says this: if a stranger sojourn with thee in your land, you shall not vex him, but the stranger that dwelleth with you shall be unto you as one born among you, and thou shalt love him as what? Thyself, or yourself in the modern language. For you were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. And here's another powerful passage too, in Deuteronomy chapter 10, verse 17. Again, all the way back in the Old Testament. It says, for the Lord your God is God of gods and Lord of lords, a great God, and a mighty and terrible, which regardeth not persons, nor taketh reward. He doth execute the judgment of the fatherless and widow, and loveth the stranger, in giving him food and raiment. Love ye therefore the stranger, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. So the Jews that were, they were to treat the stranger as if they were Israelites. And the word stranger in the Hebrew is very specific. It's in regards to someone being not originally from a particular land or group. So this same Hebrew word is used of Abraham in Genesis chapter 15.
Would that
So
be really
Abraham
convincing
is
if
called a
Jesus said
stranger
love?
to their land. Why? Because they would be in land that is not theirs.
That would be very convincing if Jesus said, "Love thy stranger, love yourself."
Okay, well, just because you don't like the word neighbor being there, and you
No, it's not
prefer,
that I don't like it. I think it has a possible connotation to mean other Jews. I'm not fully convinced of it, but I think it's extremely possible.
well, I mean, well, if you want to say possible, fine. I guess I'm not going to argue with you on that. But I mean, when I hear Dillahunty and some other atheists make this claim that it's only referring to other Jews, that's absolutely ludicrous.
Right. Well, that's just harking back to the way it's used in the Old Testament. Neighbor generally means other Jews.
And also to expand on it, if you really want to expand on the teaching, the Apostle Paul gives us the answer. He said there is no Jew nor Greek, nothing about genetics in terms of treating people any certain way. If you're,
Sorry,
go ahead, brother.
No, I'm sorry, I interrupted. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just would say that, I mean, genetics has nothing to do with it, and Christ clearly demonstrated that. Did he ask somebody if they were a Jew before he healed them?
Yes.
Of course not.
Yes, there's a specific. I could find the actual verse.
Oh yeah, only the crumbs go. Don't.
Rev, you asked me.
God is
Samaritan.
I challenge you to find it, Seth. Go ahead.
Just refused at first.
Wait. Go ahead. Find. You got the verse, Seth?
No, I'll look it up. Give me a second.
Are you talking about in the New Testament or Old Testament?
Yeah.
In the New?
Yeah. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
He might be bringing up the verse that says that he goes to the Jews first and then the Gentile, maybe.
Okay.
Or don't feed crumbs to, don't feed the good stuff.
Lady, yeah, I get you. Yeah, that's in Matthew 15 if you're looking for it, Seth. Kind of help you out there.
Sugar has a question.
I just have a really quick question. That is actually for Seth. Seth, if I may, I don't know what your belief system is. I know everybody's got, their title, and I don't know what yours is. Do you share that with people?
Oh, I'm totally open with all my philosophical positions. I'm an atheist, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. I just want to make sure I understand. Now, and the reason that you're asking this question about loving all people, why would you ask that question?
Which question exactly was that?
Started there. That's a good question.
His original question.
I don't think I asked an original question. I think I challenged Rev's point about. Oh yeah, I asked him where in the Bible does it say that to love other humans.
Okay. So why would that be a question for you? Why would we care? Why would we care whether it's in anybody's doctrine to love another person? I feel because I was not raised with any religion or at all. So at 50 years old, when I decided, I had to give myself a title now, but that was just for this. But growing up, I didn't have any religion, and nobody ever led me to feel that I had to love somebody else. It is what I do, and I feel that it is inherent in my humanness. So I'm wondering, what is it that makes you challenge that? What's the purpose of challenging what I feel is a natural love?
Well, there's two answers to that. I didn't challenge loving people or treating people kindly. I don't think there's any problem with treating people kindly. I just challenged what he thinks is in the Bible. I just don't necessarily see it so cut and dry.
Why do you care what's in the Bible?
Because these things are interesting to me and they're fun to talk about.
They're fun to bitch about and argue over.
That's all I want to know. That's to me, that's perfect. That's all. That's perfect.
But I'm still an addict to it. And I think that other people who are watching and think that these things are very clear in the Bible, I'd like them to second guess it and maybe think about these things that they might have not thought about before.
That's
sure.
a good point.
And these things are important for me to know because I didn't, the world I came from, I mean, you can really consider me the kind of JQ public because there's a lot of stuff that I had no clue that religion and non-religion had fractured so many ways that could have so many titles. I had no idea that there were anti-natalists and MGTOWs and all this stuff that most people have never heard of. And so that I wonder, what is the motivation? Sometimes I sit here and go, why are we discussing things that we cannot, that nobody can prove? But yeah, I get it now. I mean, I'm learning a lot. So I just wanted to get some context to that. But thank you so much for answering that.
I know, Sugar, love your name, by the way, that for Christians, this is a very good thing. That's why I never have a problem with Seth or people like Seth bringing up these challenges or asking questions. However, I do wonder, like you were inquiring about some individuals, not Seth in particular, because I've had discussions with him plenty of times in the past, and I don't have a problem with them. But sometimes I do have some inquiry about some of the individuals here, G Plus and YouTube, with why they get into discussions, because it seems like there doesn't seem to be any desire for understanding. It just seems like they just want to challenge. I also embrace too. But go ahead.
I gotta go, but I want to ask you a question real quick. I was trying to get you and G-Man to hang out last night, but you left right after I got in. I wanted to answer your question on what's wrong with owning another person in of itself.
Oh.
If I can.
Did I hear somebody grunt in the background?
That was me. I just saw G-Man finally yesterday for the first time, but go ahead.
I thought you were grunting because it's a topic that's been dealt with over and over and over and over again, so many times in so many ways.
Well, it's hard for me to catch y'all in a room, but.
Well, my challenge is, why is owning a person in and of itself wrong? I agree with most other people that it's not so much the idea of slavery; it's how the person is treated that everybody has a problem with during that.
Okay, you know that just simply owning a person doesn't mean that they're a slave.
I agree. I agree, because I think it's metaphorical. When I get married, my husband owns me as I own him.
Yeah.
Right. That doesn't mean she's a slave.
But a lot of atheists don't like that terminology that you just used, Sugar.
I know. Oh, I agree. I mean, I would never use that term.
Right. What I would say, like, if you have children, you would say you own your children. They're your children. But you don't treat your children as slaves. And I think when they're talking about owning, they're meaning that they are enslaved.
But I'm talking about my challenge is, and G-Man has a different perspective. Some of which I agree with, some of which I would say, I would have said it this way. But my challenge is, if you look in a dictionary, there's nothing in the definition of the word slave or slavery at all that indicates anything immoral in and of itself.
Well, yeah.
It simply means subjection to something or someone.
Yeah, that's all. I want you to look up. I don't know what you're looking at, but look at enslavement, and it tells.
Okay.
Look at enslavement. It means to make someone a slave, and it says that
I know what enslavement means.
That you are holding them in bondage, that you are oppressing them.
Yes. And that's the same thing. That proves my point again. I'm looking at the word enslavement right here on the dictionary. It says to make a slave of. That's all.
No, look at the
definition. Hold on. Where the definition? Does the definition in and of itself give any indication of any moral activity at all?
You're looking at the definition. Look at the synonyms.
I'm looking at it.
And do you see oppression? Do you see bondage?
I don't see that. I don't see that in the definition I'm looking at.
Okay, hold on. Let me find it for you.
Okay, go ahead.
There's not one central place, and that's the problem. And it doesn't make one right or wrong. Somewhere we've not all got on the same page about what the accepted, definition is, because both sides. He's looking at one, and that's his reality, and the other guy.
That's why
I'm looking at it, and it says the action of making someone a slave, subjugation, the enslavement of millions of Africans. The synonym is going to be slavery, servitude, bondage, forced labor. I don't know what.
Where's the moral aspect to that definition that you just provided just now? Where is it?
Forced labor, exploitation, impression.
Where's the morality? Where's the moral aspect to it? I don't hear it. I didn't hear it.
Yeah, well, that's what I want to answer you. I think Matt Dillahunty showed this to G-Man in the Last Day of the Experience quite well. This idea that it's not in and of itself wrong to own another human being because you might be treated okay is kind of meaningless, because the act of owning somebody else, hold on. The act of owning somebody else means that you are not subject to any kind of that they're your property.
Freedom, right? You have no autonomy. Right.
Yeah, if I'm
Is that wrong? Is that bad?
And you have they have no autonomy, and you have no there's no what's the word I'm looking for here? There's no appeal to you if they're treated.
Okay.
Yeah, but
my question is real simple. I mean, where in the definition of itself does it indicate any form of morality?
Vekel, you think it's moral to?
No, I didn't say I think it's moral. I'm asking.
Hold on a second. Yeah.
Wait. No. I am going to interrupt you before you try to strawman me. Okay. So I'm simply challenging your position. And
Yeah,
all
I think it's immoral.
All I keep getting from people is subjectivity. That's what I'm getting.
From my point of view, exploiting an oppression of someone in servitude and forced labor is immoral.
Okay, thank you for emphasizing that from your point of view.
All right, how about this?
Thank you very much.
How about this?
From your point of view,
this is the way. Hold on a second. This is the way I pointed it out to G-Man, and I don't think he realized that I showed it to him. Vekel, are you your own property?
No.
Okay. Are you God's property?
Yes.
Okay. So if I own you and I own your labor, I'm stealing from God. Is stealing wrong?
Wait. How far you want to go with this analogy? Because there's so many ways we can.
It's not an analogy. It's a straight up. But whether you want to believe that you own yourself, which most libertarians believe, and a lot of atheists believe, or that God owns you, which you believe, and apparently G-Man also believes.
Yeah.
We choose to be slaves of Christ, brother. Yep.
Nice, Rev. But once you acknowledge that either your own property or you're God's property, and the slavery is stealing somebody's labor from them.
No.
Yes, it is. Slavery is stealing somebody's labor. You're not compensating. You're not owning yourself at that point. You're stealing. If you're God's slave, you're not stealing from God, right? But if you're my slave, I'm stealing from God.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that definition, especially since it's not indicated in the dictionary. I don't want to go about made up, on the fly, made up the definitions here, folks.
What made up definition?
Let's stick with what's already in the dictionary.
What made up definition?
It sounds to me like you're saying that slavery means that you're stealing somebody else's labor.
Well, no, that's not a definition. That's a consequence of slavery.
Well,
but I'm talking about the definition of slavery. I'm not talking. The consequences can vary depending on the.
Okay, what's your definition of slavery?
I just gave it to you. You want me to say it again?
I posted it.
I'm going by what the dictionary says. This is what
the dictionary say about slavery.
It's in the side.
Okay, let me look at slavery. Okay, hold on one second.
Why would anybody?
While you're looking it up, Beckel, I want to point out that there are no correct definitions or objective definitions. There are only useful definitions.
Guys.
That's the cop out we hear often every time. Whenever we
cop out, we can agree on a definition if you.
It's a definition, folks. Now let me see.
Hey guys.
It says here the condition of a slave, bondage.
All right, guys, could we let Sugar go? She's been patient.
No, why would anybody own another person? And I'm not challenging, just asking. Why would anybody own another person without wanting them to, without being dominant, exploiting them, or using them for their own purposes? I mean, what's the other side of this? Because I hear what you're saying, but so what's the good side of owning another person?
Well, the reason why this topic is even brought up in these circles is because some atheists, I won't say all, but some atheists and other non-believers are always trying to press some sort of accusation against God. And say
exactly.
I understand that. I understand what G-Man said the other day, but what I'm saying is you're talking about this and that. What's the good side of it? I mean,
that's what I was getting to. The good side of it is that the way slavery was, the type of slavery that was condoned by God in the Bible is vastly different than what the majority of people here on the internet are asserting. Okay. The problem is that they see slavery, Kunta Kinte, roots, and all that other stuff, and then they say, aha, this spawns from Christianity. The Christians,
slavery.
And then when we clearly show them the vast difference between the way God commanded the Israelites to handle slavery and what we see in the transatlantic slave trade, then this is where things start getting out of proportion. And
slavery.
I can only see like a 24-hour au pair or housekeeper or butler being the only like acceptable way, but yet they're being compensated. So unless food and shelter are the only compensation, that's like the only way I could see it of a positive slavery. But yet,
Well, that's where
that's
the
a serf
semantic.
or an indentured servant, though, isn't it?
Well, that's where the semantic issue comes in. You know, like what incorporates what's entailed in the term slavery. You know, can a person be considered still a slave if he's treating well, if he's
I can't believe that you think that. I really don't. I really have a really hard time believing that you think that a definition that contains the root word of the word you're defining in the definition is valuable, Veckel.
Well, look at the definition that I posted on the side chat.
I know, that's what I just said.
Gary
Every
asked
single
for
one
the
of those
definition of the term
contains the
slavery.
root
There
word
it is.
we're trying to define.
I
Therefore,
said slave. I said
a
slave.
condition of a slave, bondage. Okay, where's the morality in that?
Veckel.
Second definition number 2 says, hold on.
Veckel.
Keeping the slaves. Wait. This is for the people. So people, because they can't see the, in case they don't have access to a dictionary. I'd like to read this
fine.
definitions here. Okay, second definition says the keeping of slaves as a practice of institution. Third one, and this is the final one, a state of subjection like that of a slave. That is it. That is all we see in the definition of the term slavery. There's nothing moral. There's nothing in
This is the definition.
There's nothing in and of itself moral according to the definition. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, holding someone.
But that's
The moral aspect comes from the individual that's owning the slave.
But no, Veckel.
No.
How do you not see?
Yes.
How do you not see the uselessness of that definition? I mean, it boggles my
Oh,
mind.
wow. Yeah, well, if that's the route that you're going, then I guess I'm done with this conversation then.
Well, the dictionary's useless, I guess, Veckel.
Yeah, that's pretty much it, yeah.
Okay.
No,
why-
really,
See,
really, I don't.
Words have no meaning. This is what atheists are
I
saying
really don't
nowadays.
understand why you don't see this, Veckel. You're trying to define a word by using the word.
I'm not defining anything. I'm giving you the definition that was
definition
long
you gave
before
me.
you and I both existed, bro.
The definition is.
You're the ones trying to change their definition of.
Veckel, you're not listening to me. Just calm down and listen, all right?
Oh my goodness.
Calm down and listen.
I'm pretty much done here, man. I'm done. You guys want to hijack definitions like you always do.
Nobody's trying to hijack your definition. If you want to rage quit, then rage
There you
quit.
are, sir.
But-
Go ahead.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to explain something to you, and you're refusing to listen. It's very simple.
Before you leave, Veckel, I have a question real quick.
I'm not going to leave. I'm just done talking about it. So.
Well, hold on a second.
So the question of love and this thing. Now, where are you? Did anybody get that question answered
No,
about
I didn't
why
hear.
should anybody love?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm done talking about it, bro. I'm done.
Hold on.
The
Hold
moment
on.
I see people trying to hijack definitions, you can't really go any further.
You're
here.
not listening.
Yeah, I didn't say anything. I just want to say one thing because I gotta go. But when I'm reading the thing of slavery, and you ask me if you're treating someone nice, I don't think exploiting and oppressing someone or holding someone in bondage is being nice. So unless you're taking that out of the equation, then I would say you're not in
Go
slavery.
ahead. But you haven't even provided that in the side chat there yet.
Yes, it did.
Okay. Okay. So where'd you get this? Where'd you get that definition from?
It's a definition. It's let me.
Where'd you get it from? What's your source?
It is it's freedictionary.com.
Okay. Well, my dictionary says something different. So there.
Which is exactly my point. What I was making earlier. There are no such thing as objective definitions, only useful.
Okay. Then we shouldn't have any problem. We shouldn't even be having this discussion then because of words.
Well, no,
it doesn't mean you can't have a discussion about it.
Anyone saying anything about slavery.
That's what I mean when I say slavery. I'm not sure what you mean. That's what I'm asking.
Okay, then Gary, do you take the same position that your atheist friends do, that words have no meaning?
I didn't say words don't have meaning, Veckel.
Wait, I'm asking Gary a question. Gary, do you take that position?
Words have meaning, but you have to say what you mean. And this is what I mean
okay, great.
I say
According to you, that's not the case because you don't accept the definition that I provided. The definition that you provided is way more appeasing to you.
I can't believe.
That's what I mean when I mean slavery. What do you mean when you say slavery?
And when I say slavery, I give you the definition that I have.
So you are holding the person in bondage.
Well, yes, but where's the moral aspect of that? That's what I'm asking you.
You have taken the person's freedom away. They cannot leave. You're holding them.
That's what slavery means. But where's the moral aspect of it? How is that wrong? That's what I'm asking.
You're holding someone prisoner.
Gary, how is it wrong?
You don't know.
What basis do you have to say that that's wrong?
Oh, here we go. What basis do you have? The basis we have is there is no God. We all have the same basis.
Positive claim, anybody?
Hold on a second.
Yeah, I positively
Well,
claim that.
actually back up that claim, but
I positively claim that, as I am one of the atheists that will positively claim that, just like you positively claim.
You'll win a Nobel Prize. Go for it.
Listen, I am not done. Just like you guys positively claim there is a
You
God.
can do better than that.
I have to go. I'll talk to you later about that,
You
Jeff.
guys,
All right,
just
take care, Gary.
All right.
just like you guys positively claim there is a
Come
God.
Come on, guy. You can do better than that. Come on.
Shut the hell up. I don't overtalk you. Shut the fuck up. There you go. Good deal. Beckel's a punk ass bitch. He's got to laugh. He's got to talk. He's gotta
Yeah, because if all you're going to do is come in and say, there is no God, I mean, come on, you can do better than that.
Beckel, there you go again. You know what?
look, I'm going to mute both of you. Look, I muted Veckel so because he was talking over you, your name, but I really didn't expect you to just start yelling at him. Okay, so you need to. I really feel I regret muting Veckel because you just started mocking him. That was ridiculous. So I mean, if you guys want to talk, but please one at a time. Veckel, I'm sorry that I muted you, but you were really talking over everyone this morning.
Yeah, that's what pissed me off. I get tired of his bullshit. He does it all the time, and I'm not going to put up with it.
Take the moral high ground.
I don't always take the moral high ground. Sometimes I've been driving and these idiots on the road have been pissing me off, and I took it out. But you know, like I said, I was sitting there listening to you and Veckel trying to have a conversation, and Veckel does the same thing he always does. When someone else is trying to prove a point that might prove his position wrong, he overtalks them, he cuts them off, he runs tangents somewhere else.
I know, and I'm still respectfully trying to wait to clarify my position, even though Veckel apparently doesn't want to have the conversation anymore. This is a live room, and I would also like to clarify my position. So whenever you're ready.
All right, go ahead. I apologize.
Right. Veckel seemed to imply that because I don't think that definitions have an objective meaning, they just have useful meanings.
How the fuck does it feel?
I don't know. I haven't been muted while talking over somebody. So I don't know how it feels to do to me what happened to you. See what I'm getting at? So anyways, as I was saying, words certainly have meaning. They just have variable meanings depending on the conversation and context. This doesn't mean, the fact that words don't have an objective meaning, they have useful meanings. Doesn't mean the words don't have any meaning. So that's the first thing, Veckel. The second thing is about this idea that you're stealing God's property. If you think that you belong to God, taking somebody and forcing them to work for you and not compensating them or God for it is stealing from God. I mean, that's what slavery is stealing somebody's labor. It's a consequence of slavery. You own somebody, you have them do things that otherwise that they wouldn't do without compensation. You're stealing from them. That's I don't know how else to put it. This is kind of a basis of even I think even I don't know. Nadia, do you think that communists?
Hey, wait. I gotta respond to what you said though before you go to Nadia. Unless Nadia, go ahead. It's your hangout, so I don't.
There's just a quick question. Nadia's not going to go on. I just want to know if Nadia thinks that a fundamental principle of communism or Marxism is that people own their own labor.
Yeah, essentially is.
That's a foundational principle of libertarianism as well.
All right, look, Seth. The problem is, okay, if you want to say that's what slavery is, people kidnapping and stuff like that. And,
I didn't say kidnapping.
Well, you said something about stealing somebody else's property or something along those lines, right? Did you not say that?
That's a consequence of slavery. Yes, it's unescapable.
Okay, that's a consequence of slavery, though. But we're talking about what actually slavery is.
Things can be bad by the consequence and not fundamentally by what they are.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out if God condemns man stealing, how is that immoral? Let me just ask you that.
Repeat that.
God condemns clearly. He clearly condemns man stealing people. Okay, and not just because they're somebody else's property, but because it is inhumane. God clearly condemns it in both the Old and the New Testament.
It's weird.
Is that moral of God to do that?
I'm a little confused because it does it not say that
To a point,
she'll take your slaves from the surrounding nations?
because we're talking about slavery, and my question again is what in the definition in and of itself, according to the one I provided, shows that there's any moral aspect to it.
Oh, that was the other thing I wanted to point out. Your definition is useless.
Now the problem is that we see people saying that being a slave automatically is immoral. And I'm saying I don't see that in the definition that I provided or any of the dictionaries that I have. That's a conclusion that you have to come to. I'm a slave of Christ, and I don't find that immoral at all.
Your definition doesn't mean anything, Veckel.
There you go. That's the problem.
But
That's the problem.
Your definition is only partial. I mean, we're trying to figure out what slavery is by asking basically what is a slave,
Right.
but your definition uses slave in the definition. Now,
So-
if you want to look, so if slavery is the act of holding slaves, then what's a slave? A slave is a person who's legal property of another and is forced to obey them.
Well, I think that's what the big misunderstanding between G-Men and a lot of the atheists in this community. They always want to resort, and especially when it, I'm not even going to go that route. Slavery is always one of the first things that's brought up by atheists. How can you worship this God? He condoned slavery in the Old Testament, and yet they don't even want to go. Half of these people that bring these arguments up don't even understand what they mean by slavery. They don't have conversations like what you and I are having right now. They just want to point the fingers at God and say he's an immoral monster, and following Daddy Dawkins and kind of basically copying everything that he says, basically from his stupid book. But are people taking the time to really understand not only what the Bible says, but even what they believe? No, I don't think they do. I don't think they are. That's why you have so many people making these memes and thumbing down people's videos, but they don't even watch the videos. They just jumping on the internet. Oh, it's G-Man. I see a picture of G-Man on there. G-Man picture of Vecco, picture of this Christian. Oh, I'm gonna thumb it down. Probably not saying anything worth listening to anyway.
What does this have to do with whether slavery is right or wrong?
The fact of the matter is that because there's no understanding, if there is no objective understanding of what the term means, then how can you say...
What's an objective understanding?
Okay, well, look. Obviously, Gary, when he was in here, before he left, he disagreed with the definition that I provided. He didn't like that. So what did he do? He went on the internet, he went to Google, and he found another dictionary that had the definition that appeased him. And this definition, the word oppression and all these other words, he says, aha, this is therefore, he wouldn't dare say that the definition I provided was less significant or not.
I don't understand why you can't talk to him and get to an understanding of what you think was the right definition of what you both are talking about.
Okay. All I'm saying...
Can't do that.
Okay, all I'm saying is this, and I'll let somebody else go. That I do not see anywhere in the dictionary where the term slavery by itself indicates anything moral. Okay? Moral, immoral, amoral, whatever you want to call it. I don't see any moral aspect of it. All I see is something being in bondage to something or someone else. That's it. And my argument, and I think G-Man is arguing the same thing, is that it all depends on the persons involved in that. The slave owner and the slave himself, herself, whatever.
No, because...
Yeah, and Veckel, I would say really quick, just you explained this perfectly many times. In the Old Testament, yes, it was commanded to the Hebrews to enslave people. Why? Well, I think it's probably a better idea to enslave them than kill them. I mean, it's basically showing mercy on them. It was for that time. That slavery was for that time. Christians are not called to be slave owners. The people that did it back in, the beginning of our country, calling themselves Christian, they got it wrong, They were probably doing it for their own means. You've explained this many times perfectly, brother, and the only reason that it keeps coming up is because they want to call God immoral. Period.
Yeah. That's pretty much what it is. I think this conversation has been, and for all the atheists that are listening and that are even in this room right now, we all know that this argument is not new. Okay, this discussion has been going on for decades, maybe for centuries. I don't know. The fact of the matter is, everyone in this room knows full well, including you atheists, know full well that the God is not as immoral as you guys claim him to be.
I don't know that.
What I see is just a flat out denial of what's clearly stated in Scripture. Even when Dylan Honey talking to G-Man the other day, he made a lot of mistakes regarding the slavery topic in there, man. I wish I could have stayed in the hangout that day, but I had to work. Man, there were so many things that he said that just could have been put right there.
Delahanty will be on next week. You can give him a call.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm actually thinking about doing that because, I mean, I used to be afraid of this guy, man. That's what's pissing me off right now. I used to be afraid of this dude, but not anymore. Dylan Honey. I used to be afraid of him when I was new to the faith.
Before the fall.
When I was new to the faith, didn't know much about what I believed. I saw his videos and maybe some other atheists too. Saw some of these objections, and man, it nearly destroyed my faith. I said, man, maybe I'm an idiot for following this thing called God. But then, by God's grace and through the intelligence of other brothers and sisters in Christ, man.
What's
I love
that
man. I embrace this nonsense, man.
What's that proverb, Veckel? Pride goes before the fall.
Yeah, that's right. And that's exactly what's going to happen with Dylan Honey and many other people that try to argue against God's word.
Not exactly what I was implying, but okay.
Yeah, I know you try to put it on me.
Okay, I was worried that you didn't notice that. We're okay.
No, I know. I heard you. Trust me, I'm not as dumb as I look.
I'm not as look as I dumb.
But anyway, I mean, again, guys, the slavery issue. I think a lot of people are misunderstanding G-Man, but at the same time, I do think G-Man could have said some things differently. I think I understand what he's trying to say. I just think the words are just coming out the wrong way. But I don't know. I mean, I hang out with the guy a lot, but that doesn't mean that I know his mind. So I don't know.
All right, you're a very good influence, Veckel.
Well, praise the Lord, man. I like to think I'm not the only one, but again, fellas, I mean, the slavery issue, we have the transatlantic slave trade, what Americans did and people of other nations did to the slaves. And then we have what God commands how slavery to be done. Two totally different things here.
When God said, one thing was, you can beat your slave as long as he doesn't die within the first 2 days.
You haven't heard this argument already?
No, I haven't. That's why I've talked about this before. That's why I ask. That's why I say things. I've only been on G Plus since like September last year or something.
How often do you watch videos on YouTube? I'm just curious.
I usually don't watch videos. Well, I did for a while, but now I just hang out in the hangout, so I don't get time to watch videos. Because I drive a truck, so I'm on the road 11 to 14 hours a day.
Oh, okay.
So, and on weekends, I got other things to do with family and work and at home and stuff.
Oh, okay.
So usually I just hang out in the hangouts and talk to people. I don't get to watch videos.
All right, that's good. Well, here's the quick and easy answer to that. The verse.
Yeah, I wanted to apologize earlier. So.
That's all right. I'll apologize for my over talking as well. I know I have a bad habit of doing that sometimes, but here's the quick rundown of what's happening in Exodus 21. A lot of people look at that and say, this is God condoning the beating of slaves. Well, the fact of the matter is, what's happening there is that the slaves, if they are beaten, okay, this is again a God clearly allowing the slaves to be beaten. But here's the thing: if a slave was beaten, it would be no different than a slave owner being beaten. The slave was beaten for only one reason and one reason alone: for breaking the law. That's it. And that law applied to all people, not just the slaves, but the slave owners and the freemen. And that's clearly stated in Deuteronomy. When that was their culture, okay, not our culture, obviously, but that was their culture. When they sinned or they broke a law, they were put before the judge and they were basically flogged.
All right. So if somebody beat someone to death, what would their punishment be?
Death.
Okay. So, but in that punishment, as long as they die 3 days, there's no. So he could have died on the fourth.
Right.
So there's no punishment for those slave owners.
As long as the guy did not die He was good to go. But check this out, though. Check this out.
Well, no, it says as long as
Yeah, but check this out, though. But check this out, though. We have in the same chapter a law that says that if the slave loses a tooth, if he loses a tooth, what was the slave owner to do with that slave? To let them go. A tooth, folks, a tooth. A slave can lift, he can still move, he can still talk, he can still drink, he can still lift things, he can still plant herbs in the field, he can still do things. But why is God saying, let him go if he loses one tooth? Now you take that and go back to Exodus 21, verse 20, where it talks about beating the slave nearly to death. Why would God say, let the slave go for losing one tooth, but then be so lenient about the slave being beaten nearly to death? Don't you think that the slave owner was also obligated to take care of the slave to prevent him or her from dying? Of course. That was his money. So of course he's not going to kill the slave because, number one, it meant that he was going to die too. Okay, so slaves, again, they were under a different, a lower rank, I guess you could say, in the society, but they were not treated as less human regarding the law. They broke the law, they were subject to the same consequences, just like everybody else.
Okay. And the other the indentured servitude, if he was given a wife and child, he wanted to leave, he could leave, but they had to stay. Or if he was given a wife and they had a child, he could leave, but they had to stay. Or he could stay as slave.
You know, it doesn't sound that bad, Beckel. I think I'm going to go take you and make you my slave.
You know, it's kind of.
Talk to my wife.
It's kind of like spanking, and while I may not agree with slavery, what I'm hearing, it's kind of like spanking. You can spank your child and give him a little swat, but if you beat the crap out of that child, you're going to answer to a lot of different people. So for those people in the time that thought slavery, that accepted slavery, there were even some rules there. That's what I'm hearing.
That's pretty much what it is. I mean, God is going to allow people to do what they want, but not without consequence. Okay, when we see things like adultery being committed, murder, and all these type of things, obviously God is not commanding people to do that. He's allowing it to occur. And these things are recorded in Scripture to show, well, the depravity of man, basically. But that doesn't mean God is just sitting up there in the heavens and just saying, oh, man, that's kind of messed up. No, there's consequences to it. And this is exactly why you see slavery being spoken of in Exodus 21, because God is giving some rules on what sinful and depraved man are not supposed to do with slaves.
All right, so the point now, again, with indentured servitude, if the slave comes there and the master gives the slave a wife, they have a child, at the end of the 6 years,
I can barely hear you.
What's that?
Kind of breaking up. I can't really understand what you're saying.
All right, I'll let somebody else talk. I'm going to have to try and get back in.
This is exactly why I have chosen not to believe in a particular religion, because this points to why a God would be needed, or why a supreme person would be, or a type of entity would be needed, because man, being what they are going to feel and think whatever they want. And a world full of individual people living on this planet, I don't know how that would work. When you put this one central entity, whether it be God or government, in people's way, they have something to focus on. And you know, I never felt I needed that to be a good human being, because I'm going to always follow a path that is similar to Jesus's path of helping and accepting and spreading love. And I'm not criticizing those who choose to believe, because I'm a fighter for that. I'm a fighter for people to believe what they want and for other people to just give them way. Asking and learning and debating is one thing, but, so that's it. Thanks.
Yeah, exactly. That's well said, Sugar.
Yeah, I
Um,
completely disagree.
and I would just say that the question is, was this guy named Jesus what he really claimed to be? That's the question. And that doesn't come by logic or book knowledge, although I believe the scripture.
Right.
That comes by something different, and that's where personal experience comes in. I don't criticize anybody that, you know, that says that they had an experience with Buddha. Can I necessarily say to them they didn't have an experience? No, I can't say that. But I can tell you what I experienced. I experienced, by the words, "Save me, Jesus," something incredible happened to me. If I were to deny that, I'd be intellectually dishonest with myself. That's all I have to say.
I was looking for a room the other day, and I came across these two young kids, of a little boy, I think he was 14, from Australia, and another girl from Michigan. I think she was like 17. And the title of their room was "Suicide and How to Deal," or it was like how we're dealing with it. And to me, which is a very personal topic, not that I've ever committed suicide, I've just had a lot of people do that in my life. I was very concerned, so I started listening in, and he was telling a story, and it was really heart-wrenching, and I kind of panicked a little bit, but I asked to come in because I don't have their link, and I waited, and they didn't say anything. Then I put hi, my name is Sugar, and can I come in? They let me in. I talked to them, and I said, "Hey, how are you guys doing? I see your topic, and I hear your story, and I'm so concerned. I'm wondering if you need someone to talk to." And I kind of told them my background and my position. And the little girl had mentioned her story and that she was a Christian. Well, I'm not a Christian. At that moment, I'm thinking, okay, if this, I don't know where she really is in her walk with this suicide dance. And so I thought, what do I share with her? And what I chose to do was to share her philosophy. And I said, "Honey, you're a Christian, and I know that your God has wonderful things for you, but He doesn't want you there till it's till it's your time." Something like that. I was so emotional.
That's awesome.
The whole thing.
That's awesome.
I led her to her faith because I knew that was a point of focus, and anybody from her faith would have wanted that done. And I just thought I was doing the right thing from a character point of view. It didn't matter what I believed. Now, I could have sat there and said, "Honey, please don't be a Christian, because as a whole, their religion does this, this, and this." That's my opinion. And it's my opinion because it's those things that have happened to a certain religion have happened to them because of misinterpretation of man. I've always said, if you could get me the words of God untranslated, and untouched by man, then we'll talk. I absolutely would entertain that. So, and then another man came in from England, and I love the global aspect of this G+. And he said to the kids, he goes, I just got in and I just heard you, and I want to tell you kids, you need to listen to this woman, and because she's exactly right. And I just wept. I wept because it's to have that kind of opportunity.
You know why you wept?
I wept because I was so grateful to be a part of somebody's life. I worked on a paramedic ambulance for 24 years, and it was my life to be the steward of another human being's life, even if it was just to sit by their body after they'd expired. I was so grateful and so touched. It's what my soul is about. And I think, Rev, what you're going to tell me is that I was feeling God's love.
Yep. And God spoke through you. Go ahead.
And you know what? I really appreciate that. And if it's the truth, you know what? I love it and I welcome it. And I said when I came in here, if I'm choosing my position and I'm giving myself a name, which I really am still working on, and I accept all consequences if I am wrong. So, if someone wants to debate me on it, that's fine. But I don't. If you want to debate me on something, please come to me and say, I'd love to debate this topic on you, because when I get caught by surprise, I have PTSD, and it sometimes gets triggered, and I'm not real good on how to handle it just yet. So I'll debate, and if I know it's coming, I don't have a problem in the world. I can yell and scream and everything. But if I think I'm getting ambushed, then I have a little bit of a problem. So yes, I'm so blessed, Rev, that you say that. I really appreciate it. But it doesn't change my views. But that's okay. That's all I want to say. When
I see somebody's heart reflecting love, I have no problem with them. Why would you debate? It's you got a beautiful soul. I've seen you enough in these rooms, and regardless of what you believe, God is shining through you. That's what I could tell you.
Well, what I feel that runs through me, runs through all of us. So, but I'm the kind of person that says, I don't care if it's God, if it's energy. I don't think it's a hocus pocus. I don't see things or have any powers. But whatever it is, I accept what it is, and it leads me to do good and be nice. So that works for me. And I love listening to all you guys debate. In the very beginning, I was frustrated. I was like, why? And then I saw that that's the spirit of man. That is what man, meaning all people, not just men. That's for the MRAs and the MGTOWs listening, MGTOWs listening. It's a spirit of debate, and I love it. So carry on.
Well, the Christian would assert the reason for that is because we're made in God's image. I mean, we have a desire for truth. We have a desire for affection. Now, we appreciate beauty. We appreciate when justice is performed. And
atheists don't.
This is what Christians say. No, I say humans. We are made in the image of God. This is why I agree with what Sugar is saying. I think all that comes from being made in His image. But that's what the Christian would say. That's the Christian worldview.
Right. His law is written on our hearts.
Right.
You see how I buzzkill the room? I'm so sorry. I really need to leave because I hate when I do that. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right. And I wanted to say the atheists would say the same thing, but without the God.
Well, that's exactly my point by when I said atheists don't. Veckel was going on about Christians love, when justice is done and when people are, all this, good stuff, and as if it ain't.
Atheists want justice just as much as the next person. But again, our origins for these things that are intangible, we say differently. We say it comes from God. You say it comes from evolution.
No.
Or whatever. Where does it come from then? Oh, where's it come from? Where does love come from then, according to the atheists?
Where does love come from?
Yeah.
I don't know. It depends on exactly what kind of context you're talking about.
Okay. Well, what about the empathy and things like justice? I mean, where's that come from, according to your worldview?
So yeah, well, those are two different questions. I think justice comes from a desire to live in a happy, flourishing society. Empathy.
Okay. Where does that come from? Where does that desire come from?
The desire come from the desire to live in a happy, flourishing society?
Yeah. Where does that desire come from?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, I would say, as a Christian, it comes from God because the Imago Dei, we're made in His image.
I'd say oxytocin and vasopressin.
Yay, science.
That sounds poisonous.
I'd say absinthe, marijuana, and whiskey.
Yes.
There we go.
I want to party with you, Rev.
Sex, drugs, and rock and roll.
It was a total joke, by the way, but anyway.
I know.
Too late, it's on the record. I'm going to totally quote, mind you.
Where does God's sense of justice come from, Becca?
Go for it, I love you.
Love you too. Yeah, Becca, good question, Seth. Yeah.
Well, we had this discussion before.
I don't think I have. Not with you.
God, God wouldn't need justice if it was just Him.
No, he's where these things come from.
Right, I got that, and I'm granting that for the sake of argument, but where does his sense of justice come from?
From him. You would have an infinite regress. You'll say if God got it from somewhere else, then where did that come from, and where did that come from? Where did that come from?
Right, that's exactly my point. That God's sense of justice is what it is, and we get it from Him, and His is what it is for absolutely no reason.
Wait, say that again.
There's no reason that God's sense of justice is what it is. It's meaningless.
Okay.
Under theism,
well,
morality and justice is meaningless, but under secular moral systems, they do have a small meaning.
No, I disagree with that.
I know you would.
I don't even think that's right.
Well, from a Christian worldview, Seth, I mean, all life is sacred, to be honest with you, buddy. I mean, it's all...
go ahead, finish up, bro.
I can grant you that, right? Life is sacred because God is this, super being that is the basis and reason that all things exist, right? And therefore, these things have meaning in relation to Him. But His sense of justice, His morality, and everything is the way it is for no reason. It just is. It's just a brute fact of the universe, and is at base meaningless.
Well, not so much, Seth. It's because He loves everything. He loves His creation.
Yes, except the thing is that you're trying to go beyond. You're trying to put it as if God is Himself is subject to something else greater than Him. No, we're saying that
I'm embracing the fact that He's not.
Okay, but we're saying, but if He's the but if He's the origin of these things, why does it matter why He's this way?
It matters because at base that means they're meaningless if they don't have a reason.
Well, then they're meaningless to who?
Objectively meaningless. They have no meaning. They have no purpose. They have no reason.
No, now you're right back to the dilemma there. You're trying to say that God is that would have to put God subject to something greater than Himself.
No, it doesn't. I'm embracing the fact that he is the necessary being. I'm embracing that for this argument. That this argument needs that. It doesn't cry out for God to be a contingent on something else, or that his properties are contingent on something else. It embraces the fact that they're all necessary. But because they're necessary and they're not contingent on anything else, they can be anything, and they just are. They just happen to be what they are for no reason.
So I don't see how the atheist perspective is better.
The atheist perspective is better because, at least in some small sense, they have real, solid, concrete meaning. Like, for example, you take a secular moral system such as mine, where what is good is the maximal human freedom, or maximal personal freedom.
Which
and
is?
Sorry?
Which is? Go ahead, finish the sentence. Because you know what I'm going to say next, right?
Which is what? I was saying that you could take a secular moral system such as my own, which is the maximal human or personal freedom, which is
also, go ahead. You know what I'm going to say.
Which is ultimately
objective.
It is objective. It's absolutely objective.
No, I said subjective.
No, I know it's objective is what I'm saying.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is absolutely.
No, it's not. No, absolutely not.
Okay, well that's good. You can just say that.
Because again, you don't have any, Seth. You don't have anything higher than a man's opinion to go beyond. All you're looking at is convenience and how a person reacts to a certain thing. But just because a person, and you've heard this many times, just because a person reacts to a certain thing, that doesn't mean that the thing in and of itself is immoral or moral.
I totally agree. Like, I, for example, think abortion is distasteful. When I think about abortion, it's distasteful to me. And most people, I would think. But under my moral system, it's okay. And
yes,
therefore, I conclude that it's okay.
Okay, which is subjective.
No. Well, how is it subjective?
But see, we have our basis.
No. What is subjective about it?
Because other people don't feel the same way you do, and you don't have
right. But that's like saying, hold on. But that's like saying the moon isn't made out of rock because some people believe it's made out of cheese. Not everyone agrees that the moon is made out of rock. Therefore, it's subjective that the moon is made out of rock.
No. That's a bad analogy. We can scientifically test that the moon is not made out of cheese because we can
scientifically test that forcing women to give birth.
So that's a bad analogy, though. We're talking about, but Seth, we're talking about something intangible, such as justice,
No. You're not listening. The fact, right? The fact that you're violating somebody else's freedom is an objective fact. There's nobody you really.
Based on who? Wait. Actually, let me take that back. What part of it is objective? That it's immoral, or that it's taking somebody's freedom away?
The part where it's taking somebody's freedom away.
Well, that's objective. Yes, I understand that. But what we're talking about is whether or not something is considered immoral intrinsically. That's the question. And I don't think you as an atheist have any ability to do that.
Right. Well, I think we do, because I think that generally, since there is no God and we're just a bunch of, evolved apes living on a rock, I think the fact that we have certain words that mean certain things, and when people
words don't have any meaning.
When people use the word moral, they, in history, mean and appeal to a maximal human freedom.
And it's not objectivity. I'm sorry. That you just clearly again went right back to subjectivity.
No. I'm not saying that maximal human freedom is moral because everyone agrees. I'm saying that everyone has appealed to, in some form or another, at base, maximal human freedom when talking about morality, because that's what we mean by morality.
Okay, so when you say that when God declares something is just, that's essentially useless. You're saying, right? Or you're saying, well, how did you state it? I'm just trying to.
God's sense of justice is baseless and therefore ultimately meaningless.
So that's what you said earlier. Is that's your position?
Yeah, saying like for example, saying that kicking a baby is wrong because kicking a baby does not align with God's nature is like saying Beckel is exactly 1 Beckel tall.
Huh? but I think the Christian will say, okay, but I mean the Christian has no problem saying something is wrong because it is against God's nature. We don't need to go any further than that. Let's say, for instance, stealing. Okay, it's not only against the law of the land, but we go further than that and say, is stealing intrinsically wrong? And we say yes. Why? Because God says it's wrong, and it's against His nature.
Yeah, but let me tell you why that's bullshit. No, I'm kidding. You want to say something?
It's really funny you bring this up, because this was the whole reason that I kind of got all on my high activism horse when I saw everybody's divided ideas, not only here, but what I was seeing out in the world. I wondered how it was possible to get everybody on the same page while still maintaining their individual beliefs. What is one thing that could unite us all and still allow us to keep our individuality as far as cultures, religions, credos and stuff like that?
A future for white children? That'll get us on the same page, right?
Well, whatever floats your boat. And what I came up with, the only thing that I could give up, and I thought it was almost infallible, but what I have found is it's not. But my thought was, all life is sacred all the time, and that one should lead you back to the beginning. But even for me, I don't think anybody should have to have an abortion, but I also don't want to see women go back to going to back alley abortions and dying for it. I see, the pro-life and the pro-choice not willing to meet in the middle, so some babies don't get aborted, and then work on a way to help change our sick sexual views in the United States, that somehow doing what we do naturally is a sin. I mean, we should just tell our children that, look, we don't want you to have sex because our Bible says that, and that's what we choose to believe, but your sexual feelings, there's nothing wrong with them because God made you that way. But, we're not living in a different time. This is our choice. Or if you don't believe in God, that this is why, because we have this society that's structured like this, and if you have a baby too soon, you won't be able to take advantage of all those good things. It's like telling a kid drugs are bad, and he goes out and smokes a big fatty and just has a great time, and he's going to say, Mom and Dad are full of shit.
Don't talk about drugs.
Huh?
Nothing.
Well, the abortion debate...
It's anything off the board when you are not genuine with your children, and then we all build societies based on all that wobbly foundation. So I think it's about what is sacred, because that's all.
Well, the abortion debate's a tough one.
I know.
Because it's really tough. Because do you believe that as soon as that sperm hits that egg, you got at conception, do you have life? I believe that.
Right.
Okay, so is all life sacred? If all life is sacred, if you're going into a woman and taking that life out, I guess it's not so sacred.
Well,
Rev,
but if you take her right away, and she loses her life because she's going to make a decision on her own, if you take that right away and she goes and has an abortion and she dies as a result of that, then her life was not sacred.
this is important, guys, because I'm really on the fence. I don't know how I feel about abortion. I mean, I like the idea of killing babies. I just don't want to give women more choice.
Hey, and I welcome your views.
Why is everybody laughing?
You monster!
Because we know you. That's why we know you.
I have
He said, why is everybody laughing?
tried often to raise the reproductive rights issue, and I suppose I have something of a hardline position.
Bring it, girl. Bring it.
I maintain that the fetus, embryo, and such are body parts of the pregnant person until physiologically and spatially disconnected from.
And you're a fucking lunatic.
Well, what is she saying? Are you saying that because of the woman, that since she has the uterus and that she is the owner of that and should be the only one to make a decision? Because I have a comment about that.
It is a body part of the pregnant person, be they a trans man or a woman.
Oh, okay. So you're just speaking. Okay. I just want to make sure, because I even though I don't really care for the MGTOWs or the MRAs, I have had male friends that have been really hurt by women who have aborted a baby without their permission, and I'd like to see a society where a woman could say, hey, I'll have this baby because we were both there together if it was consensual, and you may raise this baby if you'd like, but a woman would be shamed for giving up that baby, or she'd be shamed for aborting that baby, or all these different things. And I think it's a 50-50 thing, and somehow we got to come to an agreement on that one, and I'm sure the MGTOWs are very happy with that one, but their whole party line sucks on its whole basis. But that's another opinion. See how I bring the room down? I can't even debate. I suck at this.
Well, Nadia, I wouldn't expect you to have any other belief, because, you've said on occasions that you wish you were aborted. So, of course you would feel this way about, who cares about human life?
Oh, well, trouble is, what do you care about it if you make it miserable?
Jeez, trigger warning next time around.
Making a travesty and a horror of it is a far more grievous offense than getting into being.
Yeah, I agree. Suffering is bullshit. Suffering is bullshit. I hate it. I told you, I've been listening to Amendum's videos, and his arguments are spot on in terms of this. I understand the suffering thing. I just don't think that humankind should stop existing because of it. I think there's a purpose to people suffering. I think the stuff you're going through right now, Nadia, I know it's rough, but I think there is a purpose to it at the end of your road. I believe that,
And I say that friends that offer false hope are false friends.
As a matter of fact, Rev, there's actually a verse, actually a segment in 2 Corinthians chapter 1 that talks about that. Paul speaks about comfort to the Corinthians, about God being comfort to his people even during the hard times. And I think the crux of this part of the epistle is to point out how that one of the ways that God brings comfort to his people is through the suffering of the brethren who had previously went through similar situations. So when a brother or sister in Christ is going through a tough situation, like for instance, my mother died about 4 years ago, but when I have another brother or sister in Christ whose parents died well after mine, because I've been through that situation, I can be used by God to bring comfort to that person and say, listen, I've had the same thing happen to me, and I just want to let you know that you'll get through this, and and that you're not alone. You know, so God will use that person to bring comfort to the next brother or sister in Christ that may go through the same thing.
I needed to hear that, Veckel. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's why I agree with you wholeheartedly about suffering. Yes, it sucks. Nobody wants to go through it. However, it is not arbitrary. There's always a purpose to these things happening in our lives.
Yeah, but see, but Veckel, that thing you just said about God using you to help that wouldn't work with me. Because I don't.
You're not a brother.
No, I just all my life. Yeah, but it wouldn't work with me because I don't care if people live or die. There's something screwed up in my head. I've never cried for anybody in my family that's died, and I don't miss them.
I've different window.
Huh?
Your name. So hold on. Say what you just said again. You don't care if people die.
Yeah, I don't care if people live or die. It doesn't bother me.
On the side of the road.
Okay.
I've never cried for anybody in my family that's died, and I don't miss them.
Do you care about people though?
I care about how people are living. That's why I'm helping Nadia. I care about how people are treated. That's why I've never bullied anybody in my life. That's why I said there's something screwed up in my head. I don't care if people live or die, but I care how people are treated and how people are living.
I don't think you're screwed up. Sorry.
It sounds like you do care about people to some degree. Or maybe you just have a great sense of justice in your heart that...
The high-functioning sociopath.
Yeah, either that or that too. I mean, maybe it's best to stay on the road.
You know, I when I worked on the ambulance, I knew that people were going to die. I knew it. And my PTSD doesn't really come from the death and destruction. It really comes more from the living and the watching of people suffering. That's what got me. I understood that people would die. And I understand, I feel the same way. Once you're gone, you're gone. You're either, depending on what really is real out there, you're either in heaven or in the ether or whatever. And so I don't think there's anything wrong with that as long as you take care of those around you in the living. If you lack empathy for anybody in the living, but caring about what happens to people after they're dead or when they're dead, I think for me is a waste of time. So I don't think there's anything wrong with you. I would get that out of your head right now because that's not going to do anything for you.
Oh no, it doesn't. No, when something's screwed up in my head, it doesn't bother me because I look at life as we are all the same. Nobody is any better and nobody's any worse than anybody else. There are people who are smarter. There are people who are better looking. That's just genetics. That's just the way the brain formed and things turned out for people. Okay. No God. I believe there is no God. I am my own God. I will say that.
But are you do you see? I didn't have a title, and I don't know what they all are. So, do you have a title?
Whatever anybody else call me. Like I said, I believe I'm my own God, and I don't believe in a God or any gods.
Okay, so you're not an atheist? You wouldn't say you're an atheist?
I'm an atheist, I guess, but other people would say I'm anti.
How is that? You're self-worshipping if you call yourself a god, Bob.
It's still...
Yeah, I know. That's why. No, I say I am my own God. I don't worship myself. So,
okay, I was only asking just because I was curious at the upside down star. I didn't know what that meant. If and I don't care what you are. I support all. So I just was wanted to know where
not true. You don't support all.
Yes, I do, sir. Yes, I do.
All right, I'm in the KKK. Then do you support me?
I support your right in America.
Crazy crap.
Yeah, I believe you're right in America to have all the rights that Americans are. Now, if you ask me if I believe in your cause, if I think your cause is right, fuck no.
Right, but believing in someone's right to express something and supporting their belief or decisions is two totally different things.
Yes, that's what I just said.
No, that's not what you said. At least,
okay.
I mean, that might be what you meant, but what specifically you said was you support everyone's positions or beliefs, and that's.
Then you're right. I misspoke. You're so right. I did misspeak. Thank you so much for pointing that out. So I believe in everyone's right to be and believe what they want in the United States. Does that work better? Okay,
Well,
thank you.
I wouldn't limit it to the United States. I want everyone to feel that way, but yeah.
Well, yes, of course, I want everyone to, but I'm only speaking for my position here. You know what, Seth? You really missed your calling. You really need to go do what you do and get paid for it because you are quite brilliant at it. And I really want to honor that part of you. No, I don't think so. I did think so the other day, but I don't think so anymore.
I think so.
Okay, whatever works for you, sir.
I don't take compliments very well.
I know that because I know who you are, so I get it.
You know how to defeat Seth's arguments?
Oh,
Kill
sorry.
them with compliments.
Yeah, well, I didn't the other day because I was coming from a position of I was trying to be a girl because I have such a dominant personality, and I wanted to be people to know me before they really judged me. And so I had to find out who was going to go for the soft underbelly. I needed to see people's character, and I didn't protect myself enough, and I was overly tired, and he bested me. So it was what it was. Like
Seth is an awesome. Be rough at times, but he's a great debater.
Agreed. That's what I was saying. The man needs to be paid for what he does.
You guys do know that this is torture for me, right?
Well, then why do you do it?
No, I love the conversations. I don't like being talked about, especially positively.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're a wonderful, beautiful
All right.
man.
I'm listening. Stop talking.
Well, I'm sorry.
Hey, Seth, you're a cunt. Go fuck yourself.
Thank God. Thank you.
Seth, if you're interested and you like that kind of stuff, I'd be willing to go into a private chat with you and humiliate the fuck out of you for about $50 an hour.
Oh, yowzers.
Thank you.
For $2 an hour?
$50 an hour.
Oh.
Holy shit, did I just hear that?
That was a joke, gentlemen. It was a joke. It was just a joke.
Oh, you got our hopes all up.
Yeah, damn it. I was like getting ready to go to PayPal.
Art has the conversion rate down and everything.
Art's like, boobs.
Boobs.
I must increase my bust.
The bigger the better, the tighter the sweater.
Yep. So the main thing is, what consolation is it that there is a purpose to the suffering? I mean, when it is intentional, one generally deems that intent malicious. Go ahead.
Oh, interesting.
Well, there's no consolation to it. But if you believe, there's a purpose. And I know that's BS to you. I get that, and that's cool. It's just...
in what manner would it not be deemed malicious intent?
No, I mean, let's. I mean,
if there's a reward, go ahead, Seth.
No, I think we could build a thought experiment around this somewhat. Like, imagine that you have a daughter and she's kidnapped, right? And then reality splits in two. In one scenario, you know that this doesn't work because the kidnapper obviously is going to have malicious intent. You have to not prime somebody to think there's malicious intent. So your daughter's missing. All right, so I'm just going to give you the thought experiment, though it's very flawed, so you can see where I was going with this. Maybe you guys can fix it. So a kidnapper has your daughter. In one scenario, he has a plan that he's going to do something with her. In the other instance, well, that doesn't work either, because of course he has a plan to kidnap her. All right, some harm comes to your daughter. In one instance, you know that somebody planned this harm to her, and the other instance, you know that the harm that came to her was only an accident. These are the only things you know. Which scenario do you think would you rather have your daughter be in? That she was hurt some way by accident, or somebody purposely hurt her?
I mean, accident has to be the least of the two evils.
Right, because the implication is, if you don't know the purpose, if there is a purpose to hurting somebody, it's usually malicious, which is what Nadia said. And I think I'm just trying to hash that out to see if that's true, and I think that is true.
Mic check. Is this better, Nate?
Yeah. I was just having to turn you up and down every time you talked.
I'm sorry, dude. Yeah, I don't know. G Plus interacts very strange with the blue icicle, I guess. Seth, maybe could you possibly reiterate that, repeat it, because I was adjusting Mike's stuff. Could you repeat that?
Um, Imagine a little girl. It doesn't even have to be your daughter. I'm going to take that out. Imagine a little girl is going to be hurt, and these are the only things you know. In one scenario, she's hurt by accident. In the other scenario, somebody purposely hurts her. Which do you think is the lesser of two evils, and why?
I think they're both evil.
You don't think one is lesser than the other?
I don't know. That's a tough question.
Are you asking him as a Christian or just in general?
As all of I'm asking him. So whatever positions he has, it seems to me that you would think that if being told that there was a purpose to the pain somebody feels, automatically leads you to think that it's malicious. I think in most cases, which is what Nadia was saying. And I'm just trying to present some kind of thought experiment that might illustrate that, because I think what she's saying is actually probably true, and I didn't think about it before. I think it's a really interesting point.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Seth.
I would
get
take it off.
Go ahead, Veckel.
Okay. I don't want to... Oh, Rev, you want to go?
No, I think he makes a good point. Go ahead.
I think it all depends on the person. Again, I mean, an accident is, it's an accident. It's out of your control. There's no design necessarily behind it, at least from a temporal standpoint. But from what the Christian standpoint, we say that everything has a purpose behind it. There's always a good that can be taken out of it, no matter how horrible it may seem on the surface. It may be horrible at the time that it's happening, but somewhere down the line in the future, we could see, okay, had this not happened, then this good thing, which so many people are benefiting from, would not have happened either.
I can honestly say that my worst times have, in the end, when I look back at them, were my greatest. And that, I know that sounds bizarre, but I'm just, once again, personal experience. That's what I got.
Growing up in a household that had no religion and not atheists, nobody ever said anything negative against religion or pro or con. I can tell you that I view what others view as suffering as just part of the deal, and I come out of it stronger each time. But I don't think I've ever subscribed to it as something wrong. Even in times when I've chose Christianity to try out, I never, when something went wrong, looked up and said, why God? Because based on what I knew of the Judeo-Christian God, he had a reason for it, and there was a good reason for it. So, and I'm not going to question him, but I don't subscribe to that anymore because.
So Veckel said something interesting, and it's not exactly on topic, but I think it's something really interesting to point out. Veckel, is the gist of what you were saying that we don't have sufficient knowledge to judge God's actions or the things or bad things that can happen to us, so we can't judge them as bad or malicious because God might have some greater reason for it to happen?
The Christian asserts that there's nothing that God does that's arbitrary, and it's not evil in the sense that it's immoral. There's a purpose for him allowing these things to occur or even ordaining these things to occur.
Right, so every evil is necessary for some greater good.
Sure.
Right.
Well, it's not evil if God does it.
Well, that's a position called skeptical.
It depends on the language you use, I guess, because even Isaiah 45:7, God clearly says that He creates evil. So, but the debate is whether or not the evil that He's referring to is calamity, or if it's something immoral like wickedness or iniquity. Obviously, God can't break His own laws, so it has to be something referring to things like judgment, calamity, harm, stuff like that.
Well, yeah, there's all kinds of times in the Bible where the narrative reads that, you know, he confuses these enemy armies or causes chaos or causes them turning against each other. So it's like, well, does he, yeah, like Beckel said, does he create evil in the calamity sense, like that type, like he's basically confusing people that want to do evil stuff anyway? Or every little baby that dies premature, does God ordain and cause that? And I think you'll get some opinions one way or another there. But, you know, the Bible does make the claim that, you know, regardless of what causes evil, God can ultimately use that for good.
Yeah,
and I would just add quick that I'm sorry, Veckel. I would just say quick that Paul said, "Rejoice when you suffer for the namesake of Christ," and I personally have experienced that. To be honest, go ahead, Veckel.
Yeah, I was just going to say too. This is often quoted in debates between Arminians and Calvinists. You know, you go to Genesis chapter 50, where you know the story of Joseph. You know, he was his brothers overcome with jealousy. Put him in a hole, and then he was later on taken as a prisoner and enslaved to Egypt for many years until he eventually ended up becoming second in command of Egypt. And then at the end of the story, his brothers finally see him 30 years later. I think it was 30 years. And Joseph says to him, "You meant this for evil, but God meant this for good." So all of those negative, horrible things that happened to Joseph is attributing those things to God and saying that there was a good that came out of it. And sure enough, it did, as the story ends.
Exactly, Veckel. Joseph is a perfect type of Jesus Christ, by the way. Anybody that believes on his blood, we got something great waiting for us, guys. That's why all you atheists, get on board. Come on.
When are they going to get to the fireworks factory?
Oh!
Thanks. Thank you, Rav.
Well, suffering ultimately serving greater good raises the trolley problem.
Hey, Nadia.
Go ahead, Nadia.
Oh, the trolley problem, you recall, is having to either throw a switch on a train track to have it hit a lesser number of people, or I think in the actual sort of thought experiment is to show that more direct actions like pushing the victim or whatever it is, the an obstacle on the track is something people are more averse to than impersonally throwing a switch. But at the same time, like switches between tracks where it'll hit one versus hit 5.
You know what Christians believe about the trolley thing? That Christ was the big guy they throw on the tracks. And guess what? All of us did that. All of us. He had to die so that we could live. It's a rough answer. It's an answer I hate. It's an answer that none of us understand in the physical world. But I'm telling you, in the spiritual world, there is a reason for why this man named Jesus walked this planet and lived a perfect life and did that sacrifice that he did on Calvary for us. It's tough, but it's real.
Nadia. Sorry, go ahead. Nadia.
Yes?
I have a human paradigm to lay out for you, and I know if people it'll probably inflame them. It almost seems like in the world, I hear exactly what Rev's saying, but in this human world, just taking out, I'm not trying to offend anybody, but you were born to be that human person to throw on the tracks and to just people tear you apart for what you are, and you are big enough to come to this area and let people speak their mind and let people take shots, and so it's like that's a metaphor for, hey, people, in life, this is what's going to happen to you. Sometimes you're going to take a position that nobody's going to like, and if you throw yourself on the tracks, or if you are thrown on the tracks, maybe the act of accepting that opens up this freedom. Do you get what I'm saying?
Oh
Well,
yeah.
sometimes when I hear you talk, when you say things, the empathy in me and the compassion, it hurts me deeply that you've had to suffer this way, because I know my niece, and you know the story of my niece of being transgender from young, and the entire family, going along with it. This little girl has such a different experience than you've had, and sometimes I don't know what to say to you, because I know I can't make it better, and I try to help change the world so people can be more accepting, so when people in your situation are born into your situation, they have the opportunity to live a happy life, and that you don't have to feel the way you do.
Yeah.
But I don't know what to say to you sometimes.
Yeah, I see Seth that Seth said that his point would just went away. So
I'm sorry.
you want to bring it back, Seth?
Uh, sort of. I was trying to explain to Veckel that this position of that you can't use bad things or pain or suffering to show that God is bad or that God is indifferent, because he could be exacting the best of all possible worlds, in that there are some bits of suffering that are necessary for the greater good. And this is extremely problematic because it's a position called skeptical theism, in which case you can't really say that God is ever good then by natural theology, because you could also say the exact opposite. You could say that God is completely evil and is only concerned with our suffering, and to cause our suffering, and any bit of good that happens in the life and any bit of non-suffering that happens is actually in for the purpose of exacting a greater evil.
How did we get off topic? How did we get off topic? That's exactly what we were just talking about.
If we have something greater than God, then we can say that. But the fact of the matter is, the Christian worldview asserts that all things come from God, including love, justice, and all those other things, logic. So we don't say that, if God is commanding us, we don't serve a schizophrenic God either. So we don't, God doesn't tell us to not do something and then he turns around and does exactly what he told us not to do. We don't see that in Scripture.
I'm not saying you do.
Okay.
I'm not saying that God's schizophrenic. I'm saying that if you're going to say that, this bit of suffering doesn't prove that God is evil or that God is indifferent about our suffering, because it's necessary for a greater good, you could say the exact opposite about any good. You can't say that this good proves...
You can't clarify it regarding the issue of God, though. I mean, again, this is the Christian worldview we assert.
But we're also reducing the stuff down to suffering, like that's the pinnacle. Like, what if we're in a lucid dream and God's like, hey, you guys you're dreaming right now. You haven't even really started living. So, I mean, if we're trying to metric God on our perceived suffering, in this world as we know it, what if we're completely off base and it has absolutely no bearing, and one day when we die, we're like, oh, holy crap, that was just a dream. Oh, now I start living. There's no way to know. And I think to pronounce judgment on some God based on our perception of this natural world and what we perceive as suffering, I mean, if that's the end game, then good point. But there's no way to know that. So if it's not the end game, then we're just blowing a bunch of hot air.
Amen.
Why does suffering not matter if it's a dream?
If it's what?
Because that's like, okay, so if I was a deity and you guys all in this room are my subjects, and I'm sitting here thinking, okay, you guys need to believe in me and you'll live forever, and this life doesn't really matter, it's a temporal, fleeting thing, and when you die, those who believe, you come hang out with me. Those who don't want me or reject me, well, you can go somewhere else, but it's not going to be where I am. And then you live your life, these skeptics of me live their life pronouncing judgment, saying, oh my gosh, I'm suffering. This God, if he exists, is so evil. And I'm up here going, guys, it's just a dream. I could care less about what you think is real. It's just a bad dream. I really don't care about your bad dream. There's a lot more in play than your dream.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. I mean,
yes, it does.
No, it doesn't at all.
Tell me how.
Yes, it does.
I'm telling you why, because suffering exists whether or not you're imagining it or not. You're still suffering.
Not what he said.
It's not pleasant.
I'm not combating that. I'm just saying, if that's the pinnacle, like if us suffering, our perceived or otherwise suffering, if that's really the end game, then it matters. If that's only one variable and there's a whole lot more stuff that really matters, well, then suffering is not that big on the totem pole. So if someone wants to pass judgment on some god for something on like level 1 when there's a lot bigger priorities to worry about, then fine. But I think that's incredibly a disservice to yourself and off base.
Yeah, I don't think it's
suffering, perceived or otherwise, is the ultimate goal, ultimate end game. Then you have a point.
My argument doesn't rest on suffering being a big deal at all. It's just that Beckel's point about not being able to use suffering to tell whether or not that God is bad works the opposite way. We also can't tell that not suffering or pleasure means that God is good, or that suffering that God is good. You can't, if you're going to take this position that there are greater goods that happen from suffering, then the opposite is also true. There could be greater evils that are caused by pleasure.
Right.
So in lieu of proof, I mean, what are we all swayed to believe? I am swayed to believe that God is good and does not do this evil stuff, and he's not an evil, malevolent God. You don't believe this God even exists. So there may be a very small populace that really believes this God does exist and he is evil, but there's no one in that room that we need to get someone like that to talk to. None of those people are in this room.
Right, but what I'm saying is if anybody thinks that God is good by looking at the world because they see pleasure and that they can excuse the evil by saying that there are greater goods that come from these lesser evils, you're not justified in making that claim.
Fair enough.
That is fair enough.
Well, if these things don't matter, then, well, why are we not all cataleptic?
What was the last part, Nadia?
Yeah, if this life doesn't matter, then why are we not all cataleptic? I mean, if it's just a meat suit to cast off as whatever, well, why not just get it out of the way and
we can't really hear you. Your mic's cutting out. It's like muffled or something. But if you're saying what's the point of this life, we should kill ourselves. In theory, I agree. In reality, I do rather enjoy this life, even though I think it's temporary, and I have no desire to off myself to get to a better place. I will let that happen naturally. That's my stance.
This is where Amendum comes in. I wish Amendum were here. Push the red shiny button. Just end it.
If your meat suit, then why not take it off? What value do we have?
I mean, I do think essentially we are meat suits, but I mean, I rather enjoy my meat suit. I'm happy here.
Meat.
Even so, it's insignificant. I mean, supposing it were somehow cast off, you
Insignificant?
why weep and or be happy or whatever about anything that happens to it, or anyone else.
Obviously, you don't feel that way, Nadia. You're still alive right now.
Do not let that be the last word said.
Trigger warning.
Our bodies, we are not.
And everybody in here appreciates you, Nadia. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Nadia, do you believe that your suffering that you've gone through in these hangouts, and we've followed you through this, all of these trials and tribulations that you're going through, do you think that the suffering that you've gone through has benefited anybody in these hangouts?
If it has, it's not to a degree that would, anyway, serve as justification.
Service justification for what?
For herself.
For herself, yeah.
Well, but that's on her. That's on her. She's the only one that can control whether she allows this to affect her negatively or positively.
Right.
No, I am not.
Yeah, actually you are, because Nadia, I've told you on many occasions that it's been a blessing being in here with you and learning science, philosophy, you name it. And when I said that to you, you basically said, well, whatever. So this is more for you than it is for us, right?
Because we love you.
Yeah. Well, my kidney failures and so on.
I know it doesn't take your pain away. We know that. And if any of us had the power, the money to take it away, I know we would do it. But we're as powerless as you are in those areas. So I just that's all. I'll stand by you no matter what.
Yeah, you
Well, unless, sorry, what was that?
Power is being falsely attributed to me.
No. I don't think you have any power. I think you have accommodated. I mean, I think you've accommodated us. The second day I was in here, I said, wow, these people have a real big dedication to this woman, no matter what, you know, and I found that amazing. I don't see a lot of that in the real world or the outside world, especially among people with such different beliefs. And I really found it very beautiful.
And you shrug your shoulders at that, huh, Nadia? That's pretty rough.
Well, that's unfortunate, but
Maybe there's a reverse to what's the? Oh God, there's some quote. It's like, oh my gosh, I just forgot it. It's something like live out your message and when necessary use words. Maybe the reverse is true. Like
be the change you want to see in the world.
Now we'll just live out our message.
well, in many respects, it's beyond my power.
I don't know, Nadia, I've done my best to encourage you. You know, I've told you that I think you have great function on this planet. You're a beautiful woman. And yeah, any Christians that want to hate on me for calling you a woman, I don't give a shit. You've clearly, you've shown in many ways that you're a woman. Anyway, my point is, I have done that on many occasions. And all I see from you is shrugging your shoulders and saying, who gives a fuck? And that's messed up. I mean, I think you hate your own life. And that's weird.
It's common. It's very common. Just like Seth doesn't want to hear any compliments, you know, because he, in his mind, in my opinion, in his mind, he has painted a self-portrait of somebody who is not nice, not good, not competent. And Nadia's portrait is whatever she feels about hers. All of our portraits are whatever we feel. And when we're not able to accept a compliment, it's because it doesn't align with our own self-portrait. You know, and if we agree with that, then if we agree with what somebody says, then have we wasted all that time we've had? And then what?
I mean, I'm sure this is not the right answer, but it's my answer. I think, like, to preserve the sanity of those on the other side who are trying to help those they perceive as, you know, having issues with themselves, I think maybe, like, cool detachment is the word that comes to mind. That way, again, I'm sure it's not the best answer, but it is a way I found to get your message across, be as compassionate and caring as you want, but when you're met with, you know, routine frustrations and pushback against it, then it's not on your back, right? Like, you've done your part to the best of your ability. If people don't want to receive what you're saying, then ultimately that's on them, and there's no reason that this you know, good Samaritan who's trying to help and encourage these people should start feeling pains and frustrations because of it. If it gets to that point, something's gone wrong.
Yeah. You're right.
You're ill.
Oh no, nothing's gone wrong. It's just some people are wired different than others.
Okay. But for example, I mean, like, you know, my children, right? Like, my neither one of us, you know, like the idea of spanking our kids, but sometimes, you know, we feel it's necessary. So I think, you know, it's like, for me, whenever they, you know, do something dangerous or that could put themselves at risk, then, you know, I would be like, okay, you know, I'll give them a SWAT for that so they learn. But you know, I just very matter-of-factly do what I feel needs to be done. You know, my wife, on the other hand, she won't. She'll try to reason and talk to a 2-year-old. Good luck, right? Anyway, but the end result is finally she'll talk so much, and the kid doesn't listen to her. So she gets really, really frustrated. I'm like, look, man, I get parenting's not easy, but whenever you start getting, like, frustrated and just, like, you know, pushed to the brink because your kid's not, like, listening to you or responding the way you want, something's gone wrong. I'm like, there's no reason a parent should be, or anyone should be, in that place where, like, you know, they're having a hard time coping because of what someone else is doing. There has to be, you know, a better way there.
Nate, can I ask
that's there's different.
Yeah, sugar.
You know, the difference is you're punishing the child for doing something wrong. Nadia's not doing anything wrong. Nadia is just Nadia. You know how people you can
Non-issue.
say, oh, you know how you can say that person's a bubbly person, that person, is like a bubbly person. That person's outgoing. That person is a musician, musical, like you're musical. I'm not musical. People are wired different. Maybe somewhere down Nadia's line, she's wired just to be depressed.
No,
Nate,
my point doesn't have anything to do with Nadia, though. If Nadia is depressed, that's fine. My point was to the people who are trying to help Nadia or anyone else. If someone's wired to be depressed, I'm not even speaking to them. I'm speaking to the ones who are trying to help them.
Trying to say to them.
I'm not wired to be so. Telling me not to feel bad in a bad situation is not going to do it for a whole lot.
What were you saying, Sugar?
Well, the bad situations, you can look at them and say that is why you are the way you are. But I always think people are born a certain way and they follow a certain path. Yeah, you might, if situations were changed and you didn't lose your job and you had all sorts of stuff, you still might be depressed, but not as depressed. All right. It's just the way people, there's people out there who are born bubbly. They're happy all the time. They can lose a hand and a leg, and and lose the ability to walk the rest of their life, and they're still happy and bubbly. And people look at them, oh, how can you be happy and bubbly? You can't walk anymore, And it's just the way they're wired. They're wired to be a certain way. You can change certain things, and you can veer off that path a little bit, but you're still going to fall back on that path.
I think Nadia is super intelligent, and I know she knows this. Sometimes I think when we try and talk her into, hey, come on, be happy, that doesn't work for her either, which is why I choose to sometimes say, yeah, I know, I'm sorry about that, because I really, I have my ideas and she has hers. I can't suggest to her that my ways work, and I'm not saying that what you're doing is wrong. That's just my take on it. I can't always change her mind, and she's brilliant. I think she knows that.
I agree, and it's a futile effort to try and encourage her. It really is. She's going through what she's going through, and I think it's terrible. I've told you right from the start, Nadia, the only thing I have to offer you, aside from occasional financial support, is the gospel. And I understand that that's not something that, a science book doesn't have it in there, so you can't accept it. I get that. But I don't care if you accept it or not. I'm going to be here for you. Material or otherwise, I'm going to be here for you.
And if there's an omnipotent God out there, that's the stuff he loves. Oh, Nate, are you there? Nate, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, sorry.
I just had a really quick little question, if anybody minds if I go kind of sideways topic. It's kind of along the same lines, but, well, not really. That what you were asking, I'm not challenging you at all. I'm just asking for your opinion. In that situation you were talking about, I hope it was you, about spanking the child.
Yeah.
I learned that there's a difference between spanking and what I got, because I used to always be very anti-spanking, but what I got were actual beatings, so disguised as spankings. So when you spank a child, I'm gonna assume that you're the normal kind that gives a little swat. What would be a situation for a 2-year-old that you would consider a spank worthy? Because I since I didn't do it, and since my other view is so skewed.
Yeah. So for me, here's a big distinguishing thing that seems to be a big dividing line. So. A lot of our friends and people, they have what's called spankable offenses, where they're like, if they do specific actions, then that can be something you spank for. And I disagree with that. So for me, it's like, something like if I directly say, tell them to do or not do something, and they deliberately, look at me and do what I've just said don't do right in front of my face, that's spankable. Not because of the action they're doing, but because they directly disobeyed me. So I cannot have that. So and it doesn't matter, right? So if I basically say, hey, there was one time where I'm like, look, do not touch this cup of water. You've already spilt it. I don't want that again. do not touch this cup of water. She looks at me, she's like, okay. And then I walk away, and I turn around, and she's got the cup of water, and it's spilled. So, I swatted her for that, and my wife's like, you can't swat them for spilling water? I'm like, I promise you, I did not swat them because they spilled water. I gave her a swat because she directly disobeyed something I told her. So right now, it's only a cup of water. So that's the training ground. What is not the training ground is if I directly say, do not go in the road, and then she turns around and runs to the road, I would regret the rest of my life not spanking her over that cup of water, because now she's ran in the road and got spotted by a car. So for me, that's probably the biggest thing. If I directly say do or don't do something, and they blatantly defy that, because it may be very trivial, like a cup of water, which is not something I would want to spank for, it's because they disobeyed. So if they disobey me one day and run on the road and get hurt, I can't have that. I couldn't live with myself. So that would be probably the best example I can give on what I would give a spanking for. And there's also different things. Like most of the time, when I say spanking, I just mean like swat. Like, you just get like the fatty part of their leg and you're like, smack, and you just like smack them. So I mean, I probably only gave what most people consider real spankings, like maybe 2 or 3 times. Like usually just like a little tap or a swat, that's enough to get her attention and zap her out of it. And usually things are fine and that works well. Did that answer?
Yeah, sure, Monster, and you abuse your children.
Sugar left.
Oh.
Yeah, she dropped down. Probably technical problems. We can bring in from... Well, actually, it's kind of retread ground in the side chat. But anyway, I was probably shooting more for Amor Fati itself than an outright atheological argument.
Well, like I said in the side chat, Nadia, you don't have to love your fate, but that doesn't nullify the possibility that there might be a purpose for it. And I know that's bullshit to you. I know.
That's one of the variants of Amor Fati, number 1. Number 2, malicious intent.
Fair enough.
So, yeah, there are like 4 variants of that purpose. There was a teleological one. There's what is it? The greater good one. There's I guess the ultimately deserving it one as well. And welcome back, Sugar.
Welcome back. Did you hear enough of my answer before you left?
Yeah, I don't think she's quite back.
Yeah, it's a good thing she left. I mean, Nate was going all apeshit on Sugar. Fuck's like the worst.
Yelling and screaming.
Yeah.
Not in my house.
Nate, that was rough, man. That's...
Yeah, I think Nate, you should be spanked.
Hopefully, sure, actually, back in.
Well, perhaps no messiahs. Perhaps. But all I can tell you is believing in Christ has changed me for the better. So I'm going to have my imaginary messiah. Thank you very much.
It just almost kills my face off. I don't understand it. How people are like, I hate it when theists make claims and they don't back it up with evidence. They just believe in imaginary friends. You are the thing you hate. I agree that, if theists make claims and they're trying to convince you or compel you or win a debate, they should offer proof. Just like people on the opposite side who are like, this is all crap, it's all fairy tales. Either shut up or offer proof or say you just happen to believe that.
Wait, if they are the thing they hate, are you saying they're gods?
No, I'm saying they are the counterpart to the theist who go making wild claims and accusations and assertions with no basis. That's what they are. They are the counterpart to the theist that does that.
Okay.
Making assumptions and just assertions without a basis.
Well, there are reasons why I try to avoid all that. And it's like pretty obvious hypocrisy and such. And
Huh?
it's pretty obvious, like, hypocrisy and such behind the, I don't know, kind of accusatory and claim and so on.
Belief in God has made me a better person. Is it totally subjective to my experience? Yes. But am I going to give it up because I have a bunch of assholes that say that they believe in God doing a lot of assholey things? No. I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's what makes you a better person?
Well, you could objectively, quantify that. So, if there's any like evidence or videos or proof of how you were before this belief and after, although it's subjective to you, we can all objectively look at the evidence before and after people convert. And if they make the claim that they're better because of it, then we can objectively see them getting better. It may be subjective to them, but I think they're, we can all have some sort of objective evidence watching them and observing them.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be. It's not gonna establish that it's better because of God's existence. It's better because they believe that God exists.
Either or.
Big difference.
There is a difference, but nonetheless, if the end result is they are better, then I guess everyone should be happy about that. And then the next thing is, well, is it really because God exists and helped make them better, or because it's a placebo effect and they basically, are better because of that?
Right, but is it then this kind of opens a philosophical question? Is it better to be a honest, rational person and live a worse life than being a irrational, dishonest person and living a better life?
Well, no. If it's a placebo effect, they're not irrational and dishonest. They really believe it's God, so that wouldn't qualify them.
I mean,
if they were dishonest, they would have to.
Maybe dishonest is too much. Okay, but rationality, right? Rationality still applies here. It doesn't demonstrate a God, it just demonstrated a belief in a God is useful, it's beneficial, right? But
I agree with you, Art.
Right, so the question is, is it better to be a rational person and live and be worse off than to be a irrational person and be better off?
Okay, well, all right. Well, let me ask you this really. I'm sorry, Nate. Let me ask you this really quick, Art. Does science make a positive claim and can prove empirically that there is no God?
No.
Exactly. So is it irrational for us that have had a personal experience with what we call quote-unquote God for us to just be, saying what we believe, okay? What I'm saying is, if there's no direct empirical scientific proof that there is no God, is it not rational for you to at least keep the door open for the possibility of a God?
I do keep it open, definitely. But, okay, let me put on a bit of a dick atheist hat and go and challenge the...
if you must.
just a little bit. So, imagine a world where almost all people, except you, believe that they have been personally visited by aliens, right? And based on that, they believe that XYZ things should be implemented. And these things, the laws that implement, have a negative effect on human well-being. Would that be okay?
No, it wouldn't, and I don't endorse. I am a true American. I believe in the Constitution. I believe that there's a separation between church and state. I don't think that our government should be legislating morality based on Christian values. That was never what this country was meant to be, Art.
Right. And now let me take the sort of Matt Dillahunty cap, because he has this sort of twist on this. And I can agree, but I usually don't argue this. It's the notion that if we have one irrational belief, we're more prone to adopt other rational beliefs. Would you guys agree?
Right, but how can you... I'm sorry, Nate, go.
Well, I would agree, but to try to say theism is irrational, you have to go case by case. No doubt there are people who are theist and atheist completely for irrational reasons. Those people are more prone to believing more irrational crap.
Exactly.
Theists and atheists alike can have very rational reasons for not believing in God. So, for example, a rational atheist, their very rational belief for reason for not believing in God is, I don't have a belief in a God. That's very rational. For a theist, I've had this evidence happen, and I conclude it is a good reason to believe in a God. That can be a very rational belief. So it's not theist, atheist. It's irrational people and beliefs, and not.
And the only way, Art, that you could call belief in God irrational at this point is if science can prove there is no God, and it can't do it yet.
No, the thing is, because I've kind of demonstrated that just because somebody has a personal experience, and I don't doubt that you have it actually, not at all. I don't even doubt that the people who claim that have been visited by aliens have these experiences. I just doubt that these experiences reflect reality, right? Because we know there are many phenomena that can twist and change our perceptions and make us experience things that don't exist. That's why we have, similar reports of alien visitations and, alien probes, and that's why we have different religious experiences that are contradictory. We have Hindus experiencing Jesus. We have Christians experiencing Jesus.
Right, but that's sort of a straw man, though. Go ahead, Veckel.
You would assert, though, that it would be arrogant for one to conclude that because they personally have not had these experiences, therefore the stories of other people that have claimed that they've had these experiences are fraudulent. You're not going that route, are you?
Could you restate that?
Okay, you're not claiming that because you are having gone through these or had these personal experiences, therefore it's not true, or that these things didn't actually happen with other people.
Oh, you asking me if I'm making a generalization fallacy, essentially, by saying because there are so many people who do not have true experiences with the divine, that therefore there are no experiences with the divine?
Right. You're not making that.
No, not at all. I'm saying you have not established that your experience, not just to me, you have not established this to yourself reasonably, I would say, because again, we know there are many phenomena that affect our memory, our perceptions, and there's a whole list of cognitive biases. That's why scientists have developed many protocols in their experiments, like double-blinded studies, to avoid these biases, to just focus on the pure objective fact, right? When you have a religious experience, you don't have these protocols. You cannot have them. One of these similar sort of experiences that we see that are actually secular is, for example, homeopathy, right? It's the same kind of unfortunately flawed methodology of relying on your experiences to conclude that this works without using proper methodologies that would actually avoid your bias, avoid the placebo effect, avoid your memory that is altered. Literally, your memory is literally altered as we speak right now. That's how human psyche works, unfortunately, and that's why these kind of events are just not reliable. You cannot reasonably. I would never reasonably trust if I had some sort of religious experience or even alien visitation. I would demand more evidence. I would demand more objective experience that would be verified by other people. I hope I make sense there.
It makes sense, but it sounds like you're saying these religious people have one little thing that happens, and now they believe in a God. And maybe for some that's true, but for me, I've had more than I can even tally. So at some point, I have to be rational and say, I can't keep demanding more evidence. Like every time I wait for more evidence, I get it, and I get it, and I get it, and I've got piles and piles and piles and piles. I've got to, at some point, attribute this somewhere, and the only place that I can conclude reasonably has to be God. Like there's some things I can contribute to confirmation bias. I can write off as one thing or another. But there is so much stuff I cannot attribute to anything else other than this deity.
Right.
Can I answer your original question though?
Oh, before you go, just a small thing. You have psychics. If you ask any person who believes in psychic therapy or psychic predictions or whatever, if you ask them how successful is their psychic that they're going to, they will give you almost 100%. They will give you 100% reliability. But when we actually record these sessions, we see that actually people do not notice they don't notice the misses. They don't notice the sort of, when the psychic misses and fails at his prediction, they only remember the hits.
Yeah, but the thing is, if going back to the Christian standpoint, Christians do have what's the word I'm looking for? We have a standard for people who are professing to be prophets or psychic, if you will.
But that is not based on personal experience, right? But that is ultimately the reason why you believe the Bible is true, right?
Wait,
Well, I mean, we have a standard we can go to, a biblical a
But
model.
you accept that standard only because of your personal experience. Isn't that the ultimate reason that you and at least that what I hear ultimately from all believers, that it boils down to personal experience.
For me,
No, it's not just personal experience.
But isn't that the?
Well, when you say personal experience, what exactly are you meaning? Like,
Well, good question.
well, can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I make the claim a lot that I believe the Bible is true because of these personal subjective experiences. So Veckel, personal relationship with Jesus. So, anyways, that's what I mean by that. So,
okay.
If someone's like, hey, here's a Christian Bible, there is no reason I can think of I would believe it just because a book says it's true and it's from God. What makes me believe that, among all this other stuff, is I've sought out this deity mentioned in the Bible, totally feel there, he showed up when I asked him to. And
how does it work?
sense, it's something I can't shake. Hang on, we're not challenging it. You asked for a reason, so I'm stating a reason. So that's why I believe it. I believe it affirms what is in the Bible, and I'm like, oh my goodness, this is God's inspired word to us. This is His message to us because I claim that God gnostically revealed this to me and showed up. And it's a very personal, subjective relationship with this deity Himself. If I didn't have that, there's no reason I would believe a book just because it says it's a holy text. I mean, how do I pick between the Quran? How do I pick between Hinduism? How do I pick between all these other philosophies? The answer is I don't. I would probably lack a belief in all this stuff. The only reason I don't lack a belief in this Christian God is because I believe He showed up and is not gone away. It's something I can't shake, haven't been able to, don't want to.
I love that. I don't want to. I don't want to either.
I think that's it right there. You don't want to. So no matter what you would be seeing that would disprove it, you cast them aside and only keep what you believe that confirms it.
That's incorrect. Let me explain. So I don't want to because I believe it's true. If I was confused or if I was on the fence and I didn't really believe it was true, well then I wouldn't care about casting it aside because I don't know it's true. But because I believe it is so true, that's why I don't want to shake it. It's like I don't want to shake my stance on the theory of gravity. It's 99.999, whatever, certain. I don't want to lose, my position on gravity. I believe gravity is a thing. I believe I can see it. I can test it. It hasn't left me. I can jump and I'll come right back down. So that's a belief that is well placed. I don't want to shake it because if I lost my belief in gravity, if I wanted to get rid of that belief, I would be doing myself a disservice. I would be contributing to the dumbing down of the earth. I don't want to do that. So that's what I mean. Not because I'm so attached to it that I have to cling to it. It's because I believe it's right. So if I believe something's right, I mean, why would I want to tell myself gravity doesn't exist? That's stupid.
Exactly. And if you have the type of testimony I do, you have very rational psychologists admitting that what happened to you was like, what's happening here? The guy walks in as a complete nutball. He has a breakdown. He goes into a room, and suddenly he says the words, "Jesus, save me," and he's healed. He's fine to leave, and they admitted it. What do you do with that?
Rev, I know this is a sensitive topic. I know this is a sensitive topic, dude. I don't mean to be personal, but we kind of have to go a little bit there.
I don't care.
Okay, awesome. So I would just point out that people have claimed similar sort of miraculous, you could say, cures after saying, the name of Allah, having their prayers, praying to Vishnu or, Ganesha or whatever.
And once again, Art, I don't deny that. I already told you that.
But that shows a phenomena to be causing this other than something supernatural, rather than really. How doesn't it?
This is how. So even as a Christian, right? I believe there's all kinds of other spirits and energies and stuff like that out there. So if someone says, "Hey, I tapped into some energy and it's not the God of the Bible," I completely believe that. I think it's incredibly ill-advised and it's gonna, lead them in a very bad direction. Nonetheless, if someone's like, "Hey, I saw a vision of some deity," or "I saw Shiva," I don't doubt that for a second. I just think there's more to it than they realize.
Right, but Shiva is a god, though. You know that, right? Shiva is a god. or goddess actually.
Goddess art, you chauvinist Norse god for you.
No, Shiva actually is a very female-looking male, by the way. Art. I don't. Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
There we go.
But anyway, so yeah, if someone thinks it's Shiva, right? Like just like someone says it's the Christian God, I mean, in theory, like they could believe this Jesus the Bible showed up to him, but then maybe it's not Jesus, maybe it's something else. So I think that's why it's important to really work this stuff out and be as thorough and critically thinking as you can, because just because someone prays to Buddha or Shiva and they believe Buddha or Shiva answered their call, doesn't necessarily mean it's Buddha or Shiva, even if they're a thing. So,
right, exactly, right. And the same thing applies to you. Just because you think it's Jesus doesn't mean it's Jesus. It could be Shiva, it could be Buddha, it could be...
The hill to die on for me personally, Art, okay, from personal revelation and vision, I mean, from what I saw and what happened to me, I saw Christ on the cross marred and scarred in a vision, in negative, and it glowed very brightly, and he was healed. I mean, I can't prove it to you because I didn't have a fucking, a camera in my brainstem. I can't prove it.
That's
but
fine.
It happened. My point is, I think there may be many, many mechanisms on this planet, be it, if Buddhism or Hinduism or whatever, to make people understand that there is a creator. Okay? And that's not my personal belief. I believe that Christ is the way. The hill to die on for me is Jesus Christ. But I'm saying that I think there are many things on this planet that are trying to get people to wake up and understand that this isn't just some random bullshit that happened here. You are special. This planet is special. That's where I'll leave it.
I can agree, actually. I do believe we are special because, hey, I like myself, and I like all of you guys. That's why I think I'm special. And we're special because we live on one planet out of trillion, quadrillion that can support life. So, yeah, we're special even in the secular sense. But, okay, Rev.
Goldilocks zone, right.
Yeah. You mentioned seeing a vision of Jesus on a cross. Now, if this was an actual, actual phenomena from the divine, right? And this would be affecting humans, which it's supposed to be, because I'm pretty sure there are a lot of just people other than in just America in this century, right? So there should be different people from different cultures reporting the same thing. I've never heard any Aztec, miraculous reports of them seeing, a guy on a cross named Jesus.
Yeah, but there are testimonies out there of people from different cultures having seen something related to Christ and them becoming Christians or Christ followers.
Right, but
Muslims are getting saved like nuts in the Middle East, by the way.
Right.
Have you ever heard the story, the movie End of Spear? The End of the Spear?
I don't think so. But the problem is that now we already have influence of cultures. We have now the age of the internet. These ideas are already circling, and they're already being implanted by different religions. What we should see is historical reports throughout human history of such phenomena. We don't.
Mormons have claims that Jesus Christ visited prehistoric Native Americans.
So what?
Well, it's a claim that it happened in other cultures. Granted, now
the point I was making, I was trying to make, is that I think God has a lot of mechanisms that he's trying to utilize to get people to wake up like yourself, Nadia. That this isn't random, okay? There is design to what's going on here. I mean, I think there's many, he's doing it in many ways. Am I going to, slap down a claim from a Hindu that says that Shiva came to him or her? Or even a Muslim, whatever, right, that Muhammad came to them and revealed something to them. No, I'm not doing that. I believe in Christ. That's my personal standpoint. Am I going to demonize other religions? No, I'm not going to do that. But I do believe that God is trying to wake up a lot of people on this planet right now. I do believe that.
If God is all powerful and God is omnipotent, why does he need to try to do anything? That's my question. If he's God, can't he just do it or make it happen?
Yes, that's exactly. I was going to say I agree with you on that. That's kind of my issue with some Christians. Not anything personal. It's just that I wish the language would change a little bit because God doesn't try anything; He actually does. But it's not a big. I mean, it's just
Well, then God has failed in many respects, Veckel.
And hang on, I want to go on something what Rev just said with that maybe Sheba and God is using Allah or whatever to try and wake people up. Well, it says in the Bible there be no other gods but me.
Right.
So he wouldn't use another god to try and wake people up.
Well, it all depends, though, your perspective on it. I mean, he could use that as a means to draw people away from that and unto himself, because
So he wants other people to believe in other gods and then tell them there are no other gods?
Well, let me clarify. What I'm saying is that he could use that as a means for people to go through that experience so that they can see the falsehood or the folly behind those positions there in comparison to who he is and what he teaches and what he commands.
So he's going to try and deceive them to lead them back to him.
No, God. If God deceives anyone, it's because they've made a conscious decision to not follow Him, to not.
If he's using a different God to make people believe in a God, then he's deceiving them. He would just use himself as a God.
And there's really no free will, right? I mean, you're forced to follow this God whether you want to or not, and if you choose not to, then he's going to really hurt you.
Well, there's Christians in here who have different opinions on it, but let me ask you, do you have a problem with that? Well, would that be a problem with God forcing people to believe in Him?
Yes, because the idea of free will would not be true then. Then I would be created to worship this person who supposedly created me, and if I choose not to and use free will that he supposedly gave me, then I'm punished for it. And yes, I do have a problem with that.
Okay, well, I don't accept the doctrine of free will. Well, let me put it this way. I do believe man has free will. However, he's only limited to his sinful nature, so he can still do good things. However, they're not good enough for God's, to impute righteousness upon him. If we have righteousness in us, it's imputed in us by God Himself. But me personally, I can't speak for the other Christians here, but I personally don't have a problem, God overriding my free will in order to save my soul, because I know that I'll screw it up all the time.
But see, here's my standpoint on the whole thing. I don't care what people believe. Everyone can believe what they want to as long as it doesn't hurt anyone else. But when it crosses over to I'm an idiot or I'm stupid because I choose not to believe in the same God that the Christians do, that I shouldn't have a job, that I should be ostracized and made fun of, and taught to believe that there's something wrong with me because I cannot, throw away critical thinking and believe in a cosmic Santa Claus that if I pray hard enough, he might give me what I want.
Is anybody saying that in here?
No, nobody's saying
that.
Yeah,
I was right with you, Raven, when you're speaking with the rings of wisdom of the rings of Saturn up until suspend critical thinking and believe in a Santa Claus God. I've been a theist a long, long time. And not once do I think I've ever suspended critical thinking. I think I've used it, and I'm grateful for it. So I guess I agree with what you're saying, but that does not apply to a large amount of theists. There are some, especially the ones that want to get involved politically or, preach on the corner with a megaphone. Chances are people like that, they're very small voices, but they're the ones you always hear. So, up until the, Santa Claus, God, critical thinking part, I'm right with you. I think people should believe whatever they want as long as they don't hurt people. I think they're wrong about their beliefs, and I'll try to, change them. But ultimately, if I don't offer a good enough evidence that they are not convinced, well, then keep believing what you guys believe.
Those voices aren't that small, though, if gay marriage is still a thing. And the voices were minute like you think they are, then there wouldn't be a problem with gay marriage right now.
Exactly.
Wait, what?
I says if the voices, you say, the minute voices, and they want to get into politicians and religion, and it's a majority of the voices of these Christians that otherwise gay marriage wouldn't be a problem.
Well, I think for everyone in this room, it's not really.
No, in this room, in our little community here, except for a couple people, it's not a big problem. Nobody's really saying anything against gay marriage, but on the whole, in this country, it is the majority that is a problem. Otherwise, there wouldn't be all these debates and everything about gay marriage.
Yeah, I agree.
It would have just been signed in and no problem.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Like, I think the political stuff, yeah, it's like Christians come out of the woodwork for that, unfortunately, but it's still a problem. But, you know, whenever you start mixing religion and politics, I really question the religion part of that. That's my personal thing. It doesn't make the problem any less. I mean, I wish Christians are like, hey, look, we have this faith in Jesus. That's it. We love him. We love people. We commit to living like him and following him. And, we're going to make our best case for morality or how people should live their lives. But ultimately, if they're like, hey, we don't want that, then fine. The Christian says, okay, I've done my job. Live what you want, or live how you want. I can't do anything else. But instead, we take it one step further and try to force people. And I think that is horrible. I think that's contradictory to Christ.
And it's just like the idea that just because
God,
you don't believe
your audio, you got to turn your mic down.
Oh, that's so loud. Do you have
sorry.
a button or something on
Is
there?
that better?
Oh, I don't know.
Is that better?
That's better.
Okay.
Oh my.
But the idea that if you don't believe in the Christian God, that you don't have any morals, that bothers me.
It bothers me too.
Well, if I can speak on that, because I actually talk about that a lot. We don't say that atheists or non-believers have no morals. If you hear a Christian say that, they're clearly in error when we say that. The argument is that morality comes from God, that the atheist worldview cannot give an account for moral absolutes. That's what the argument is. It's not to say that atheists cannot be moral, because that's clearly not true. I mean, we do see atheists doing a lot of good things for the community, and very polite atheists and stuff like that. So I don't know.
But when you say that, who cares where they come from? If people have morals, who cares where they come from? Don't mean shit. I mean,
actually, it does. Well, in a way, it does, because it depends on what you're talking about. For instance, if we have an atheist telling us that the God of the Bible is immoral, then that person who's making that claim has an onus on them to tell us based on what basis do they have to say that what God does is immoral. And that's where the challenge comes in for the atheists.
No, it still doesn't matter where they come from.
Sure, it does. It does. If a person is making an assertion that what God does or did in the Old Testament, or even in the New Testament, or today, is immoral, then they have an onus. They have an explanation. But other than that, yeah, you're right. I agree with you. It's if you believe morality is subjective, then what difference does it make?
Well, yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter where. Yeah, it shouldn't matter where morals come from for practical living, right? Like if you are in a good moral community and everyone thrives together, then in that sense, it doesn't really matter where morals come from. But if you're specifically in a Google Plus Hangout saying, where do morals come from? Then it matters. Otherwise, what's the point of talking about it?
Exactly.
Yeah. Like, for instance, if I go around saying, if I'm walking up to a guy in the street, he's minding his own business, waiting for the bus, and I say, hey, have you heard about Jesus and stuff like that, and I start preaching the gospel to him, and then he asks me, okay, prove to me that God exists. Well, I have the onus on me now. Why? Because I initiated the conversation telling him that God exists and that, that he needs to be saved and all this other stuff. So I totally agree with that. The onus is on me to provide an explanation as to why I believe God exists.
But God is not a fact. God is your belief. So if someone comes up to me and wants to tell me about Jesus and I politely say, no, I'm not interested, and then they turn around and make a big deal out of it, but you cannot prove that there is a God any more that you can prove that there isn't. It's belief. It's not fact.
Right. And I think if more people got that, the world would be a better place. I think if, atheists are like, look, theists are just asserting their beliefs. If you don't believe it, don't make a big deal out of it. If atheists say they lack a belief, if they're just saying that's their belief or lack of belief, don't make a big deal out of it. If either side starts trying to say there's a proof or really convince or compel someone to follow their way of life, then that's the time to make a big deal out of it and ask for evidence and proof.
Exactly. Right. That's why I say ultimately, too, I always bring up 1 Corinthians 1:18 and 2:14. You know, the best we as Christians can do is to preach the gospel, defend the faith, and do what Christ commanded us to do, which is to love God and to love our neighbor. And that's pretty much it. I mean, other than that, you know, if a person clearly shows that they don't want to listen, they don't want to hear the gospel, then it's all, you know, it's we have the authority to just dust the sand off our feet and move on to the next person.
See, that's what I'm getting at, though. Now I'm sand on your feet because I don't want to listen to it. So now I'm sand on your feet.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Because if you don't want to, if you, for instance, that what Jesus said, that doesn't mean that we stop befriending people who are not believers, who choose not to accept Christ. You know, we can still befriend them, of course, with the ultimate agenda of showing them the love of Christ. However, when it comes to, you know, when you're in a discussion and it seems like it's getting nowhere, that's what Jesus is talking about. You just, you know, just leave it alone. This person is obviously not interested. They're saying stupid stuff, and they're not really trying to reason with you. Just the sand off your feet and move on. That's what Christ was talking about. He's not talking about just like cut them off, or refuse to answer some of their objections or anything.
Well, Veckel, brother, can I ask you a question, bro?
Yeah, sure.
Do you have a problem with Christians that say that, you know, people that don't believe in God can't be moral?
Do I have a problem with people saying that?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, because it's not true. People that don't believe in God are just as moral as everybody else.
Amen.
The problem is they don't. People that don't believe in God, I don't believe that they have a basis, an objective basis for morality. That's where I.
So you're just saying, like, even though they don't give God the credit for their morals, they still do good moral things, and we are still glad. We would much rather them do good moral. Well, would much rather realize that, you know, God is a source. But worst case scenario, we want them to still be good moral people, even if they don't acknowledge a belief in a God, rather than running around and chop people's faces off.
Right.
There you go.
Isaiah 64:6 says, "Our righteousnesses are as filthy rags." What does that mean? That means that even on our best days as human beings, not even the greatest thing that we can do that's benefited in society is good enough for God to accept you and to receive eternal life. So God's going to look at that and say, "Oh, you saved 2 kids out of a fiery building, and you crossed the grandma across the street? Okay, that's great. But what is that to me? Are you trying to get eternal life from me because you did those things? Not going to happen."
That is really sad. That's the problem that I have with Christianity as a belief, because that's really sad that a God would look at you and say that.
And the reason why you come to that conclusion, and ma'am, the reason why you come to that conclusion is because of what the Apostle Paul says in 1 Corinthians 1:18, is because the gospel does not make any sense to those that are perishing. And that's the truth. And that's not to be said as an offense to anyone here, but that is the truth. That is exactly what we experience here on the internet. With people who don't believe. But that, again, that doesn't say, that verse that I just quoted does not say that a non-believer cannot do anything or moral on a temporal level. They can. Okay, we even see God blessing those that don't believe in Him. We call it common grace. The sun rises on the wicked as well as the just. You know, same thing with the rain. But that doesn't mean that, you know, an atheist can't do anything moral. We say these things all the time. Atheists do moral things all the time. However, that morality that they're practicing is not grounds for them to receive eternal life.
Yeah, it's like apples and oranges. It's like, you know, you can do all kinds of good stuff, and God may be like, okay, well, good job, but that has nothing. Not that it's not, I mean, not only that it's not enough, it's completely in the wrong area. It's apples and oranges. So it's like, well, I saved, kittens from a burning building, and I did this, and I did this. It's like, okay, great, but that has absolutely nothing to do with this whole afterlife concept. And the whole filthy rags, it's like, well, how do you look at it, right? So if you see God as like, you know, you're a sniveling little worm and you can't do anything right, that's pretty, you know, dehumanizing. That's, you know, doesn't make you feel so great. But, you know, I've always looked at that. I feel accurately so. You know, this God is portrayed as like this parental figure. It's kind of like this, you know, parent-child relationship is how it's portrayed in the Bible with all of us and God. And it's great for analogous purposes like this. So, when my kid, I love her to death, right? She's my kid. She's almost 3. She can't do a whole lot that I would put much stock in. Like, the greatest thing she can do is, like learn simple tasks and words and sentences and stuff like that. So I love her, and it's like, hey, if you want to, just be in my house, there's unconditional love because you're my kid. That's the reason, because you're my child. There's really nothing she can do that's going to help me and my family's ultimate life and finances, economy, stuff like that. She just can't do anything. So in a sense, her righteousness, her good works would essentially be like filthy rags. There's nothing I can use. She can't do anything that I can do anything with. However, a completely different issue, because she's my child, it doesn't matter if she can't go get a job and work in a factory and really contribute to our finances or our household or our way of life. None of that matters. She's my kid, so I accept her just because she's my kid. She doesn't need to do anything. I don't expect her to do anything, and she can't really do anything.
Right.
None of that matters. If she's my kid, she's my kid.
Nate, to those of us that believe God is a loving Father, but the people that don't believe yet can't see that. They just see the hate. They say your God's evil, and it's like, well, we get that, but if if your dad spanked you at some point, would you call him evil for trying to correct you?
They may for a week or two, but then usually reasonable heads prevail, and they're like, well, I was kind of a butt. I guess I needed that. I'm a better person for it.
All right, back to the basics of morality. Because I hear people bring it up. Well, what's your basis of morality for that? It doesn't matter where your basis of morality comes. We've been told everyone has morality. It's like painting a house. It doesn't matter where you bought that can of paint as long as you get the house painted. Okay? It's the same paint made by the same company, and just because one store sells it cheaper than the other, it's still the same paint. Same as morality. It's still the same morality. We all have the same morality. Just because you get it from your God and we get it from ourselves, it's still the same morality. So
No. Where do you get it, Bob? Where do you get it? Society, right?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you get it from. It's still the same morality.
Well, to you, it doesn't matter.
It's still the same morality. Right. And it doesn't matter because you guys think it matters because it's going to be how you get into heaven. Okay.
Well, Bob, and let's share the exact same.
No.
In life itself, and how people are dealt with, and how things are done, it doesn't matter.
But you can't say it's the same morality. You would have to be my clone, but you be an atheist and me a theist. We would have to have the same position on every single issue for it to be the same morality. So where your basis is, there's some things that bridge and can converge. For example, I think a lot of theists and atheists would generally say, indiscriminately murdering people is wrong. Most of us can agree on that, so same morality. But then some people would say, well, look, on abortion issues, atheists would say, well, it's only potential life. It's not really a child. It's not really a person yet, so it's okay. And a theist would say, well, we differ there. So it's not the same morality. So where you get your morality really matters on fine-tuning your morality. So if you get it from a theist perspective, a lot of theists believe that, life begins at conception. Therefore, it's an unfortunate, immoral thing anytime an abortion happens. So it is not the same morality. So your source really plays a lot of factors into what how you fine-tune your morality.
That's right.
If you want to go with that abortion thing, you think it's life begins at conception because it has potential for life? Or is it just when that sperm hits the egg?
No, I think life. I don't think life begins at conception because it starts a potential life. I think life begins at conception because that is a life. I mean, what you're saying, you just quoted your own position. I think you said, if life, I say life begins at conception, and whatever you said was not right. It was like a wrongly formed sentence. I mean. Not that your whole point's wrong, but the way you said that sentence was just.
It was well-formed, yeah. All right, so.
Yeah, say that sentence again, if you can.
The thing is what I'm getting to is the potential for life. You have the egg and the sperm. Are those only become life when they're together, or are they life on their own, and they get together and create a different life?
Okay, yeah, for me, I'm not too dogmatic. I mean, when there's some sign of life, when there's a brainwave, or when there's a heartbeat, or something like that, I'm good with saying, like, just like anything else. Like, we think if there's a single-celled organism on Mars, that's life. But when there's like things that far surpass that inside a woman's body, well, then it's only a potential life. So yeah, I'm good with like a brainwave, a heartbeat. I mean, anything like that.
So it's not at conception; it's when the brainwave and the heartbeat starts.
Well, I know plenty of atheists who are pro-life.
Yeah,
well,
same.
yeah, I don't. I'm pro-life too. I mean, well, I'm pro-life but pro-choice. I detest abortions. I don't think anybody should have an abortion, but I'm not going to put my thoughts onto someone else on how they should have, if they should have an abortion or not.
That's kind of my take on it.
So, but the thing is, so do you believe life begins when that sperm hits the egg, or when a brain starts functioning and the nerves start functioning?
I do.
Either or. Like, conception's fine. I don't know how I'm going to prove that. I don't really care. It's not my field. It's not my interest. So, in some way, shape, or form, if in the bare minimum, conception. In a little more, heartbeat, brain wave function, something like that. So, to nail it down to either or, I can't do. I don't feel like I need to do.
Then you have a subjective morality too. You just gave me
what?
You just gave me a subjective morality because you just gave me subjective. You don't know if life begins at the conception, where almost all other Christians.
That has nothing to do with morality. That has to do with life. I don't know how you're making a case from me giving my opinion on what I consider to be the starting point of life. We weren't even talking about morality. We were talking about what I believe starts in life.
Yeah, and
There's
also
nothing to do with morality in that.
Yeah, and also what he said doesn't necessarily represent what the tenets of our faith either. He's speaking out of opinion. So therefore, that meant that claim that you just made, him saying that he has subjective morality, I don't know if that necessarily applies.
I mean, yeah, there's no moral judgment to be passed here. The only judgment to be passed is what I deem as life.
But we were just talking about abortion, and you.
Okay.
And that's why we were talking about abortion. That's where I was trying to go. Where do you consider abortion killing or murdering a life?
Well, Nate would say he would agree that
you just when a brain starts functioning. Well, then other Christians believe it's at conception. So there's a subjective morality right there between Christians.
Well, okay. Well, let's just. This is really confusing. Can we just forget the fetus for a second? So I do happen to believe there is some objective morality, and it starts and ends with this deity, right? So if this deity has a very objective morality, because he's like, hey, this, regardless of all the theists, we're all going to be subjective in how we live up to this objective morality, because we're all unique individuals. So, just because God, I believe, has a very objective morality, and there's a very, kind of objective morality laid out in the Bible, we are all going to be subjective in how we live up to that objective standard.
That's right. Yeah, it's just regarding the when life starts. I mean, there's opinions on that, as we can see, amongst Christians. Does it start with conception, or? And I'm not sure if, I don't know, maybe you guys can correct me on that. Is the Bible clear on that when life starts? Does it start at conception or what?
I don't believe it speaks to that. I'm not aware of anything where it speaks to that.
Yeah. I know that I was conceived in my mother's womb, so that's in a... Yeah, actually, let's run on that real quick. Some Christians... Hold on, let's run on that real quick. Some Christians would assert that the verse in Psalm, I think it's Psalm 51, actually, or maybe somewhere else, where David says, I was conceived in iniquity. So they would assert that is proof that at the moment of conception, life begins. But that verse doesn't say that. It doesn't imply that necessarily.
Okay.
Message. But I do believe, like most Christians, that conception, life starts at conception. That's what I believe.
But that's just foolish. Life is chemistry, and chemistry started with the universe.
Oh, Lucifer! Hey, welcome to the room.
Like life started billions of years ago.
You're gonna tell us the truth, everybody.
But wait, now the thing is you get your basis and your objective morality from God. Well, then God would have given you that objective morality to know whether which point of that life that is being born or developing inside a woman would be the point of life for
I
all
don't think so.
Christians.
I don't
So
think
it's
so.
not objective.
No, I don't think so. I disagree with that.
Did
But
you
see,
see what's
that's
going?
subjective.
Do you
I
see
disagree.
what's kind of going on here, though? You've got an avatar of me with Saturn, you've got an upside down star, and you got Lucifer over there, and it's kind of like there's this attitude that, oh, let's make fun of the, opposing views here. Did anybody catch that besides me?
I don't think you
I
understand who I
did
am.
not. I mean, I'm having such a hard time piecing this together. Like the conversation's good, but it's like we're trying to.
All
Well,
over
it
the-
sounds like your name is trying to take like 2 or 3 completely different subjects and like transpose them on one, and I'm just having a hard time trying to make sense of it.
No, it's just it.
Oh, that's not.
All I'm simply saying is we wonder why there's so much repression in the world and so much psychosis and depression and all the things that go on with people just in general. And here's a perfect example of it right here. If you cannot accept the fact that belief is one thing and fact is something else, you just go in a circle. You go in a circle, and then people get mad.
Did that happen in a
You want to know? You know what? You want to know fact? A fertilized egg is life. If you don't believe that, then go fuck yourself.
Wow, how very open-minded. That's awesome.
All right, no, but the thing was, we were talking about objective morality, and the basis, we're supposed to, like I said, everyone has the same morality. You guys get your morality from, you think you get your morality from God, so you have a basis for your morality. But you don't have a basis for morality because you're both discussing abortion, and you both have a different morality for it. So either one of you is not a true Christian and hasn't gotten the enlightenment from God on what point of life
No.
is when abortion is carried out to be murder, because one will accept abortion up to a certain point, and the other one won't.
Nah,
So,
I disagree with that.
No,
I
no.
disagree.
I would address this. Like,
That's wrong.
well,
That's
you
wrong.
can add some.
That's objective morality.
Well,
No.
can I add some hinges to these swinging doors? So I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's moral, and neither is Veckel. Like we're talking about life. So just because I still think it's wrong. I think it's a horrible thing. Any loss of life or potential life, I think it's horrible. I think it's unfortunate from a secular standpoint. From a theist standpoint, I do believe it would be this kind of sinful thing. Which, by the way, if you don't believe in a God, then don't worry about that. But that's just my beliefs. So just because I believe that, but ultimately I'm not willing to force my beliefs on people. And I say, well, okay, I think you guys should have the right to choose, as the mother carrying this potential life or life, you have the right to choose. That does not mean I endorse it or think it's moral. I think it's totally immoral.
I think the standpoint Nate has, I don't think anyone would disagree with that. I think that the problem is when people decide that they're going to try and enforce their view on other people's and decide what control they have over other people's abortions.
I agree with that.
So.
Thank you.
I agree with that too. That's why I have a problem with if you have a gay couple coming into an Orthodox Christian church and trying to force them to hold a gay same-sex wedding, and then they take them to court when they refuse to do so. I fight against that as well.
Oh, I think that's man. If
I haven't heard of that case, so I haven't heard of that case yet.
Yeah, it's true. It happened somewhere down south, somewhere. I think it was in Texas.
Yeah, I think that's the opposite side of the coin. That's also a horrible thing.
Yeah, that is bad. I mean, I don't agree with that, but I haven't heard the whole case, so I wouldn't know how to reply to that.
Okay.
I think it would all be better if people just had a little thicker skin.
Yeah, I think that and I mean no offense by saying this, but this is what I perceive here. It just seems like people have an axe to grind, at least some people, and when they get into these conversations, they just kind of throw in all these things about, okay, well, what about this and what about that? How could you worship this God and all this other stuff? And I find myself constantly in conversations where I'm having to explain what this verse is saying, or what this part of the Bible says, or what this Christian is doing and how it opposes, or it goes in line with what Scripture, it just seems to me. And again, people keep bringing up about the horrible things that people do to each other. Again, the Bible talks about all of these things. And these are the result of the depravity of man, as described in the Bible. So, if you want to know why people hate gay people, or why people are racist, or why people murder, the Bible talks about these things. It's called the depravity of man. I'm sure everyone in here could agree with. Everyone, man is just Depraved.
All right, but I hope you weren't talking about me when you said had an axe to grind.
I'm talking about. Well, yeah. Part of that is involving you, sir. Yeah, sure.
Did I tell you about the point? I mentioned it yesterday. I mentioned it before. I have two daughters. One, I said I used to drive them to church. So I've sat in church with them a couple times. I encourage my daughter in her church. She goes to Haiti. This will be her 4th year in a row she's gone to Haiti to do missionary work to the children in Haiti, and I help pay for that. So I don't have an axe to grind against Christianity. I have nothing wrong with Christianity. I encourage my daughter in it. She likes it. I encourage her in it. So there's no axe to grind. Okay.
Oh, so you have axe to grind with individuals then?
No, what I have an axe to grind is when people try and tell other people how to live. Whether it's the gay people trying to force Christians to let them get married in church when they don't believe in it, or when it's Christians trying to tell gay people they can't be married because it goes against their book.
All right.
Exactly.
You have a problem
bothers me too, but no one's
so you
doing
don't have a problem with the tenets of our faith. You have a problem with individuals who claim to be Christian. As I'm sure Nate and Rev would agree with me on as well. We have issues with some Christians as well.
Oh yeah, I mean I don't have a problem. I mean you guys can have. I told G-Man, hell, I'd buy G-Man a megaphone to help him preach. I don't care if you guys can preach all you want. It's when your tenets and your beliefs encroach on other people's lives. If you believe that you can go out and talk to people and try and bring them to Christ, then that's fine. When law, like even
makes them look fucking stupid.
Even Nate has said this. When people try and pass laws to try and tell other people how to live according to a book, then that's where I draw the line.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. I don't care what you believe, but when it starts impinging on some other people's right to believe what they want to, when you're trying to force people to believe what you believe, and then when they don't, you insult them. That's when I have a problem.
I agree.
America was never meant to be a theocracy.
That's right. And
it seems like, what was it? Jesus says, people are going to hate you because of me. I mean, let's make sure that's the reason, if anyone has a problem with you, that's the reason. Not because, you're trying to force stuff on people or, you suck. Make sure if people have a problem with you, it's because of Jesus. And coincidentally, lots of non-theists do not have a problem or even care about this whole, hey, Jesus died for your sins, believe him, live forever. That's the gospel in a nutshell. And almost no one I found has a problem with that. Everyone has a problem with things that I feel there should not be a problem over. So if Christians didn't try to force their beliefs on others, well then all these non-Christians, seemingly that's their main source of contention. So if Christians didn't do that, people wouldn't have a problem with it, and then it would be back to, hey, do you want to hear about Jesus? No thanks. Well, okay.
Yeah, that's what I believe. I believe that if Christians weren't trying to force their beliefs, not all Christians, I'm sorry, if we're trying to force their beliefs and their way of life on other people, atheists wouldn't be here. I mean, atheists would just be going on living their lives. Nobody would be complaining.
I disagree with that wholeheartedly, and here's why. Because again, going back to what I was saying about what the Bible teaches about the depravity of man, people in this world are depraved. Okay, even Christians have a problem with some of the things that Jesus said. Okay, so I would personally have to disagree with you on that. I think if even if no one ever preached the gospel message, man would still find a way to oppose the word of God. That's just the way it is.
And that is our right to do that.
And,
that's your right to do that. That's your right to question things if you want to. I don't have to believe what you believe. I don't.
I'm glad that you question it. I wish more Christians would challenge their faith because, again, we're told to examine ourselves, and it seems like a lot of Christians are just getting very complacent, and they don't want to. They just want to go to church and then go to Denny's after that, but they don't want to challenge their faith. They don't want to examine what the scriptures are saying. They don't want to know why it is what they believe. They just want to say, oh, whatever the pastor says.
And you know how I opposed Christianity. I because I'm in the last 20 years I've been that one. I've taken my daughter to church and I've encouraged her in what she believes and what her beliefs are. And I did not say anything about it. I didn't go to church. I didn't buy Christian books. I didn't buy Christian music. I didn't go to Christian concerts. I didn't go see Christian movies. I didn't. That's how I did. I didn't speak out against Christians. I didn't go and try and erect Satan statues and do all kind until Christians and this thing about this the gay marriage started coming up. Okay, I didn't when you say they're going to find a different way to do it. Yeah, they're going to do it like they've always done it, and not say anything, and not buy it, and not support Christianity. What else? What would they be doing if it wasn't for this? Do you think they would just start rounding up Christians and burning them at the stake? I mean, I don't understand why you say they'd find something else to do besides just sit here on the internet cussing about it.
Well, because I believe that what the Bible says about the depravity of man, and because I believe that's a fact, and we see so many evidences of people just opposing Christianity just for the simple fact that they just hate God. That is why I believe that it doesn't matter if a Christian says something or not. That because man is so depraved, somebody somewhere along the line will eventually do something or say something against God.
I don't have a problem with the Christian God. I have a problem with what people use the Christian gods to do to other people. That's where I have a problem.
You're talking about
We
individuals,
agree so much right now.
Yeah, we do. I agree too, wholeheartedly. Yep. Separation of church and state. The Bible teaches that.
Well, the fact of the matter is, if people were actually obeying Christ, they would do two things. They would know that God exists and love Him with all their heart, soul, and mind, and they would love others as themselves. It doesn't matter if they're gay or whatever. You love people. That's what He told us to do.
That's right. That's right.
Help people. And I go out of my way to help people.
We don't condone the sinful behaviors of various individuals, but we still respect and love them and pray for them.
Right, but everyone sins. I mean, sin according to the Bible. There's no one that doesn't.
You think people can sin?
Huh?
I just always find it funny that Christians think people can actually sin.
Another way of saying that is, would you find? Well, I guess Lucifer. Another way of saying that would you find it's funny that people think that no one is perfect?
No.
I mean, I don't find it funny or sad. I just think it's a thing. So, I mean, it's like, well, do people sin? Yeah. So, I mean, by that, I mean, I don't think anyone is perfect. Sorry if there's anyone that wants to refute that, but I think most people will be like, yeah, we're not going to be that guy that says we're perfect.
Perfection is a fallacy.
To my understanding of what how people define sin, it is to go against God. I think it's cute. I think it's cute that people think they can go against God.
Yeah, I don't think that's that's not a definition I would use either. I do think it would be cute.
So says
people think they can go against God, but I wouldn't say that's what sin is. I think sin would just be using this limited free will to not align with God. Limited. I said limited.
I'm not even.
Yeah.
I'm not even talking about free will when I was saying that.
Oh right, but I was just adding that because I think it's pertinent because if someone were to go against God, either they're defeating this Almighty God, which I don't think anyone would agree to, even the people that don't believe God, that based on the narrative of God, they would say, well, no, the descriptions of this God, no one can challenge him. So I think the only way someone could be perceived to go against God is by using some limited parameters God gives to make their own choices. That's all I meant by that.
And apparently, if we hate anybody that's sentient and living, right? Apparently we are going against God. That's what Jesus tells us.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's why that book's wrong.
And this is coming from a guy named Lucifer.
Not judging, but
kind of sticking to the subject. I don't know if it is. If it's going to run down a rabbit trail, just forget it. But I just thought.
Blame it on the devil.
I seen a couple memes. And these things are stupid, but I seen them. Anyways, about how left-handed children or left-handed people were supposed to be thought of the devil, and how then there was another one where I don't know if it was the Old or New Testament. I didn't read on to it. like I said, I don't have time to do all the research on these. That's why I ask you guys about
More
if
idiocy.
they're blind or deformed or crippled, they're not allowed into the temple or something like that. And that's it. Just those two.
Well, I mean, anything to do with the temple would be Judaism, so non-applicable to this Christianity thing.
Yeah, I just didn't know if anybody heard about it in the Bible, so they could let me know about it. And then the left-handed thing too. I mean, was that a thing where
at the stake if they're left-handed?
Well, I missed part of what you said. You said that you were wondering if there's a verse in the Bible that says that people who are left-handed are.
Well, yeah, because we're talking about the morality and then being good Christian or whatever. And I didn't know, like I said, if it's a rabbit trail, don't go there. But because I did see two memes about one, it said something about being left-handed. That left-handed people were considered of the devil, and also.
That's very stupid. So let's move on.
I know, but that's what I was. Well, because it kind of ties into the morality thing.
But I think a good rule of thumb is if you see a meme, do not think it's accurate or factual.
Thank you.
I know that's why I'm asking. I don't have time to check this out. That's why I'm asking.
It's propaganda. That's all. It's just it just means to getting people to decide a certain position without even doing any examination. Yeah, but I have to admit some of the memes are funny.
Left-handed people are of the devil or sinners or something.
It's because they represented the left-hand path, which is supposed to be the path of Cain or the devil. I know what you're talking about. I get it.
Huh?
I was just wondering, is there some
And that's
place in the
very, very stupid, ignorant Christians, quote unquote. They're idiots.
I never heard that before.
Exactly. It's like people once believed if your eyebrows grew together, you weren't to be trusted because you were like a werewolf or something. There's all kinds of superstitions like that.
God condemns the unibrow. Give me a break.
Yes, even God hates the unibrow.
Well, they did say Jesus used to have a nice pair of tweezers with him at all times. So
those poor unibrowists.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Are they in the Bible? Those just superstitions, and
I cannot honestly think of anything remotely related to that in the Bible. I think maybe there was something about the crippled thing, but I think there's more to it. But as far as the left-hand thing, I'm not aware of anything. And as far as the crippled thing, that was some Jewish thing.
Yeah, probably. Maybe in the Talmud or something.
Well, I mean, just the fact that it's a temple. Like, Christians don't have temples. Like, we are the temple, right? So any, physical structure that's called temple, that's a Jewish thing.
Well, it's an esoteric thing. As above, so below. They have the image of Baphomet with the left hand down, pointing down and the right hand pointing up, right? It's just esoteric bullshit.
Baphomet's the demon with boobs, right?
Yeah, the male-female thing. Yeah.
With the goat's head, right?
Yeah, something.
And we see where Nate's mind goes.
I just remember Seth has that shirt of Baphomet, and every time I see it, it's like a goat with boobs.
Yeah, there's nothing. I'm doing research on this now. I'm not seeing anything regarding the left.
No, I just had a quick look, and it's something to do with symbolism about someone sitting at someone's right hand and someone sitting at someone's left hand. It's not a direct thing about left-handed people being dead or something.
Yeah, that's insane. That's kind of what that reminds me of. That reminds me of how you have people that always say love is the root of all evil, or money is the root of all evil. And they say, yeah, that's from the Bible, but it's often misquoted.
The love of money.
The love of money is the root of all evil. And
Bingo.
actually, in Greek, it would be all kinds of evil, actually, if you look at the word all. But that's neither here nor there. But it just reminds me of how people are, they take something from the Bible and then it eventually evolves into something that has nothing to do with what's in the Bible. And it's like the left-handed thing. That's what that reminds me of. So.
And it's like someone said, it's like people can use all this stuff and make a case for anything. So that's not the issue. Like clearly, it doesn't matter if God is like, hey, do this one thing. People can mess that up to do like 10 things or the opposite of that one thing. So that's not the problem, the way people interpret it. I think the problem is when people, sincerely do this for accuracy and they want the best understanding they can possibly get versus someone intentionally doing this to further it.
Nomo, you gotta mute soon.
Now,
you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing me.
Headphones. Hold on a second.
So yeah, that's not the problem. The problem is, take all these interpretations, all these different views, and find the honest ones. Like if you want to, bend Christianity to make it a more like, condemning religion because you have your own issues, well then that's inaccurate because you're clearly being biased. But I think, non-theist and theist alike, if we really try to be diligent, and it doesn't matter about our personal feelings or what our emotional level is, if we just want to pursue what we believe is accurate, then consider those. So people that do this stuff to make memes and things like that, I think that speaks for itself. Like a lot of times people will be like, well, look, your view of God, if someone's like a hippie, lovely, like, peaceful type person, they're like, look, isn't it coincidence that your Christianity is all peaceful and loving just like your personality? And if someone's real harsh and like hard-lined, they're like, well, look, it isn't any wonder that God and your Christianity is really hard and rigid. It's like, well, first of all, either they believe this was right and they conform to what their view of God was, or they have conformed their view of God to meet their needs. And one of those seems to be a good way, and one of those seems to be a bad way.
It's a good point.
You can't go wrong with love. Which Christ told us to do through every single action that he did on this planet here while he lived. He was showing nothing but mercy and grace to everybody. And that's what we should do as Christians.
That's right.
Actually, Zacchaeus' body was pretty lactose intolerant.
The most random thing. You don't say that at a job interview, do you?
Job interview.
Oh, wait, actually, no. You're eternal, so you don't have a job.
I think he's already got the top job, to be honest. I don't think there's... The only way's up, right?
Yeah. Of all the accents in the world, why the heck do you have, like, a European accent, man?
Well, I don't know. Some people think it's Indian. I've had someone tell me it's South African. Right?
You almost sound like you have, like, a Swedish accent or something.
But isn't that more like... what's that place in America that sounds kind of Swedish? The Swedish people... No. Swedish people have like an up and down to their voice.
Who are the people who talk like that?
Amish.
Fargo?
Is that like from... Is that like...
Fargo?
Who talks like that? What accent is that?
Dutch. Pennsylvania Dutch sound like that.
It's so funny when I hear that.
You're not talking about Pittsburgh, are you? I mean, Pittsburgh or Philadelphia. So.
Well, didn't God start Adam and Eve over there in Europe? So, I mean, if everybody was made in His image and He started them over there with that accent, you figure the angels and Satan would have that accent.
What about Adam and Eve? I missed part of what you said.
Well, you're talking about the accent. I'm just saying, well, if Adam and Eve were started over there in Europe somewhere, right? The Garden of Eden was over in Europe. That accent would have carried over the ages, so and they were made in God's image, so God must have started with that accent.
I think they probably had a Midwest, Missouri type accent.
Welcome, Secular. Long time no see.
I think it was Brooklyn, but anyway.
Oh, that would be amazing.
Did you guys get it all figured out? Have we got it all figured out now? The Christian-atheist debate is over now? We
solved it?
Yes.
We solved it?
I am God, pay me homage, send me your tithes.
Absolutely. I mean, God does not exist, but for some reason, science can't prove it.
What?
Well, why would science prove it or disprove it? That's like asking a plumber to come and take a look at your car. I always love that.
And people that believe in God have their belief in God, but they can't prove it either, right?
You tell us how you don't believe in Santa Claus, and then we'll just do that.
Oh my
God. Santa Claus? Are you fucking kidding me? What does Santa Claus have to do with God? He just gives people presents. You think believing in God has to do with presents?
But I like presents.
I need a new car. I want this job. Oh God, please give me this promotion.
Oh, absolutely, yes. And all those people out there that don't have a job, it's because of God.
God must not exist because I prayed for a Lambo and I don't have one.
Yeah, what a ripoff.
You better go to Creflo Dollar's church.
Amen.
What you got to do is become a televangelist. Then you'll have all kinds of cars.
Oh, thank you, Jesus! Thank you, Jesus! You healed me, Jesus! Yeah. And all they want is money in their fucking bank account.
Being the loudest doesn't make you right.
Yeah, why is everyone so loud? Like 3 people got really loud and it's hurting my ears.
Sorry.
I think it's someone with Google Hangout or plugin or something.
Google has
very
been
great.
acting really weird lately, so.
Now Feckle's like super quiet.
Rev just got full of the Holy Spirit.
You don't know anything about that, Lucifer.
Well, it's not the real thing, but it's a turn of phrase.
Well, Lucifer, I do hate the mainstream churches, and I think Jesus would at this point, too.
Yeah, probably. Hey, Lucifer, do you honestly expect people to believe anything that come out of your mouth with a name like that?
That's not necessarily what I'm worried about.
Okay, then why do you even bother making comments?
Why would I bother to not?
Beckle's got a real issue with this guy's being called Lucifer, doesn't he? It's really under your skin. Like, it really bothers you that he has.
Actually, I think the guy's a troll, so I just have fun with him.
I think the southern term is in his craw.
Yeah, I don't think Veckel is really annoyed by me.
Me and Rand got on him really good that one time. That was kind of fun.
And that's when you discovered my personal motivation.
Yeah, your personal motivation for coming on the Earth was to find pizza. And you said you've still never been in New Jersey yet.
Well, I'm coming. I'll be in America like in the next month.
You will?
Yes.
Wait, America's been around for over 200 years and you haven't been here yet?
Look, it takes a long time to walk the Earth to and fro, okay?
You don't have like a flying dragon with, black dragon with wings on it?
No.
Oh, man.
I'm going to throw it out there just for the heck of conversation because we have some slightly differing views. We have a couple Christians and believers and whatnot. I'd love to hear your take on Satan, like your belief in Satan, like because they vary. Like, are there people in here that believe that Satan is a literal deity, that his only mission on Earth is to tempt man? That's his whole existence, or do you think it's more of a metaphorical thing, or somewhere in between? Or
I happen to think it's a real thing. I believe it's a thing.
Bullshit fictional construct.
Wait,
as the man making the claim, the thing like that, no doubt he will condemn theists for making these claims baselessly.
Are we also asking me?
I'm asking anyone.
What do you think about yourself?
Yeah, what do you think
I
about
don't know. I think it's my job to steer people in a good way, and I'm also in charge of the cleansing fire, and that's about it. I mean, I'll get little do-for-me things from God all the time, but that's not really why I was made.
No.
Well, first of all, Lucifer's not Satan. He was like the king of Tyr or something like that. He was a Babylonian leader, so we can't even condemn him for that.
God of music.
I am the same person, but if I came down and said I was Hashatan, no one would know who I was.
No, actually, the Lucifer. Well, you're partly right about that. Secular in Isaiah 14. That's what most Christians would call a dual prophecy. So he's speaking to one person, but he's giving an attribute clearly to somebody else.
So they're like, are there Christians that believe that Lucifer is like an actual person or a being that's walking around right now?
All but that last part.
Yeah, we believe he's a real person.
I don't believe he's like traveling the desert or something.
Right.
So you think that
there's
there's
like a physical entity?
He's not in Google Hangouts, but.
So you think that there's a physical entity whose only, the only reason for even existing in this day and age is just to tempt people 24/7. All he wants to do, that is for thousands of years. That's all that's on his mind.
Not exactly. So mostly. I don't think it's physical. I think there's this unseen realm, spiritual energy, whatever you want to call it. I think there's something like that. and I think this being exists there. And I don't think he's like, oh, another day at the office, I'll punch in and tempt some people. I really think he has nothing except, really the most like ungood intent for people. So I really think he tries to wreak havoc where he can. That's my belief. We're talking about spiritual energy stuff. Things that I want to make a point are not like foundational to this faith. But
How
yes,
can you
I
stop
happen to
it?
believe that.
What can you do to stop it?
You got some things right. Like normally, I don't have a body, right?
Listen to this guy.
I'm not out to like do something bad for you. Like
No, you're just here for the pizza.
Well, I think sometimes people need a certain path, and sometimes other people need different paths, and I try to put them on those.
I came to Earth because I love Liberace.
I just want to throw it out there, and I'm just throwing it out there. Like it seems kind of like egocentric to think that, physical or not, that there's like a being out there whose only real concern and purpose for existence is just to wreak havoc on mankind. Like, why would it care?
Well, I don't get it. Well, I mean,
because
he's the personal opinion
of hate. Like, I know who Satan's supposed to be, so you don't have to tell me like he's, the adversary and all this kind of stuff. I'm just saying, but why would a deity for thousands of years care about what your fate is? Like,
well,
I don't
this
understand.
is why. So I'd stop short of calling him deity. But I mean, I really think, biblically speaking, in my own opinion, that because of his little spat and this whole rebellion in heaven, and he was unhappy with his position, so the story goes. I really think he knows that his future is pretty darn bleak, and he hates this God and everything good. And it seems that this God really loves us as his creation. So it seems that this devil can't do a whole lot to get back at God. He's in kind of a bad predicament there. So the best thing he can do to get back as God is really wreak havoc on the thing God loves, us.
But that's like the world's longest grudge. That's got to be the history in the world of the history of the world. It's the world's longest grudge. Because I mean, I can't think of anybody so petty that would.
Yes,
and really, if we want to take it that way, like Satan in the Bible is really not a bad character. I mean, he only kills 10 people, and that was under the instruction of God.
There's that argument again.
Well, no, but really, he's not. I mean, the New Testament, says lots of different stuff. He tempts Jesus and all this, but he's sent by God. Like, he's just another angel. He's an adversary in the court
according
of God.
to whose standards, though?
This idea that he was a serpent and that he has like all these angels, that's a Christian.
Wait. Let me ask a question. According to whose standards, you compare, that Satan only killed 10 people while God killed thousands of people. So according to whose standard is he better? Is he more or
I didn't say it was better. I just didn't say it was a bad character. I'm not comparing him to what God does or
but I've heard those exact words that you just mentioned about how Satan killed 10 people or something like that. I've heard many times. So you obviously got it from somewhere, probably the same place.
Well, it doesn't matter where I got it. I know. I'm not making the argument that Satan is more moral than God. I know where you're going with that. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying the character of Satan has been demonized in kind of post-Christian paradigm. It's not, the Satan of the Bible is not an evil deity that has, his only real point.
Well, I mean, well, here's the thing. This is the last thing I can say. I got to run. Thanks for the good conversation, by the way. But so the Satan in the Bible, in the Old Testament, in Job, you seem to get that idea. But also in this Bible, if there is any shred of truth to the accuracy of the word spoken by this Jesus guy in the Bible, he clearly has a very different view of Satan. He's like, look, I saw him fall from heaven like lightning. He's like, he wants to kill you. He wants to destroy you. So, Jesus has some very heavy-handed things. So you can definitely say maybe the early church fathers or tradition has demonized Satan even more than the demon that Jesus seems to think he is. But nonetheless, if there's any accuracy to these words recorded by Jesus, then he definitely said
Well, let it back up. They're not words recorded by Jesus. And I don't want to get on that, but there is no book of Jesus.
No.
So, I know, and I already acknowledge that the New Testament, it's a post-Christian paradigm. I understand from a Christian perspective what they think Satan is.
Well, right. So my point is, if Jesus actually is deity, and he really said this stuff about Satan, then he would certainly know better than anyone else, even the people whose religion this is, because he showed up saying, look, guys, this is your religion, this is the laws, but hey, a new time's coming, I'm going to be murdered on a cross, and if you believe in me, you'll live forever. So, Jesus corrects them about Satan, he corrects them about a number of things, basically saying, look, these are the laws, but you guys, you're missing the forest for the trees, and he does this a lot, and then they murder him. Anyways, I do have to run.
Okay.
Well, I hope that made sense, right? Because It's not.
Well, that
just,
makes sense, but that would kind of spiral into a longer conversation. So we'll just leave it there, I guess.
Well, hey, maybe we can pick it up on a later time. But thanks, guys, for the good chat. I'll catch you all later.
See you, man.
See, that's what I don't get. Why do they think Zacchaeus told them that only certain people go certain places? Like, everyone has the same fate. I wouldn't even call it salvation or damnation. It's just kind of is.
It's because people don't want to they don't want to think that possibly when you die, that's just it. You need these deities in a way to make you feel better about yourself. And if you
Hey
do
guys.
something wrong, you don't take personal responsibility. You blame it on a demon with horns and cloven hooves that made you do this. You know, it's not the personal responsibility that you did it because you wanted to.
But see, that's the thing. There isn't even really responsibility. Like, I mean, and that's not like the end of it. But
Well, I went out and I murdered someone because the devil made me do it. There you go. It's his
What?
fault. It's not mine.
I might have quite possibly made someone kill someone. But that doesn't have any bearing on like what happens afterwards.
But I'm just saying that it's hard for a lot of people to stomach the fact that once you die, you're dead and there's nothing after this. So you create gods and
Oh no, I assure you there is something after this.
Ray's got some shit going on.
I got it covered.
I wanted to hey everybody. I just wanted to address the left-handed thing. I think it was Robert who brought up that meme. There was a tradition in the Catholic Church, or specifically Catholic schools. They would actually, if you were writing left-handed, force you to write in your right hand. And I believe the reasoning was that, and I guess you can use scripture because there's references to the right hand of God, Jesus sitting at the right hand of the Father, so it was the stronger hand. So anything done with the left hand was considered evil deeds were done with the left hand. So quite possibly where this meme came from.
I would agree with that. Yeah, because there's no verse in there at all that says anybody uses the left hand as
right.
Yeah, but yeah, it does spawn from those examples. Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of gets confusing too when we look at like cultural beliefs versus like religious beliefs, especially when you look at the Old Testament. There's a lot of really kind of confusing things when you really dig into it. I mean, we always hear about the same verses getting debated about either slavery or a certain Levitical law or something like that. But there are like even in the Book of Psalms and a lot of just not things that are really relevant or conducive to conversations regarding faith or anything like that, so it's probably why you never hear them. But there's a lot of like really interesting cultural references that I think are kind of interesting and kind of get mixed up in that. Like, I mean, the fact is the Israelites and the Canaanites and the people, I mean, the Israelites were basically Canaanites, okay? They were like, they evolved into their own society and whatnot, but they're fundamentally the people had the same base worldviews, you know what I mean? So, I mean, this is why in the Bible they're always talking about how easy it is the Israelites will go with their brothers, right? They'll start slipping back because, I mean, we have archaeological evidence as old as like 10 BC of Israelites storing bowls with Proto-Hebrew on the bowl in their wall, and that's a Canaanite Semitic custom of keeping demons away. And in the Book of Jubilee, and I know Christians are sola scriptura, but I mean the Jews aren't. In the Book of Jubilees, they explain things like, for example, you know, in Genesis it says, you know, there were giants in those days and in these days or whatever. I'm paraphrasing, but like the Book of Jubilees explains that after the flood, God left, like I think something like 10 or 15% of the evil spirits on the planet to tempt, you know, people on Earth and all this kind of stuff. So there's kind of a paradigm that's extra biblical when we read these things that I think is important to look at. Another one would be in Ezekiel, and he uses that phrase, wiser than Daniel, but the Daniel's spelt different. And a lot of people have been perplexed, and they always thought, well, that he's obviously referring to the prophet Daniel. But if you look at the timeline, the prophet Daniel would have been a 10-year-old boy in the time of Ezekiel or something like that. And when you actually study, there was actually, in the Canaanite religion, there's a story of one of the judges, a wise man named Daniel. And it's a whole son. His son is kind of like the flight of Icarus type of story. It has to do with the underworld and all kinds of stuff. But there was an expression that's found in text outside of Israel, like throughout the Canaanite people, Ugarit, Ebla, different places like that, and they use this expression. It's like saying Bob's your uncle. Like that man, he's wiser than Daniel. And Ezekiel uses that phrase. And until like theologists and archaeologists and whatnot, and these are relatively new finds, like in the last 50 years or so, really interpreted that. They always just said, well, it must be talking about the prophet Daniel. We don't know why it's spelled different. But it just little things like that are really interesting. You know? Wow, sure, Mike.
And if you believe that a book is God, then you got a hardcore fucking problem.
Hey guys, I worked as a flight attendant for a very short time, and during the international training, they taught us to never hand anybody from the Middle East or that looks Middle East, don't do it because you never know who's of the faith. Never hand a Muslim something with their left hand, because in many cultures, including them, they use that for personal usage to wipe themselves, and it's considered a major insult. And I don't know where it comes from beyond that, but that was something I had heard. And if I could, I was listening real quick, and I wanted to I lost my connection. I didn't leave, and so I missed everything, and I'm sorry that happened. The lady that's the Saturn. Hello.
Yeah, I'm here. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was listening to the back and forth and how you felt, and I felt that way many times before. And I'm not a believer in the Christian God, but a huge supporter of everybody letting each other live. And I was wondering if you had thought about the fact that, because I've told my gay friends this before when they've talked about this. I said, your relationship with God is yours and yours alone personally, and other people doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what is out there. It's between you and God. And I've said, don't deny that God, if it's calling you, just because man has done something wrong, because they don't, that doesn't matter. God just wants you to follow him. Now, if you don't, and I can't guarantee all of those scriptures are interpreted right. That's what bothers me about it. But I still hold that if I believe in that kind of Judeo-Christian God, I'm going to follow it no matter what, and I don't have to listen to those people. It's your decision as a person to be hurt by those words or to be hurt by other people's actions. You don't have to claim it. You don't have to claim it at all.
Exactly. I'm glad you said that, because that's just what I was trying to say in so many words, that, I don't care what you believe or don't believe. Just don't use it to,
But when we put that out
people.
there, that it's religion's problem, it's a Christianity problem, we then perpetuate it. My big thing here is, let's not perpetuate hate. We know this argument's been going on infinitum. We know that greater men and lesser men have argued the point to the bitter end, and people have died, for both sides. But when are we going to take a positive side? And I'm not excluding all of the banter, because I think this banter helps people to work it out. But when hate starts coming in, and you do this to me, and I don't believe because of this, and we stop asking questions of curiosity and clarification. I can't get anybody to tell me why an omnipotent God would have what appears to me human emotions. So, and that's fine. I keep asking different people, and I want to know. I don't have the agenda to change anybody's mind. I'm not here to preach or anything. I'm here to say, hey guys, let's get along so we don't blow ourselves up or kill everybody. But that's about it. So, sorry, I'm done.
Well, that's okay. I want to take a quick step back to what Rev said last. I just want to say this. I don't normally say it, but amen.
It's amen.
It's amen? Amen?
Amen.
Lucifer, I enjoy interacting with you as if you are Lucifer, because in in reality you could be Lucifer. And I find that whenever you say something, that you actually say what seems to be in alignment, yet telling us what the real Lucifer would say. And I love going there in my mind, you know, and I've seen people react to you and who believe that you were real in the world, and it was an amazing thing to watch. So that's how I approach Lucifer.
And I appreciate that. I don't like people to outright believe me. That's no fun.
Yeah, I think so.
I never would have imagined that Lucifer had that accent, though.
Well,
I never really
maybe
thought
that's
about
just
what
how
accent was.
that's his vibration coming through whatever meat suit he's in. I mean, that maybe just
Lucifer, can you send me a feather from your wings so I can test it?
Well, our wings don't have feathers when we have them.
I mean, I'm the type of person, I'll go out on a limb and say this, and this is how I, all right, I'm going to use the word believe. I don't care what God it is. If they would just make themselves known if they existed. I don't want somebody to hand me a book and say, well, this book says that they exist. I want to see it. I want to see them, and if they were God, they could do that. What is the problem? What's with all the contests and the dogma and the just make yourself known.
Dogma's bullshit. Dogma's bullshit. All right, Bro Joe, can I ask you a question, brother?
You can ask me a question. Doesn't mean I have to answer it, but go ahead.
Why are you a deist?
Have you seen Rocky? Sorry, not Rocky. Damn it, Shanna Rocky. Have you seen her, dude? That's why he's a deist.
I would label myself more of a pantheist or a pantheist, but to answer your question, I think it's reasonable to believe that there is a creator or a source of all things. I don't equate that to, of course, the Judeo-Christian gods, but that would be the simplest answer.
Why do you think it's reasonable to believe there's a creator?
I know many atheists think it's a poor argument, but I would say there's a need for a first cause, prime mover, uncaused cause.
Bro Joe.
I know. I prefaced this. I knew you weren't going to like it.
But that's what I'm saying. There's that word belief. Belief
yeah,
is not it's not fact. I want to see the God. I want them to manifest themselves so that I could know that they exist. I don't want to believe
Holy
they exist.
Shit, Ravens, your audio is so loud.
It's well, turn your speakers down then. I can't do anything about it.
Well, just like if you talk just like that, then that's great.
But I'm just saying, belief is not fact. I don't want to believe. I want to know, and that's the problem. I can't get past that because, as far as for all intents and purposes, it's just there's a God because you believe it, not because it actually exists.
All right, okay, Bro Joe, how would you define source?
You know, it says in the Tao Te Ching, once you start to give you try to put a label to it, you already kind of taken a lot of its essence out. But I would say the source, or what you call God, is and again, this is a pantheistic view, is eminent in everything and transcends.
Hey, Raven.
Yeah.
Raven, for the Judeo-Christian God and their doctrine, that's where faith comes in. And then I know how you feel, and I would not pick that God. What I learned, and I didn't know when I came here, I've been here about 2 weeks, is that there are so many different labels and beliefs. And I have said, this is my belief. I had to actually wait to figure out what they call me, because people would say, well, what are you? And I did not know. I didn't know what I was called. And there's a few things that I've picked, and I don't even know which one I am going to go with. But you go with what you go with, and when I say this is what I am, and I accept my consequences if I am wrong, because if it is that God and I'm wrong, well then I have to, when I take my stance, I need to accept that that may be my consequence. But it's okay. I mean, you don't, if you want to go by faith, then that's what it is. You can't just sit there and ask Christians, well, if I can't see your God, then I can't believe in him. Well, then you don't believe in faith. So go pick another thought or theology where you don't necessarily, that's not required. But if you have to see it, then that may tell you where your belief system is. You can't. It's like if you're looking for an oyster, and you open up an oyster and there's no pearl because you're looking for the pearl. You have a couple choices: scream at that oyster and make it have a pearl, or chuck it over your shoulder, pick up another oyster and open it up and see if it has a pearl. If it doesn't, you can do the same thing again: scream at it for a pearl, or throw it over your shoulder and pick up another one. So it's the same with this. If faith doesn't work for you, you may want to explore somebody else, but I don't think asking Christians or telling Christians that they're wrong because they can't prove their God or that God doesn't manifest itself, that's futile, and I've done it, and we've all done it at certain times.
I mean, I'm not even trying to...
I think the best way to go, Sugar, is your position that all life is sacred. How could any of us deny that one?
Well, and that runs through every religion. That was my point. That I had to find something that ran through everybody, because I don't want anybody having to sacrifice their belief. This path that we walk, the reason that we're on the earth is so varied. It's often painful and it's often joyful, and some of us waste our time and are really damaged by the sins. And I'll use that word. You take from it what it is, the sins or the irresponsibility of those who have done things in the name of a certain religion. And you notice I could have said Christians because that is what is prevalent in my society, but I can't. I have to change my vernacular. I won't say Muslim terrorists anymore because all terrorists aren't Muslim. You know what I mean? We have to change
All right, Sugar, let's let Nomo go. Go ahead, Nomo.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I was away from the mic for a bit. I completely lost track of where we were. My bad.
It does bring up an interesting question, though, and I shouldn't really bring this up before leaving, but the question of faith, especially in Christianity, because we could all agree in modern Christianity, faith is kind of like the cornerstone. It's kind of where it starts, right? But when you look through the Bible, it's really interesting that as far as we're talking like belief in a God or the deity, the Judeo-Christian God that you're speaking of, faith was never required by any characters that are pivotal in the Bible. When you think about it, like that's really a relatively new idea, because like Adam and Eve talked with God. God came down in human form and walked in the garden with them, right? God spoke to Moses face to face. I mean, we can go through all these people. They had direct communication and talked directly to God, right? Jesus performed miracles to convince people because he knew they're not just going to believe him. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden, we require faith. I always found that kind of interesting. I mean, I just wonder why there was this arbitrary line drawn that all of a sudden God is not going to come down and descend as a cloud or a pillar of fire to keep people warm at night. And you know what I mean? Because throughout the Bible, he did appear to be, even Job, the story of Job, right? Job finally called him out and God showed himself. So I mean,
in Hebrews, don't they attribute faith to Abraham and a couple others in the Old Testament as having faith?
Well, sure, but faith is a slippery kind of term that gets used, right? They never had faith. Like Moses never had faith that God existed. He might put his faith in God, that God would be guiding him the right course or whatever. But as in the existence of God, they never required faith in his existence because he spoke directly to them.
Well, Secular, I would ask you this again. Can science prove there is no God?
No, of course not.
Exactly. So there should be an open door, just a possibility,
Well, I'm not saying there's not. I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about faith. That's all.
I got
more
you,
of a
brother.
conversation
I
about
got
faith,
you.
the existence of God. I'm just saying. But I mean, the whole science thing, I don't get into the science proving God or disproving God. Just because what science says doesn't make it so. It just talks about the study of the natural world. I mean, if you believe in a deity that exceeds the natural, hence supernatural, I mean, that's why I say it's kind of like asking a plumber his opinion on what's wrong with your car. I mean, ask a theologian about God. Don't ask a scientist.
I got you, man. Fair enough.
I mean, and like I'm simply saying, I like to study other religions. I read the Bible. I think it's a good read. But am I capable of really being able to sit down and say, yes, there is a God because I believe there is one and I had a dream where I was da 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 da. No, at this point in time, no. And I never have been able to because it's just belief and faith and not fact.
Ray, your camera looks like a Tool video. It's pretty cool.
I am a tool. He's gonna come down in his fucking spaceship and pick us up in a minute.
So I'm confused. I guess I thought that Raven was anti, or that you didn't believe, because you sounded pretty passionate about the fact that God can't show himself.
I'm saying I don't believe because there is no proof to me. A book doesn't prove anything. The books were written by man. That doesn't prove that there's a God. You know.
You know what? I agree with you 100%. For me, but okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood you.
I mean, I love to debate, healthy debate. I love that. But I just, and I don't mean to come off sounding like I'm bashing anyone. Until I can actually see something and know that, yes, that was God. Yes, that was the devil. Yes, this is real. I just can't say, well, I believe and I have faith and there's a God. I can't do it.
Ravens, listen, a book is a book. Has nothing to do with God. It's just ink printed on pages.
I mean,
well,
I
that
get
was
that.
cryptic.
I get that. I'm just saying, to me, evil and good are manifested by the things that people do and do to other people, not a deity.
Exactly, and that's what Christ said. That's what Christ said. You will know them by their fruit. If you love people, then you're of God. It's pretty simple.
You know, Rev,
just don't see the need.
Yeah, Rev, I understand I definitely understand and agree with you. You're limiting God to a book is a little absurd. But you need to admit, as a professing Christian, you wouldn't have no idea of who or what Jesus was, your concept of Jesus, unless you had the book.
Wrong. I never read the book, Brojo. I never read the book.
Okay, so you had no knowledge of a man named Jesus?
I didn't get it from the book, buddy.
Well, I'm saying you had knowledge of a man named Jesus.
My mom taught me about him, yes.
And where'd she get her ideas?
I don't know.
From the book.
Can you prove that? Because I can't.
It's amazing how much of your views are based on ambiguity, Rev.
Well, those are his views. You know what's funny is, for the longest time, I thought Brojo was a Christian, and I thought he was a Christian because he was so polite, so nice, and so sweet. Now, I've never seen him any other way. But for me, that's what I think a Christian should be like. Not that they're perfect, but I find that funny.
Yeah,
well, it's kind of like what everybody should be like anyways. You know what I mean?
Of course, I agree.
That's another thing too that kind of annoys me. It's not like I don't like saying Christians, because it's not all Christians. It's just some Christians, especially in these kind of environments. But a lot of them seem to think they have a monopoly on virtue. Like I've even heard certain people of certain belief persuasions say like things like kindness and that are quote Christian virtues that atheists adopt. And it's to suggest that everybody was just so horrible and heinous to each other until Christianity came along. I find it such a ego-driven, I don't know.
Yeah,
kind of
people
paradigm to have.
Yep.
people want blame. Almost everything can be traced back to character, no matter what it is. That's what I tell people. It's not about God. It's not about gender. It's not about anything other than bad behavior or bad manners. That's what mostly everything comes down to.
I know people ask for a manifestation of God. In Eastern thought, God is present in all things. Um, I often say, and sometimes get ridiculed, especially from my Judeo-Christian brethren, that I am God having a John experience. If everything comes from source, then I'm just an expression of that, just like everything else in nature. That's my concept of God. So I see it more than just a book. I see it more than I think. When people come on here and try to offer some kind of Eastern way of thinking, we have to contend with the baggage attached to the word God, because it is insinuated that it is the Judeo-Christian God, Yahweh, and so I understand atheists because they want to see God, because this view is that God is outside the universe. He's the dictator, the ruler. It's a person outside, and there's just a whole different way of looking at the divine when you look at other thoughts.
No, how can you say that there was never a God? That God never was? I mean, you know that for sure?
I need your definition of God first.
I believe Jesus Christ is God, but anyway, what's your definition of God?
I just stop at the fact that I know the universe made us and leave it at that.
Okay. All right, fair enough.
Just before I go, though, on the topic of like God revealing Himself or whatever, like I was actually a Christian for like the first 20 years of my life. I was raised Anglican. It wasn't like a fundamental Christian environment, and I definitely didn't leave the church or anything like that because I was mad at anybody. Or they were all nice people. It was a fine experience. I went to church camp. I did all that kind of stuff. And I used to think it was really egotistical for someone to demand God to show themselves. And some people will say that, like they literally want to see God appear in front of them or something like that. For me personally, and I don't really dwell on these topics too much, to be honest with you, like this is something I dealt with like years ago, but I do find it interesting is when I started removing myself from a certain paradigm, because let's face it, most of us have grown up in a Christian saturated society. I mean, so most of our beefs we're going to have with religious thought or whether are going to gravitate around Christianity because that's what we've been raised with and know. But one thing I did when I started looking across the spectrum of all religions, and just I could go a few different ways on this, but just go back to my original point. I mean, we have in the Bible God actually manifesting Himself and appearing to people. We have this across other religions. I mean, in the Hindu faiths, for example, they have stories of their gods actually fighting these grand battles and things, right? I mean, we see this, time and time again. But the thing that they all have in common is in the modern age, none of them are on Earth anymore. Like every one of them, it's like, well, you gotta have faith that these stories are true because for whatever reason, our god or gods don't appear anymore, and that's what they all have in common. I just always found that really interesting.
Yeah, the video camera killed God.
Well, and see, I can understand where you're coming from because I was raised Southern Baptist, and anybody who's ever been to a Southern Baptist church, it's all hell, fire, and brimstone, and if you question it, you're going to hell. If you say anything out of line or disobey your parents or just do anything on earth, God hates you and cannot wait to throw you in hell, and you like spend your life in this mortal fear that you're going to burn forever, and you got to get saved, and if you're not saved, you're going to hell. If you believe in God and don't get saved and getting killed in a car wreck, you see what I'm saying? It was just all this paranoia and just pure hatred. I mean, I really did believe probably the first 16, 17 years of my life that God hated my guts, and I was just at any second something was going to happen to me and I was going to wake up in hell. And that's the way I was raised. It wasn't loving. It wasn't, God loves you, this, that, and the other. It's you better watch your step or you're going to go to hell. And if you don't tell other people about God, you're going to go to hell because you didn't tell them. I mean, it was just all this doctrine and just hate and discontent and just psychological, sometimes torture in a way. I have a problem with that because there's something wrong with a religion that has to scare little kids to believing what they believe, and
I
that's
agree.
what I
I
did.
agree.
Yeah, I think it's different too. I mean, especially where Ravens lives and parts of the states that, you know, I mean, one of the common things I hear in here is that the atheists are a bunch of people that hate God, and that's true for some people. That's true that they're not actually atheists; they're just someone that's had a bad experience and they
Very few.
hate God. But in the other sense, like I live in Canada and I live in Ontario, and it's a pretty open secular society. Like it was the first time I ever saw Christians with anti-abortion signs just a few years ago. Like that's just not common here, right? It's just a non-issue. I mean, we don't have debates in the street about faith and stuff. But on the same token, I don't live in a Bible Belt where I'm inundated with Baptist belief systems. Like if I was to be raised somewhere where Raven was, I probably would be pissed off. I probably would be pissed off, maybe not at God, but at the people, at the religion, because it's a different environment. Like when she drives downtown and people know that there goes that whatever, right? Like in those kinds of communities, people do talk, and it's people. It's not the religion, but it's people are people, and if they find a way to isolate or pick on someone because they're different in an environment like that, it's going to be religion, right? And if you're grown up in that environment and raised, I mean, you're gonna resent it. I
Fuck
can
religion.
totally understand
Fuck religion.
That's why. Sorry.
Go ahead.
That last set of stats that came out that said 77% of all Americans identify themselves as Christians. that's not only misleading but wrong. It's misleading because the word is identifies, which doesn't mean that they truly are. And it also speaks to our fear of speaking our mind, because when you're in the hospital and the admitting clerk says, "What's your religious belief?" Somebody who is not doesn't have a belief, doesn't want to say atheist because it has such a bad connotation, and the fact is that we're not. We're not that way, and we should be to a point where we can freely confess. Sounds like I used to be Catholic. Just say what they are, because 77% of America is not, and that's why the right wing Christians think they're superior. And those that are in the government are not respecting the church and state thing, and
Well, a lot of those people too on those polls, like you say, you use the example of the hospital. Also, a lot of people, when they're asked in these types of polls or whatever, like what religion they are, they're just like, "Well, what were my parents? Oh, I guess we're Catholic, or I guess we're whatever. We're Presbyterian because I remember going 3 times when I was a kid." I mean, these types of issues to the general public are not things that are debated about. Like evolution versus creationism and all that stuff is just something that most people don't give a shit about. It's hot topics in here, but this is because we're drawing the type of people that are interested in talking about these things, right? So it's really easy to get polarized and say the theist, the Christian. Like I know Christians that don't accept that. Or sorry, I know atheists that don't accept evolution. They just don't care. They don't even use the word atheist because in their life they're just like, why would I even talk about it? I don't believe in it. You know what I mean? Like it's a non-issue to most people, right?
Exactly.
Yep.
And I mean, it's so bad here in Tennessee where I live. I mean, they actually, when you go into Nashville, they have billboard wars. The Christians put up billboards about how, evolution's wrong, and they put all like monkeys evolving into things. And then the atheists will put up signs that makes fun of the Christians, and it's just all over town. And it's like, really? Don't y'all have anything else better to do? I mean, can you just agree to disagree? No matter where you go, it's Jesus is Lord, Jesus this, Jesus that. If you don't believe that way, I'm not saying it's wrong. I don't hate God if he exists. I just don't care. If he doesn't care enough to make himself a believable thing to me, then I don't care about the religion. I really don't. I'm just simply saying The way, especially here in Tennessee, it is used to ostracize people. I'm not saying every Christian is this way, but it's so easy to follow the crowd when everyone else is doing it, when everyone else is Christian, and then you see me walk by. It's okay to point the finger and say, this person is this. They don't know you, but you don't belong with the group. Everyone else believes in God. Why don't you? What is wrong with you that you don't go to church, that you don't believe in Jesus, that you see what I'm saying? That's what I don't like. It's not that I have something against God if he exists. It's just the thing, it's just used to make people miserable to a certain extent. And it doesn't matter if you tell people, look, I just don't want to hear about it. Oh, well, what's wrong with you? Why don't you want to hear about Jesus? Well, you see where I'm going? And
Well,
I've lived
Yeah,
that my whole
absolutely.
life.
Well,
It's a misinterpretation of witnessing.
Yeah, and then the next thing is, well, you just want to live in sin. You know better, but you just want to live in sin and don't want to, admit whatever. Yeah. I mean, I really empathize with someone that was raised in a Bible Belt or something like that. Like, for me, like, my belief system doesn't affect my work. It doesn't affect it's just a non-issue, and it's a non-issue to most people. And it's like we were talking about before. There's just different kinds of people. And you're going to find the people that are putting up the billboards, whether they're atheist or Christian, are of the same mindset. And it's the same we see here. Like, a majority of the, quote, militant atheists, I'm sure you're going to find were relatively recent converts. So they come from a certain mindset. We had this discussion the other night where someone was pointing out that there's some atheist dudes that are getting popular, and they're selling T-shirts and everything. And it's pointed out they're just as bad as what the religious side does, right? And I pointed out it's because most of the people that they're appealing to are recent converts that come from that mindset, and they're looking for something else to fill that void. So these guys step in and fill that void, good or wrong. And it's because, someone who was never raised with religion isn't going to walk around a shirt that says, I'm an atheist. Like that, it's just, to them, that's just a foreign concept of why they'd even give a shit. The people that are hardcore and are out there buying the books and the hardcore, you're going to find that 9 times out of 10 they were converts that came from a paradigm like that, and they were just replacing it with atheism, militant atheism.
It's predator behavior, and once again, that comes down to character, doesn't it? It's not atheist, it's not Christian. Anybody who would go for the soft underbelly, so to speak, of somebody who's a recent, that they've just fled somewhere, that's predator behavior, or bad behavior, and it doesn't have anything to do with the religion, but that's how we assign it.
Well, can I jump in? I grew up in the South too, in Virginia and North Carolina, and to piggyback on what Raven's saying is, the Christians down here feel it's not just that they can practice. When they say freedom of religion, it's not just the ability to practice religion. It's the ability. They feel they have the ability to get in your face about it and to proselytize, right? And when you are not interested in it, it's almost offensive to them, right? They don't understand when you say, I don't want any part of this, right?
Right.
That's what I think people don't understand about the experience down here.
Well, that's why I learned. That's why I read my Bible, and I learned that, I think it's Corinthians 4, 5, and 6 says, "Be wise in the way you act towards outsiders. Make the most of every opportunity. Let your conversation always be full of grace, seasoned with salt, so that they may know how to answer everyone." I mean, that's part of witnessing to somebody, and that's the thing. When somebody comes up to you, is offensive like that, you don't have to debate them unless you want to. All you have to say is this what your scripture says about witnessing? Call them on it, because I have a big problem with people not following their doctrine. Nobody's going to be perfect. That doesn't exist. But when it comes down to those things, just ask them, is this your doctrine? Is this what your doctrine says is the proper way to witness?
Anyways, guys, I gotta go to work, so we'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Good hearing you, man.
Peace out, Secular.
Have a good day.
Is there anybody out there?
Can
Can anyone hear me?
We hear you, Lucifer.
Hey,
Whoa,
Simon.
whoa, Simon's here. It's time for him to grab his guitar and start singing.
Brojo, that was my personal best. Did you see how long I weathered that silence?
Sounds like you need some tea and honey there, Sugar.
Oh, that's a good idea. I'll do that in a little while. Yeah. You know, when I get upset, I tend to scream. We have a hot temper. I'm made of a lot of that. But I'm happy and resilient, and I bounce back, and I never give up and never surrender, and I never have faith or hate in my heart.
Love is a good cause.
It is. It feels so good.
Simon, welcome, bro.
Hey, Simon.
Good morning, my Simon.
Good morning. You sound different today.
I'm going for the dark, sexy, sultry look or smell. Sorry, look, smell. Sorry, sound. Yeah, that's what it is.
You're pulling it off.
I'm trying.
Or maybe that's me. I'm not certain. Oh, I'm sorry. Straight down to the base level.
I love it. I love it.
Simon's in the room. You can have dick jokes.
There's my prophet. How you been, Simon?
Ah, God, how are you?
I am great. Ohio signal sucks, so I might get kicked out again, but we'll do what we can.
I have to say, good to see you everywhere today.
What's that?
I said, good to see you everywhere today.
Everywhere, yes. I'm watching all of you.
Yeah, I got a storm rolling in here soon myself. Probably gonna lose my Wi-Fi.
Thanks for stepping in there, Brother John, with that left-hand thing. Appreciate it.
Oh, good. I'm glad you heard it. Cool.
Hey, your name? Are you in a plane? Are you flying a plane?
No, I'm driving a truck.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm in Ohio
That's
right
cool.
now.
Yeah, I'm flying drugs
Hard
in
hit
from
there, huh,
Colombia.
Nomo?
Even better.
Cool.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta give it up to you truckers, man. I tell you, a lot of people don't realize how much you guys are like a backbone, man. You know, and to handle those big rigs on the highways and deal with other idiot drivers. So kudos to you guys.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
You know, right before I came here, I was about to go off on I was about to go get my Class A because I can't work in my old career anymore, and so I was going to go get my Class A, and then the guy that was going to take me out, he knew I was going to go through a trucking school. He goes, "Oh, no, don't do that. Come with me and I'll train you, and then you can get your Class A." It turned out he was a huge pervert, and so I didn't get to go. I'm really disappointed because I was really looking forward to doing that.
Yeah, I mean, in Michigan law is pretty easy. All you got to do is you got to go down and take the test. You get you have to get a permit, and then you got to ride with someone for 90 days. And then you take a road test. If you pass your road test and a written test again, you get your license.
Yeah, we kind of have the same similar thing. It's not a problem in California to not to get it on your own, but kind of blew it. I was going in that direction, but I'm kind of glad that it happened because now I'm here. But I see how you have it in your truck, so maybe I should go back and do this from my truck.
Yeah, you get to go everywhere. I was in Chattanooga, Tennessee early this morning, so. But the only thing is I got on my phone, I'm grandfathered in on my Verizon plan, so I get unlimited data for $30 a month.
Damn.
And yeah, so I'm up to 73 gigs so far this month.
Wow.
Yeah, my plan expires. My plan rotates on the 28th, so I only got a couple of days.
You just simultaneously made a whole lot of people jealous all over the world, man. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it's alright. As long as I don't ever upgrade my phone, I can have a phone.
Women are going to want to marry you just to get on your phone plan.
No.
Good
especially,
idea.
especially in California.
Oh, hell yeah. Don't trust those women.
I know. I'm trying to talk my daughter into selling her other line because she's got we have 2 phones on the 5 lines that have unlimited data. They're grandfathered in, and she never goes over a gig. So.
Start taking bids.
Yeah, I'm sure I could probably sell for at least $600 or $800.
Probably.
And then I got an app on my phone called PDA.net, so I can turn my phone into a Wi-Fi hotspot, and anybody around me can use my data for Wi-Fi.
I'm going to make you the center of the universe.
Oh yeah, everybody loves me.
Then we can all sit around and debate why you're so important.
That's why I'm God.
Exactly.
You are indeed.
I would agree with Brother Joe. John, sorry. I can never reason you wrong.
The real reason is that God, spelt backwards, is dog.
Oh.
So that can't be right. Whereas Bob, spelled backwards, is Bob. I think that proves it.
Hey.
I thought it was slowly podcast.
You know what I'm saying? Backwards and forwards, same word.
That would be a palindrome, I think.
Ah.
Maybe.
Well,
My connection just went sideways.
A type of deductive proof for God. You sneak in the back door there, Sean? How are you today?
I'm still here. I'm trying to get this audio sorted out so it can. It always changes. As soon as I join the room, everything jumps back to its original settings. So I think I'm just gonna.
My audio just came back too.
You're real quiet. So.
In different rooms, I've noticed. Sorry, I've noticed in different rooms the setting change. So I can go in one room and use particular settings on my stand card and mic and stuff. I go in another room and I don't have the option to use those settings, namely the stereo stuff.
Huh. Wonder why that is. It might be as the load changes.
I don't think so. Because when I've been in the room at the beginning, I mean, I checked it. It's like I went in Cerberus's room, I think it was, and I didn't have access to the stereo card.
Simon, your audio is really bad. Coming in low.
Sorry, I'm eating at the same time and I'm trying to do 2 things at once, which I shouldn't do. But yeah. But yes, that's what I noticed. That there's different settings in the rooms.
I think they're saying your bad audio is bad. Like it sounds like it's cracking up even though it's bad.
Yeah.
You might need a new battery.
Should be okay. Should be alright.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Simon, don't let me down. Go for it.
Sugar, sorry I missed you earlier in Carlton's room there. Yeah, nobody came in after a while. You left the room and took care of stuff.
Oh, that's no problem. I just was looking for some known friends, some trusted friends. So, but I think it worked out the way it should. I would like to find Nate, though. I feel bad that I popped out after I mean, I didn't mean to. I lost all my connection. I had to reset everything, routers and stuff. So, but looking for Nate after that. Sorry.
My situation's about to get loud, so I've got to drop out. I'm sorry. I thought I had more time.
Mhm.
It's like masturbating.
Hurry back soon.
Been good knowing you, Sean.
Yeah, we all.
See you later, Art.
Yeah, we all think we have more time to
Breaking up a little bit there, Bob.
All right, y'all have a good one.
Have a good day.
Sean, you will be missed. He was a good lad.
Shit. I wish Simon could sing to him. Don't let me down before he left, but that is what it is.
Don't let me down before you left the bud. Huh?
Pick one for the team.
True hero.
Simon, you're awesome, man.
So what else? What else? Anything?
Well, Vecco left. Oh, damn it.
You want me to stir up some shit?
What else you want to fight about? Come on.
Right. I've learned how to do that. Apparently, I took on a pre-sup the other day and bested him in 10 minutes. And so that's supposed to be a good thing. I don't know.
Oh, you done well there, Sugar. Done well with our brother Roy.
Yes, I am. I'm flaunting it, right? It's probably nothing, but
Well, Roy isn't a true precept, though. I'm sorry to burst the bubble here.
no, bring him on. We'll bring you the real
Are
one.
you fucking serious? I mean, God or no God, yes or no?
He has
That's
a
precept.
bad part of, of part of the argument, which is not even necessarily the precept argument, but he's not a full-on precept. Not a
So who's the top precept?
top precept. Tough to tell. Well, I would not call him a top precept by any means. He's the most annoying one, yeah.
Whatever how you say his name.
Saitan Bruggenkate.
Roy,
And then
Roy's a priest that just said his script got washed in the washing machine.
Why would anybody have a script?
Good
Because
question.
they're trying to steer you into. They're trying to frame the conversation and not allow you to question.
Right.
Oh no! I understand what the purpose.
Because
of
they
it is.
feel they need to prove something.
Yeah. No, I trust me. I get why they do what they do, but I mean, or I get what they're doing and what it's supposed to do. But why would anybody use that approach?
I think
they're just that
it's more
uncreative.
It's more. Hang on a sec, guy. It's not that they're uncreative. Even it's that they've been through arguments so many times that it becomes so formulaic. It may as well be a script. So even the ones that don't seem like they're quite on a script, they're still on a script. 'Cause they've just been.
You need
through
some
the
volume on you, bro.
backwards.
Yes, Simon. We can't
Simon,
hear
your audio is freaking me out, bro. It's beautiful.
So it's just more that they've been through it so many times, and then because you want to get to the heart of the argument as quick as possible, so then you write down the shortcuts to get there rather than people bringing up irrelevancies every 5 seconds and chasing down rabbit holes. It helps if you've got a script that you can just fall to and go, what I mean to say most accurately is
Yeah, but it doesn't seem to be working for Roy, though.
Well, and you know,
Go down the rabbit holes.
They really
Roy's got a
activated.
problem.
Yeah.
They really
Roy's
activated
got the issue.
Yeah.
He's really trying to do two things at once, which he's not aware of. So he's trying not to be a pre-sub, at the same time being a pre-sub.
They really got my. They really got to me. Because when I came in, I didn't think anything about debating. It wasn't a factor for me, and I was refusing to participate at all. But you know what? They really they really activated that part of me. And so now my challenge is can I debate you without compromising my own beliefs and my own style? That's my challenge.
Right. Okay, so this would depend. And what you did with Roy was you did it your way, which is why we all shut up and that happened. And you did it without insulting, and not into the point where he was, where most of us would have been in the position where we were being condescending, because he was clearly being condescending. So from that aspect, that's fine. But of course, he would have then gone on to do some mistakes and become a big man bully, and started, saying that you're not worthy of, you know what I mean?
Oh,
so
yeah,
it
yeah.
becomes less about the debate then. See what I mean? It's just then it's just about character and standing up to somebody and
Agreed.
not letting them beat you down.
Agreed.
Which is nothing to do with point about or anything like that. Yeah. And for that, you probably aren't going to work. The only thing you can have is say, well, I very much goodbye.
Right. Hey, Simon, honey. Baby, your audio is so low. It sounds much different than I've ever heard it before. I'm wondering if maybe there's a problem. Because I hear what the guys are saying. I don't hear you so well.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, sweetie.
That's okay. I'd rather be told than not. And it's done with a pretty voice. That's better than...
Oh, wow, thank you.
I'm trying to sort it as we speak. Oh, I've got 3 things to do.
I've got something.
Shoot.
Have you guys seen the floating screwdriver?
No.
The physics behind a floating screwdriver. It was by the applied science guy on YouTube. And basically what it is using 100 psi air nozzle to make a screwdriver float in the air. And he made a mock-up of a few different shaped screwdrivers and found out that a flat-ended screwdriver will not float, but most all screwdrivers have a rounded edge, and that's what allows them to float. Really neat. I was really skeptical about it, but it was from one of the YouTubers I follow, and he does a bunch of science stuff. And I was like, oh no, is this guy's channel going downhill?
What? Float as on Earth, like with Earth gravity, or where is it floating?
You have to angle the screwdriver correctly, and I think I got the link here. And it's totally explainable by physics, and he does a breakdown, and he explains it in the end on why it floats.
Sweet. We finally got the proof of the supernatural now, so...
Nope, it's actually totally explainable.
I know. I'm not joking.
And that disproves the flat Earth theory. There you go.
I wonder if they did prove one way or the other, say they proved there was no God. I wonder what the hell we would do.
People would not accept it.
You can't...
Okay, you're right.
It's impossible to disprove it, isn't it? I don't know how you would. I really don't.
Alright, well, at the end of this show I was watching on Atlantis, there was this historian, and he put it perfectly about the lost city of Atlantis. We could drain the oceans, examine every sediment layer, and show people that Atlantis does not exist. But there would still be a group of believers who hold it in their core, well, alright, we've disproved it doesn't exist on Earth, that doesn't mean it didn't fly out into space.
Kind of like the Flat World Society?
Exactly. I was actually in a conversation right before this. Sorry, I was in a conversation right before this, and I had a apologist tell me that the Flat Earth was a conspiracy developed by an atheist society. And I asked him to explain it to me, and he's like, oh, just moving on. Couldn't explain it. He just said it.
But the thing is, any mechanism like science discovers the way, say science finds how the universe was created, right? A Christian will just say, or any religious person will say, that's just how God did it, right? Like Thor used to be the god of thunder, right? But that's what he does. He makes thunder. You can't really disprove that. Even now, we know the process that causes electricity in the sky, but you can't. Even now, you can't say that's not Thor, right? So I don't know how you could disprove it.
Gene Simmons is the god of thunder. Let me get that straight right now.
You're right.
No. Art is the god of thunder.
Oh no, he's actually the Jesus of thunder.
Phil Lynot's the true god of thunder. Gene Simmons is a poser.
Yeah, well, see now, there you go. We go around it. Who proves it? Hey, but you know what? Your God is pretty damn awesome.
Rock and roll.
Yeah.
Well, let's think about a kiss. Keep it simple, stupid. I think God did that, but that's just me.
Oh, I thought it was kids in Satan's service.
Yes, that's what they
I'm
did.
not sure that's right.
No, that's what they used to say here in America. That's
a bunch of BS. They were gonna call the band Fuck, decided it was a hot ticket, and went with Kiss.
Yeah.
There you go.
No, that's the actual story. Trust me, I've been collecting Kiss since I was 12.
Yeah, I've seen him like 12 times. I actually met him at one point. Just absolutely love Kiss.
One of the best.
Baby.
One of the best times you can have is third row at a Kiss concert.
Yeah, I got 20. No, that was the other one. I got 11th row. That was my closest.
Hey, your guys' dissenting opinions are oppressing me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me step back then, brother.
Because
Still
if
not
you have
all.
an opinion that's against something else, that is definitely
I'd rather
oppression.
be third row.
Yeah, I know. Would you like to debate it, sir?
Right.
No, I really. Would you like to debate it?
Willing to entertain your point of view might be wrong?
Yeah, no, not at all.
I'll be back in a couple minutes. I gotta grab some fuel and some food.
See ya.
Simon, your audio is amazing. Fucking beautiful.
Whatever you gotta say.
I love the calming sound of the vacuum cleaner.
Maybe that's me and the fan on my laptop. Let me mute myself.
We're blaming Simon here.
Yeah, it probably is me. Let me just mute and show everybody that it is.
Because I don't hear it.
Maybe God's vacuuming.
No,
Good morning, Nadia. Good morning, Nadia. How are you?
Guten Tag.
All hail Nadia.
Hail Nadia.
The social justice warrior princess.
I love social justice warriors.
Oh my goodness.
I love social distortion.
I say that Nadia is the goddess of knowledge.
Damn.
That was classy. Whoever just burped into the mic.
Apologies.
That was all the knowledge we need.
It was a good one, Nomo.
I'm a little surprised my mic is actually that good. Sorry.
Wow. Quite loud, quite loud.
Okay, how do I sound now?
Really loud.
Okay, how now?
Outstanding.
No, that was
Okay, brown cow.
That was better.
Because I'm like 2 feet from my mic.
Wow.
This is my first hangout, so I'm trying to figure this out. That's why I'm so timid.
Oh, don't worry about it. I'm pretty new too. I'm about 2 weeks in. If you have any questions, please come see me. I can tell you where the roadblocks and the potholes are.
Will do. I'll put you in my circles.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Hey,
Welcome, Nomo. Glad to have you here.
Maybe I could be like the welcome wagon. So when we get new people, you send them to me. Since I'm so unbiased, that I won't slant them one way. I'll just go over the rules with them and tell them what needs to be and give them their gift basket and send them on their way.
Like a welcome wagon.
Yeah, exactly. I'm the G Plus Hangouts welcome wagon.
Here comes the storm. I love a good thunderstorm.
Is that rain that I'm hearing from you, Brojo?
It's wind. Yeah, there's a storm coming in. I'm out and I'm on my patio, my swinging patio.
Oh, maybe that's it I'm hearing.
We need a storm here.
California?
Yup.
Are you Northern or Southern California?
Ventura.
Oh, I'm I'm in Northern California.
Marky.
I'm in the Central Valley.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I'm up in Michigan hogging all the water.
Yeah, my grandparents were married in Michigan, in Monroe.
Nadia's in Michigan too.
That's right.
I'm originally from South Bend, Indiana.
Nice.
Maybe the Christians from Texas should go to California.
Well, I want Texas to secede.
Oh yeah, that would go over famously.
Oh, I'm so tired of Texas. It's just making me so mad. But then I talked to some people from Texas the other day, and they were so sweet.
Yeah, and after they go and pray, after it fails, the atheist convention can go there, and then it's gonna rain, just like it happened in Texas after the whole prayer thing.
I just would like to see.
Yeah, look at that big
Mexico
storm.
take
Must have been the
over.
judgment of God.
Hey, David Sylvester has corrections to make for you about who is to blame.
I didn't hear you, Nadia.
Okay.
You're a little low volume.
David Sylvester has a correction to make for you about who makes it rain.
Yeah, we're really classy here.
Art actually brings up a good point there, Brother John, because if there's a storm headed in over your place,
yeah,
what have you been doing which is so sinful?
Good point.
Yeah, how much anal sex did you have, Brojo?
You've had too much.
Were there several hours unaccounted for last night, Brojo?
That's really why I stormed off. Brojo and I had to go have some sort of affair.
Did you meet up with Tommy Hall, Brojo?
Oh.
And I assure you, it had nothing to do with anal sex.
Oh, that's all right then. That's all right.
I wish I had a quick, witty, funny answer for you, but I don't.
You can't defend the truth, that's why. You worship me, yes or no? Yes or no?
Oh, sugar. Oh.
I know, I'm precepting.
With a right. It's a sharp jab to the chest. It's a left.
Hey, Brojo, how are you doing, Brojo?
He's on the floor.
Yes.
That's the wrong answer.
That's funny. That is very funny. That was my whole thing. He was asking me questions that really had to be qualifiers in order to answer it yes or no.
Yeah, I always love to say to him whenever he comes into the room, hey, Roy, how are you doing, mate? Yes or no?
Funny.
He laughs though. He is a good sport.
Whoa, there it is.
What was Rev?
It's probably me, Rev. Let me put myself on mute. Well, now my fans.
No, I think it was no more because the noise.
I don't know if he disappeared after Rev was muted. Maybe it was a bit of a lag. I don't know.
Do you still hear it, Rev?
No, it's gone. It was no-mo.
Want to check out today's headlines?
Yes.
Sure.
All right.
Go for it, Nadia.
Alex McFarland, right-wing Christian apologist on American Family Radio, appeared on the Dove TV recently to explain that belief in evolution is the root cause of racism in America today. Rick Santorum has a recap there, which is in a real story. Pat Robertson offers to do an exorcism on a some others. Rafael Cruz says gay marriage undermines freedom and turns us into slaves. Carson, here we go. Military can't continue honor traditions because of Benghazi.
Well, the first one's right, Nadia.
Is that the racism one?
Yeah.
I mean, the thing about that is the theory's only been around like 150 years. I mean, racism.
Oh no, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it like the theory itself was responsible. I mean, actually, evolution is responsible for racism.
Right, differences, right? People are tribal.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Eugenics?
So, in a way, he's kind of saying people are racist, therefore evolution is true, therefore no God. Is that really what he's saying? This Rick Santorum guy? Is he an atheist?
No.
Rick Santorum?
Oh my God! Yeah, Rick Santorum is like a fundy.
You see the flaw in his logic then.
That's why I think tolerance is a dirty word and acceptance is a better one.
Who's the new member again? Which one are you?
I am GC.
Oh, GC. Okay. Did you know about the side chat? Do you know about this thing?
Over here.
Yeah, he's been texting
okay.
them.
Okay, good.
Hello.
Oh, of course you do. Oh, silly of me.
How's that?
Yes, Simon, I want to let you know you got an echo, bro.
Unmute your mic again, Rev.
Go ahead, Nomo.
You know, you have a slight echo too. At least that's what I pick up every time you unmute. Just a little bit of background noise, really.
Check.
How am I sounding?
Check. Check.
Check.
Yeah, I just hear something I would call line noise.
Slova.
See if it goes away when I mute.
No, it's just when Rev unmutes.
His just sounds like a fan in the back or something.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that doesn't annoy me.
No, I can get over it because I have guitar amplifiers, so I'm used to that.
You got no hearing.
It's my
Pretty
air
much.
conditioner, I'm sorry.
Okay, there you go.
It's bearable.
Yeah, it's not messing anything up. I was just wondering what it was. Is the sound gone from my line now?
I think so.
Yes, it is. Yes, no more.
Yeah, I took my camera off the top of my screen. I think it was picking up something from that. That's the only thing that makes any sense to me, anyways. I am no tech geek by any means.
If only some of those men were not gay. No, I actually don't care for men that look like that at all.
What are we looking at?
The truth.
Headlines.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is this better?
Yeah, actually, yeah. It's gone now, yeah.
Televangelists apparently warned that men who masturbate with their hands will have their hands impregnated in the afterlife.
Wow. Okay, well, I can handle that for them then.
Wow.
Yeah, I was going to say, come on, that had to have been funny.
It took a minute to sink in.
Yeah, I know. Oh my gosh, could she be that whorish? No, I'm just joking.
I kind of like the sore throat there, sugar.
Yeah, honey. Yeah, I don't care for it too much, but you know. Thank you for finding my silver lining in this.
Raspy is sexy.
I figure I'm always raspy a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you sing me Total Eclipse of the Heart, sugar?
Oh, if I could sing.
That woman's hilarious.
I can't sing. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember her. That was a blonde woman. I remember her from MTV because I don't think she made too many other hits here in the States. Was she real popular in the UK?
Yeah, I think she was British.
Yeah.
Sing me a
Yeah.
little piece of my heart.
Oh yeah. But see, the thing is, I can't carry a tune. I can sing, and it might sound good with this, but I mean, I really can't. Like I told you, I
Nice,
did
Simon.
I did karaoke once. I was
Or
in
something.
Japan, and they almost
That
kicked
was
me out.
fucking metal.
Rubio's a fucking twat.
Hey, GC, you can as long, you can say anything you want, but just be careful of the backlash. Be ready of the backlash if there is any.
Okay. Let me preface this by saying that, well, no, it's not okay. It's not really a preface. Let me start out by saying that when I was very religious in my youth, that it was an aside. I'm trying to see how I didn't like gays. Like they were like creepy and out there and something that wasn't really real to me when I was young. And as I've grown up out of that religion, it was always an aside that
Religion is horseshit, bro.
yeah, I was always told that when I was young that, well, the gays are going to hell, and I associated that with them being just bad. And as I grew up out of the religion, I was agnostic for a while, and get a bit of echo. There goes. And recent events have made me outspoken atheist and anti-theist, and I find that with me going away from my religion, I have become a lot more accepting of other people's not point of views, just how they want to live their lives. And I was definitely like, well, they love each other, but they don't love each other. And now I realize that yeah, they actually do love each other in the classical sense of anybody could love each other like that. And I find that I'm getting more not tolerant but acceptance.
Yes, it's tolerance.
I like to. For me, I think a better word is I accept that other people are different than me. When I was religious, I could not accept that other people were different than me.
Amen. Well, loads of men probably.
I thought everybody had to be exactly like me, and everybody thought like me because that's what my indoctrination kind of geared me for.
Yeah. People are afraid of what goes on in somebody's bedroom because my opinion is gay marriage is not about marriage. Nobody cares if two people clean the house together or pay a mortgage. It's the gay sex. You either are uncomfortable with what that looks like or your doctrine tells you something different. And I'm sorry you've had that experience, but I'm so proud of you for learning out of it, for getting yourself out.
And like I was saying, it was so far out there, it was distant. And then I realized that I had gay friends. Mm-hmm. These people were keeping themselves from me because I was obviously religious, and I realized I had gay friends. It wasn't this far off concept anymore. Sorry, it just kind of.
No, it's perfect. I think Nadia could even give you Nadia's experience is even more severe than that, and what she had to endure growing up, and even still endures to this day, and the effects are felt far and wide.
Religion is the same fucking thing as government.
Rev, it's so funny because I think that's that same thing. I feel the same way, but then I have to ask myself, is it really the religion itself, or is it the character of those who misinterpret it?
You got it.
Yeah. Reframing it makes it all different to me because I felt the same way you do.
Well, I'm just saying, God has all of these, all of this, exactly. Go ahead, Nomo.
Sorry, I'm playing with another mic. How do I sound now?
Can't hear you.
It's too low. It's too low, Nomo.
Ah, shoot.
Please don't let me
Your audio is super low, brother.
No go, no mo.
I was reading something last week about like in Iran of all countries, they're very accepting of transgender people. As they apparently don't like gay people, but if they have the reassignment surgery, the society accepts it. And they said that it's because the Ayatollah met a transgender, I think, male to female person when he was like in his 20s, and he didn't hate her. So just because of that, he personally, accepted transgender people, and he made that the law for Iran. So I just, when I hear that story, it just kind of, to me, kind of sheds like the light on how religion really was formed, right? It's a guy claims spiritual authority from God and uses that to create laws, basically.
We have echo.
I'm going.
Oh, yeah. There's a little petition there that yes, Obama is starting up. So, or somebody, or maybe it's not starting a somebody petitioning Obama to Medicaid cover puberty blockers.
Boy, that would have helped my family quite a bit.
What about the guy the WikiLeaks guy? Didn't he get gender reassignment surgery paid for?
I don't think so.
Do you still have echo?
You're good, Simon.
Oh my.
You look a little red today.
You got red on you.
I do, or Rev does?
No, it's
Simon. Oh, sorry,
Payne.
I thought it was Rev speaking. I thought it was Rev speaking. For some reason.
I think he meant to say you look a little upset today, Momo.
Oh, the saint of all killers, yes.
I see.
Gonna kill my studio setting just in case.
Yeah, I went to voice. Did that kill the echo that?
I think so.
Cool.
Software echo cancellation needs to be on voice. So.
We all good now?
I think so.
Pretty much. Yeah, I was never a believer in Christmas, so it kind of got blindsided when all the I don't know cultural hegemony or whatever had greater reach than I thought.
Nadia, what is the gospel of Nadia? Give it to us.
Okay. You're about 17 points.
GC's not in the room, I don't think.
I'm back.
He said be right back. Oh, you're back. Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I just wanted you to hear this. I didn't know if you knew
Can I
about
say something real quick?
the story. Yeah.
I guess what bothered me the most about that is I was taught to hate and I didn't even know that that's what I was doing.
It's okay. It's okay. And I know you're feeling upset about this. I know you feel bad for what has happened, but that wasn't your fault. And you have a choice. You can hold on to this hate, or you can say, that wasn't me, and I refuse to perpetuate it. And the only thing you have to do, if you want to pay penance or something, is just make sure it never gets spread in your presence, and you do everything you can to just inform people, because you can't force it down anybody's throat, because that's never good and they won't listen. But just make sure that you always say, hey, that's my fellow human there. Please don't judge what they do in their bedroom. It's not your place. It's the only thing you can do. But please, please don't waste a minute on feeling bad on something that you did not plant that seed of.
You're right, because that's exactly what changed my mind, was just people were nice.
Yeah. And I hear your pain. I know you're upset. And if I were there right now, I'd give you a big hug. But please don't do it. It's just such a waste of time, because a beautiful mind like yours and a beautiful heart needs to be shared. This is why these are our purposes, to make sure that people live happy.
Stopping irrational bullshit.
Right. And I don't believe it can be done by forceful, hateful means. It has not worked before. So let's not perpetuate the definition of insanity.
Yeah, one thing that kind of I just never really get is, like, a lot of the Christians on here will say that the world is such a bad place, but I think, it's better than it's ever been. Like, we treat each other better than at any other time in history, right? And
sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I don't get it. It's like they want to go back to this time where I guess people were more religious, but I don't know any objective manner that I could say people were better people. They treated each other awful back then.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
And I think that what you're saying is, I'm glad you're having that experience. And I think it really depends on where you live, what you believe, and what color your skin is, and how you were born. Because there are people like, if you're a black man in the South, you may not feel that way, even though it's better. It may not be better. I don't find a lot of things that people say true, because I'm in liberal California and I haven't had those experiences, and I was born to a certain pair of parents. But I think if we want to get there, where we're all on an even playing field, we have to work hard at it.
I think we are. We work at it.
Yeah. I don't think it happens for everybody,
Religion is horseshit.
Oh, Rev. People who are irresponsible with religion are bullshit.
Well said.
I know. You can believe what you want, and you can say what you want, honey. I don't mean to step on you that way.
I find even religion in its most benign, if you dig deep enough, like with me, sure, most of my family keeps it in the household, but they teach their children, and their children teach their children, and you just
that's why I always say don't take children to church. Let them learn by example, through your example of what Christ's love should look like. And then when they're of age to reason, then you can take them into church. But you teach a child that a clown is God, they're going to grow up to worship clowns, or they're going to have a conflict at some point. And when they find out that that's not true for everybody, they're not going to trust you.
Yeah.
So you're saying that all private elementary religious schools should go out of business?
Well, no, I think if you're teaching theology, you should teach theology from if you're going to, well, I don't think anybody should personally learn anybody's religious doctrine. I think even atheism. I wouldn't teach anybody atheism, because that's teaching somebody what they believe. And how can you raise an individual to make good decisions when you're telling them? I mean, that's why you discipline a child, right? If you wanted them you could just let them run around the house and do anything. The things that are important for them to learn, like, don't run into the street, and those, nobody believes that you should run into the street. And when they get to be an adult, they need to know that. But you know what I mean, with as far as how to make up your mind once you turn of age, what you believe and what you rationalize. Why wouldn't you just teach them through example? And if you're going to teach theology, teach all of theology, and let someone make a choice.
My choice would have been wholly different if they would have taught me religion is, there's this religion and this religion and this religion.
You don't know that. You don't know that. I mean, you can't say, right? If they followed the doctrine right. I mean, how do we know that even the best Christian that you could find today, how do we know that, or any Bible that's written today, how do we know that was even written right? Because there's so much question about translation and stuff like that. So that was always my thing. If you can show me the Bible as it was supposed to be, as it was written and properly translated with no interference from man, then I'll look at it and I'll entertain it. That's my point of view, because it could be something good, the way it was translated. I mean, the way it was supposed to be.
Well, and they've omitted parts too, because I've read the preface to the King James Version of the Bible, and number one, it tells you that you have to read through God glasses, and number two, it says this is the 1699 or whatever year that this group of cardinals got together and 1611, thank you, and got together and they put the scripts together in a logical order. That to me is discrediting.
I don't think it's even the book to me. It's, I want access to the people that wrote it. That's my issue contention. It's like, I would need, like if you believe the epistles, right, then you believe Paul had that road to Damascus experience, and I would like to talk to Paul, right? I mean, to judge that for myself. It's one thing to write it down, but you've got to believe that the people that are writing it or having it wrote for them are authentic, right? That's beyond just what's in the paper.
Nadia, your hangout, you want to speak?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the change.org petition on, was it the, wait a minute, did I cover the trans puberty blocker one? I think I did. Okay, anyway, yeah, there's, a lot of, stuff along those lines. I mean, it was a bit beyond just, LGBT people. I mean, it used to include race, too. The unequally yoked pair was interpreted to refer to, interracial marriage. And in some respects, the work to eat and reap what you sow are done to justify rather harmful economic policies and so on and so forth, right? So,
Right on. I will stop becoming an outspoken atheist when bullshit like this stops happening.
I don't think you ever have to stop being outspoken.
Every atheist would like nothing more than to stop identifying as an atheist.
Exactly.
Keep an eye on Right Wing Watch.
What about Conservapedia? Oh, that place is. Oh, that is an entertaining place.
Well, they are, but they're more of, I don't know what the right has to say about everybody else. And they aren't really kind of a daily news site. Strongly endorse Right Wing Watch. So the LGBT focused things like PSR News, LGBT Communication, Queerty, and so on are out there. Religiondispatches.org has a bit that's directly religious.
Well, I think this is a positive thing. I personally feel like churches, like let's flash forward in 40 years, 50 years, I don't think the LGBT issue will be a big thing. I think Christianity has the ability to adapt, right? And a lot of people are like leaving the church because of this issue, right? They know gay people and they know they're not bad people, and to survive, the church will just stop emphasizing. I mean, you always will have those sects that do, but the majority of churches just won't talk about.
I hope we see fundamentalism dying with, Sisi in Egypt hunting down the Muslim Brotherhood and all of the gay marriage being upheld now by the states as it should have been hundreds of years ago.
Yeah, well, if we all get out and start talking to people about it and get it, get people to feel strong enough, if we can do that, we can make those changes, but nobody thinks we can make changes. I have a question real quick. I have somebody who I blocked trying to send a message, and I don't know the system well enough. I can't see where I can stop it. I keep Xing it out. It keeps going and going. Every time they keep trying to, do you guys know how to get to the...
There's basically an ignore messages type thing. If you still want to block them, you can just ignore like notifications from them.
It only gives me a choice of continue or leave hangout at the bottom.
Oh. Yeah.
Continue.
You can silence
sure?
her.
Okay.
Don't leave the hangout because you'll end up...
Okay, thank you. You're right.
You'll kick yourself out of here in the process.
No, it's somebody that's out. It's Roy. I blocked Roy the other day.
You blocked Roy?
Well, yeah, and because I had asked him, he wanted to apologize to me, and I said sure, and I let him apologize, and I said, don't say anything else because I don't want to discuss it anymore, and I blocked him because I knew he wouldn't be able to behave himself, and he hasn't. He keeps doing it.
He rubs people the wrong way initially, but he's a good guy. He's just like he's just blinded by Jesus.
And that's fine. I know he's
immoral.
I know he's a good guy, and I've been told. I believe that I believe he's a good guy, and that's what I've been told. But he's going to have to suffer a little consequence, as insignificant as it is, and he just won't have access to me. And when I feel like I'm over it, then the thing is, I wasn't hurt, but he needs to know that his actions have a consequence, because someday it is going to really hurt or affect somebody.
Yeah, I think I've asked him, I'm like, how many people have you convinced with this kind of method that you got?
Convinced with what method?
Yeah, you think he would learn? See, if you think Roy would learn, because him and Nate had a fallout, and him and Nate don't do the show anymore.
Yep. Well, we had a full-on 2-hour intervention, 3 of us on him yesterday, the day before.
After I went up against him, they intervened. But I think every religion would have more. Every religion would have more members. They could retain more members if they wouldn't indoctrinate their children too soon. Stronger members, I think. If they lived by example, and because I think children who know their parents are good really know that their parents are good and have good meanings. I think they follow that. I wasn't the best mom, but I was a good, loving mom to my kids, and they kind of have lived their life like I do now. Not because I made mistakes, but because I let them be, in that respect. At least that's what they've told me as well.
Have you seen the movie Jesus Camp?
No, I haven't.
So there's a lady in there. She actually does Christian homeschooling curriculum, and she goes to a lot of churches, and they've done the research, right? And they're like, this is some of the evangelicals. They believe you've got to get to children between ages, she said, ages 8 and 14. Otherwise, they feel like after that window, they won't accept they won't readily accept it will sound, like fairy tales to them. So there's like been research done, and
Not good research. There's no way to get that detail.
they believe that you need to get the children between those, like after like 14ish, they won't. They feel like you've lost the ability to.
Welcome back, Nadia.
Right. I hear what they're saying, but here's the thing: do they have data that says we raised X amount of kids in a household that taught no religion but had a strong religious belief, and those children grew up and here were the results, versus a household where they were taught religious beliefs at between those young ages, and then here's their paths. I mean, unless you have those, because a double blind is a standard of research, right?
Yeah, I would have to this has been a while, but I'd have to look at her research. But she's like big in the evangelical community, and she, there's a big homeschooling movement, right, in the U.S. A lot of it is because they want to give kids like a biblical kind of shield them from evolution and that kind of thing education, right? So
right,
yeah.
Right. And that's
Bob,
sad.
Bob, 1 second, Sugar. Bob, did you want to speak?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, the one thing is like that might go with part of that study is that a lot of kids lose their belief in Santa Claus and Easter Bunny around the age 7 or 8 too. So when they start losing that belief, when they can believe in something supernatural like that, it goes along the lines of believing in Christ.
Yeah, I just I wonder. I think it's far more valuable if you believe that your God. We'll just pick the Judeo-Christian. If you believe your God is all that powerful and He's got everything taken care of, and you want your child to be healthy and strong-minded to live in the world, somehow you've got to do both. And I think by being a good example is the best. I mean, if we say, "Hey, watch out! Your kids see you smoking." Your kids see you drinking, so where did you learn this smoking pot? I learned it from you, Dad. Well, then that means they can learn good things from you as well. So be the change or be the religion that you want to be the way it is, and your child will follow. And if they don't, you really don't have control of that anyways, because they're going to be 18 and move out and do whatever the hell they want.
I agree, Sugar. Go ahead, Nadia.
Well, they have in mind using certain textbooks they pick out for themselves, where school boards would never touch them. One of them is America's Providential History, which has really heavy right-wing revisionism beyond just kind of saying America's founding fathers were actually Christian.
I'm talking about a Christian theocracy, right, Nadia?
Yep.
Well, that relates to this other book, The Institutes of Biblical Law, is by Brutus Forstini, a noted theonomist, with contributions from hearing art. And that's, Theonomy and Christian Ethics by Greg Bahnsen is probably also floating around too. Yeah, they're pretty serious about it.
Any Christian that tries to impose their ethics on our culture is bullshit. We're not meant to do that.
Rev, I'm petting your head right now, Rev. Shh. Shh.
Thank you, Sugar.
You're welcome, sweetheart.
Render under Caesar what is Caesar's. And in the world, not of the world.
In the world, not of the world. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I think it's the usual kind of anti-theonomy argument I hear from other Christians.
True.
One of the disturbing things about Google Plus is that the as you may have noticed from Greg Bonson, being the author of one of these theonomy books, the presuppositional apologetics are actually pretty closely linked to that theonomy movement.
We are, as a Christian, okay, we are not meant to mandate morality as we see it. That's not what this country was ever about. But apparently there have been some people that have gotten in here, right, that think that they can mandate morality. And from my perspective, that's bullshit.
I can run it back to Jimmy Carter.
Oh, it goes farther than that, honey. You know what's funny? Go ahead.
In America, this all of a sudden born again Christian things really started getting pushed with Jimmy Carter. I mean, they even got Hustler in on it.
Do you think it was started then? Well, yeah, but do you think it started then, or is that when you became aware? When you became aware of it?
No, like all of a sudden, like I'm going to say the mainstream media all of a sudden jumped on board with it. This was this is right around that. You can kind of go back. One movie to look at would be The People versus Larry Flint. And this is around the times when he got shot, and all of a sudden he kind of went a little religious, of all people. I know, strange, but right then, that's really when this big born-again Christian push, at least, I mean, I was 12, and that's what I kind of remember, and I remember my mom teaching me.
Longer.
Well, yeah, but it got really popular. It gained steam, is what we've always been kind of this puritanical country on one level, but all of a sudden, they really started getting power over, what we're calling a government, which... I don't even think we have a government anymore at this point, but that's me.
Well, I think as soon as television got big, media saw how powerful it could be, and it's been, moving at such a pace ever since then.
We figured that out with radio.
Well, we really figured it out on the first presidential debate when Kennedy and Nixon first got on camera, because they, Kennedy being this pretty boy and he came from affluence, and Nixon being just more of a rough and tumble guy. When they put him in front of the camera, Kennedy chose to have makeup. Nixon did not. And after the debate, when they asked the people who watched it on TV, they felt that Kennedy was a clear winner, but the people who listened to it on the radio thought Nixon was the clear winner. And from that point on, the media's been like, oh, we can control these people. Yeah.
Because the other thing that gets ignored
Welcome back, Brojo.
The other thing that gets ignored is that Kennedy was actually kind of taking it easy in a hotel with some friends, and Nixon was actually still on the campaign trail, which is why he looked so bad.
No, he had just gotten out of surgery. He just had surgery.
Huh. I've heard a couple of versions of this now. I was listening to a guy named Roger Stone, who was actually I think a deputy chief of staff or something like that. So,
I'm a big researcher, since I will only believe something when I get all views, and even then, it's difficult. So I do a lot of research. You have to kind of cross-research. When I see a study, I want to know who's done that study, who paid for that study, and who benefits from that study, because there's so much. It takes a lot of work, I admit, and not everybody can do it, but you have to question, because I run into the same thing. It's like, oh, I heard one way this way and one way another. But, yeah.
I'm fighting you the guy right now. So.
What?
I'm just...
What did you...
I'm trying to find the guy I'm talking about right now, and I'll tell you who he is. And what he was doing.
Put it on side chat, and I'll pick it up. Yeah, because I always love to look at those things, too. Thanks.
Okay.
Now, wasn't Carter administration also during the Cold War and the Red Scare and all that?
Definitely. There was also the Iran crisis, too.
Okay, I like
the hostage crisis.
I like how the United States kind of washes their hands of the internment camps that we had for people that we thought were Russian or Red supporters. It actually came down to it. I remember this from my history class. It literally came down to, in like Chicago and New York City, all the big towns and even the suburbs, it was literally a witch hunt. If the neighbors didn't like you, all they had to say is that you were a communist supporter and, oh look, their lawn needs to be mowed. Oh wait, they ain't home.
Kind of like today with the Muslims.
Exactly. Like in World War II with the Japanese, when you're getting your own history, I didn't know this when I was a kid, but when you're being taught your own history in school, you're not getting a completely objective point of view on things. We're going to wash our hands of all the dirty little things that we did and state the other things that we did that puts us in a good light because it's us writing the books. The I forgot who said it, but the victor really does write the history books.
Seems that way. Yeah. He seems that way.
Anymore, I remain skeptical like you. I like what you said there, Sugar, that you try to do as much research as you can, get it from both sides, and even then it's hard to form an accurate opinion based on all the information.
Yeah, I think about Nadia when I'm doing this kind of stuff, that this needs to happen. I mean, I don't want anybody to lose any culture or anything, but we need to get this message out to people that really basically calm the fuck down and leave everybody alone, because people that are born to this world like Nadia are affected by it to the point where, I mean, it's really hard.
I think the people
really
that
hurts
have the
me.
hate, I think the people that have the hate hurt themselves. Really,
No,
let them know
I
that
know.
they're hurting themselves.
I know, but we feel that way because we're compassionate. But unfortunately, people like Nadia, she has to live with that every day, and there's no way for you and I to alleviate that. So we have to we can be her warriors or warriors for her and other people like her to make sure that people don't hate or to try. So unfortunately, we may not be able to change Nadia's feelings, but we can make sure that others don't perpetuate that bullshit.
Well, but in our defense, I mean, I personally believe things they're not perfect, but they're getting better. Just look at like the example of like Bruce Jenner, right? Like 20 years ago, like National Enquirer and all these they would have been laughing. He would have been like the butt of jokes on like I mean, I don't even could that have even happened 20 years ago? Like Bruce Jenner, like people like that. People
not that
watched that
openly.
interview and they felt compassion for him. Nobody laughs at Bruce Jenner, right? I mean,
Well,
it's
they are, but they're probably not coming out and doing it in public.
right. But like even 20 years ago, he would have been the butt of jokes, right? I mean, society's definitely improving, like on gay, like. Think about like in the year 2000, 2004, part of the reason Bush got elected was evangelicals and no on gay marriage. That's turned in like less than 10 years, right? I mean, things, it's...
I think so. I honestly do. And if you ask me, I think it's media. I tweet Rupert Murdoch every day and tell him how evil he is for slanting the truth to the rest of the people. I didn't believe that many people hated gays so much that those poor people in Indiana with the pizza place, after $800,000 came into a GoFundMe account, I went, see, I'm right. That kind of money wouldn't come in if the majority of the country had that much hate. If I could get one thing done, I'd have everybody just point their focus onto someone like Rupert Murdoch, get him to start making all of his media honestly be fair and balanced and give the reality. I mean, because I don't believe all people are bad. I think that most people are good.
Well, to me, like on here, Christians claim objective morality. I think the issue of homosexuality just proves they don't have it, right? Because that's a clearly secular. Like they'll claim, like Christians will claim, oh yeah, we stopped slavery. There were just as many Christians that were for it as against it, right? They'll claim every 50-50 issue, right? They'll claim that Christianity was the force. Even though for every Quaker that was against, against slavery, there were the Baptists that were for it, Presbyterians that were for it, right? But this to me, obviously, like I'm not, I grew up Christian, I'm not anymore, but I can see that, hey, homosexuals, LGBT LGBT people, they're just like me. They're people, and I should treat them the way I would want to be treated. So that, to me, totally disproves that Christianity is the source of objective morality, right? Just by definition. Unless you're not reading what's in that book.
Right, I agree. Hey, will you make sure that you circle me? I would love to stay in contact with you.
Yeah, sure.
Those that hate any people, right, are against Christ. Christ said that we should love people as ourselves. It doesn't matter what they are, right? Right? That's what Christ said. I mean, and they're so fucking blind. Oh, we're gonna hate the gays. We're gonna
down, Rev.
go ahead, Simon.
Yeah, just calming down the level there. I know it's a passionate thing. I don't blame you for it, but we're just keeping the level down.
Is the argument
sorry.
then? Is the argument
Well,
then that
it's
if
cool.
God made everybody, that God doesn't make mistakes, and therefore He doesn't make gays, according to the people that believe that way?
If I believed in God, that's how I would believe.
Yeah, that's completely ridiculous, because to think that because I think I've heard pretty much that, paraphrasing, but if God made me and if I were gay, then in some people's eyes it's okay, but in others, certain special groups of Christianity, it's not okay. And I find that topic like wholly interesting, that you're all under this Christian umbrella, but you'll have the Westboro saying that the Pope is a lie and they're not real Christians, and most of Christians, the Baptists and the Protestants, and say that the Mormons aren't true Christians, when the Mormons say we're the exact definition of Christianity. And that kind of throws it in a shit pot, and you throw the fire on it, and it stinks. Why are there so many different divisions of religion? We have a special thing up here in Michigan.
Because religion is bullshit, brother.
Yeah, but I know you said that before. You keep saying it, but up here in Michigan we have.
Because it's the fucking truth.
I know, but up here in Michigan we have a thing called like Northern Baptists, and 10, 15, 20 years ago they were against the gays, but they were the first to reform. And now we have Southern Baptists who are getting on the fringe and going the complete opposite direction. And because I've actually looked into this, because there was a little bit of gay prostitution in a park, you have the Westboro Baptist Church going ape shit when, the people were dealt with that were prostituting. They were put in jail for prostitution, not because they were gay, and they were dealt with. And it's not like they're doing it out in public. And their whole reason behind getting out there and protesting is they don't want harm to come on themselves because of what somebody else is doing.
Go ahead, Bob.
And that's complete and utter bullshit.
Whoa.
Wow.
And there is God's wrath.
Damn it, did you do some sodomy over there?
Clear that wall.
You know what? As soon as I said Westboro and I was talking about the gays and sodomy, storm.
It's pretty fucking appropriate, because the Westboro Baptist Church doesn't represent God at all.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a fucking joke.
Hey, GC, you're. Since you're new, Nadia likes to put up a lot of these things on the side chat. There's a lot of information that she puts up there, and I didn't start reading them until like my first week. I missed it all. There's a lot of information she puts up there, if you haven't noticed.
Yeah, she filled me out on Alan Turing, and it was chemical castration.
I agree with Rev, though. I get tired of when, and I'm not even Christian, I get tired of when Christian, they use Westboro as the example. I mean, that gets old. Even for me, that gets old.
Not anymore.
Bob, did you want to say something, Bob? I think you want to.
Who, me? Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, Nadia, go ahead.
Westboro Baptist Church is inconsequential. The Family Research Council, American Family Association, Focus on the Family, Mission America, Eagle Forum, Concerned Women for America, and various others are, actually have real effects. I mean, for instance, I believe the American Family Association took 168 Republican congressmen out to a junket to Israel to advocate their positions. That's not the kind of thing the Westboro Baptist Church does, or kind of influence it has. Family Research Council has Tony Perkins speaking at. It wasn't CPAC. It was some other large conservative conference, right? This is they're far more serious and actually, in many ways, just as making just as extreme of statements and so on, right? I mean, you can have Brian Fisher of the American Family Association and going on about gazing Nazi stormtroopers driven by the unvarnished energy of Satan. Right.
Right.
That's statements from, or a mishmash of a couple of the statements from one of their spokespeople, right? Yeah, Tony Perkins pretty much outright says, gays are pedophiles, right? So,
that is a stereotype that is so old. Anybody that's been around knows that they're wholly different.
What I know you guys talked about this right when I was right about to sign on, but I still don't get the whole Satan concept, because it's just weird to me that basically he's a pretty major god in the Christian world, right? And any Christian that reads the Bible knows the supposed ending, how this is going to end, right? So it's like, if Satan knows how it's going to end, you would think, he would just not do, if he knows it's going to end badly for him, unless God's making him do this, it just doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. I just never got the whole Satan concept.
Either God is all things and he is also Satan, or it's a literary thing. Of course, you probably understand it this way, maybe like I do, that in the literary document there needed to be a scapegoat.
Well, the other thing is it's just like us. Just because you know how it's going to end doesn't mean you're not going to try and change it and make something different.
But yes, but Satan has experienced God, right? And he's not. It just, to me, it's like
God created the accuser.
Right. So I just have a hard. I'm just telling you, I have a hard time making it make sense. But
I feel you, man.
Yeah, I mean, unless Satan is completely crazy and nuts, in which case he has no real, accountability because he's crazy.
Actually,
yeah, go ahead.
There are three different kinds of beings that are various respects conflated. There's, of course, the accuser from Job, the king of Babylon in Isaiah, and apparently a supernatural father of lies in the New Testament. Go ahead.
God is dead, and no one cares. If there is a hell, I'll see you there.
God was never alive, so he can't be done. But anyways,
Satan will be there.
Yeah, the thing is,
I'm afraid God is Russian, and right now he's pissed on vodka.
But the thing is, I think a lot of the thing is with the churches and the big deal about the gay marriage is they're trying to distract from the fact that so many Christians are getting divorced and so many Christian children are pregnant and getting abortions, that those statistics are on the rise. So they're trying to lessen those by focusing on something they think is worse, or trying to make something else worse.
It is something just to slap up on the idiot box and keep people from, actually talking about reality.
Yeah.
So what is it? Half Christians get divorced? Is that right?
It's a high percentage, and the Bible has very specific conditions for divorce, right? That often.
Can we not start killing them when they get divorced? That'll teach them not to be Christian.
And they
Or
can't
at
get
least to take the vow fucking seriously.
yeah, and they can't get remarried. Otherwise, that's adultery.
No, of course not.
I came to a point in my life
That's the point.
that
See,
either
half
I
of
was
it
going to
is just
be
a laugh. Half of it is basically a laugh, and the other half is basically nonsensical. I struggle to find the kind of the actual message. Apart from the golden rule, I can't actually think of anything in there which is applicable to all humanity. Anybody else? There's a challenge for you, Rev.
I'm taking it seriously. I came to a point in my life where I could either be a bad, lazy Christian, or I could just be agnostic. And when I was 13 or 14, I decided instead of being a lazy Christian that's probably going to go to hell because I didn't truly believe, that, I didn't really care.
Wait, you said being a fat, lazy Christian?
I don't think.
Yes,
hang on a minute.
you could definitely
think
throw
not
fat in
really
there. That is
caring.
definitely an accurate category.
I don't think not caring and being an agnostic are the same thing.
I have a comment real quick. I just have to go somewhere. You do have another option. You do have another option, and my atheist friends will kill me for this. But you can, if you want to still believe, if you want to still believe, you could believe and follow the word and be a good example of that religion. That's still an option. I wouldn't recommend it, but it is an option.
I see what you're saying. In my line of research, learning about religions, I've came across what I consider somewhat laughable. I think they were Unitarian Universalists.
Oh, yes.
Where
Very fine people.
There's no real document, but they do churchy things and sing
Yeah, they're very
about
fine
God.
people.
Is that sarcasm, Simon?
No,
Or because I don't know anything about him.
We like the Anabaptists.
Oh, okay.
And, Unitarian to some, or at least Universalism is in some sense at least recognizing the humanity of us all. That's more than most Christians do, to be fair.
Well, I got a question for you all.
You got that right, Simon.
It's 10 inches, okay? It's 10 inches.
If it was more of a private club like that, then I'd be a lot more accepting.
That's it?
Oh wait, no, I was thinking, never mind, I was thinking of a different measure. Damn it, stupid empirical system.
Oh, it was 10 centimeters. Oh.
No, that's a, never mind, damn it, it was...
Got the units wrong.
Yeah, now I have to backpedal a lot. It's like make
Brother John, you want to say something, brother?
No, that's it. No, I'm
I
good.
thought somebody had a question. Didn't someone have a question?
Thank you, though.
And I already answered it.
No, yeah, I got a question. It's like, okay, we kind of focus on Christianity because we live in like Europe or North America, but I really feel like Islam really needs a change, and it's like, how can we ignore the people in that part of the world that are kind of like really oppressed? It's like, how do we just ignore it?
Well, first of all, do we know enough about the Islamic religion to talk about it? Well, that's one. Number two, do we know? Hold on. I'm only asking because I don't know. Do we know enough? Do we know that what we're being told is real, or is a lot of it being overinflated because we're there to protect oil? You know what? If it is,
the word. Go ahead, Sugar.
I absolutely believe we need to do something about them. Remember, I look at all sides. I just want to bring up what we may not be looking at, okay? And then the other thing is, as Americans, we think we have to police the world, and I wonder what our obligation is and when people get to live the way they want to live. So that's all I want to say. I agree. I suffer for those people in my mind, too, but these are the arguments that you may run into. Go ahead.
Well, there is a lot of okay, phew, in American media, in Western media, there is a lot of sort of extreme misinterpretation of certain Muslim groups, but these misinterpretations are actually based on real Muslim groups that are sort of the extreme ones, like the Wahhabi sects in Saudi Arabia, in Afghanistan, Pakistan, right? Fox. Say what?
No, carry on.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Sugar. Yes, there's a lot of for fuck's sake, misrepresentation in the media, but there's also a huge span of countries that do actually believe this. Child marriage, FGM, just horrible inequality, horrible laws that are based on 600 BC. 600 AC. BC?
Yeah.
So they're going to ask you, who are we to who are
well,
you?
here's the
Who are
thing.
we to say that they're?
Here's the thing, Sugar. So I think the beekeeper suit that the women in the Islamic world have to, I think that's a crime against humanity.
I agree. Remember, I agree with you.
I don't think anybody should, in climates that often are in like the triple digits, I don't think anybody should have to wear that kind of outfit, right?
Apart from beekeepers.
Correct.
The Christians
I think that's a crime against humanity to force them to wear that.
Right. Just as the Christians felt as they conquered each new world and taught those filthy natives what they were doing wrong.
But this is not subjective kind of,
I agree.
all culture versus their culture. No, this is fucking objective facts. Wearing a tent in the desert is not good for your health.
I agree. I want to change this. I gave up my iPhone because I don't like the way that they kill gays in the Middle East. When my daughter was pregnant,
I agree there are much better ways to kill gays.
Yeah, when my daughter was pregnant, the whole thing that tripped this thing in me was that I was sitting there thinking about a woman. There's got to be a woman like me, 50 years old, in the Middle East, whose daughter is about to give birth to her first grandchild. And because I was born here, I have this life, and she's having to endure bombs and people dying all over around her. And it made me crazy. Like my heart broke for her. But then I have to ask, what is our responsibility? I also disapprove of the United States going around putting their nose into everybody's business, as I disapprove of the Christian missionaries screwing up all the native cultures. So I don't know what the answer is.
I don't think anybody here is suggesting that we should invade these countries and forcefully change them. I think the notion is that we should, try to change it with argumentation and just moderation.
Access to information.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I personally find it weird that I live in a state that has a Muslim majority, but growing up, I cannot say for certainty. Yeah, I cannot say for certain that I've had a Muslim friend, because I haven't. I've never had somebody be like, "Oh, by the way, I'm Muslim," and I've never had the opportunity to not have a Muslim friend, and I find it weird that they're not in our politics. They're not represented. They keep to themselves in small communities, like in Dearborn. And I have a question. Do you guys think that maybe it's because they keep it close knit, so there's a bunch of confirmation bias, and they only intermingle with themselves?
250,000 Muslims in Dearborn, Michigan, and they've been there since the 50s. They've been that community, and all of a sudden they're dangerous to us. I think it's ridiculous. Most people don't even know that Dearborn has that demographic.
Exactly, and I find it strange that I don't have anybody to talk to about Muslim specific things, and that keeps me in the dark. And if I wasn't skeptical and atheist and I was still Christian, I'd be seeing these ISIS things going on, and I might lean more towards, yeah, we should fight these dog-eared bastards, or
Right. I ask Muslims. I said, is it law that you have to kill the infidel if he tries to convert you, or just as he stands? Whether he, because I think there's the confusion. It's like I asked Christians, when you
Depends on who
rebuke
you ask.
sin, when you rebuke sin, do you have to go up into their shop and humiliate them and put it on the news, or can you do it quietly in prayer or with your congregation? What's the rule? That's why I learn all religions.
Believing in God has nothing to do about control. Okay? It has nothing to do with it. Any religion.
I
Abrahamic, any of them, right?
Well, I agree, but I'm an atheist, I'm biased. But there are sects of Muslims and Christians and Buddhists who disagree quite happily, quite violently. Disagree with you. And that's
Art. It's about control. That's what religion is about. It's not about loving people. It's about fucking controlling them. It's horse shit.
I would agree, yeah, to an extent. Yeah, I'm just saying, hey, you know what? Yeah, we do have a problem.
Oh no, Art. To an extent. Really?
Well, to an extent, in a sense of that there are theists who believe that religion is not
theism. Art. Listen to me. I love you, man. Listen, religion has nothing to do about believing in God. It's horse shit.
I agree in a sense that I would like this to be the case.
Ref.
Yeah, Ref, I believe you. I want this to be the case. I will promote this to be the case. I'm just saying a lot of theists do not think like that, and we should point this out. I'm on your side. I'm just saying, hey, you know what? Let's not forget that there are still theists who think the opposite, and they are trying to control everybody.
I hear you.
Yep. Love you, man.
Love
Hey
you,
guys,
Art.
I gotta go for a little while, so I'm gonna pop out so somebody else can jump in. I gotta go take a shower, but then I'll be back. Okay? I'll try and get in if I can.
You don't have to, you don't have to, go away from the hangout when you get a shower.
You know me. I'm fair and I'm fair and balanced.
Just pop the camera on.
All right, holy shit, man.
Do you want it down on the floor, or you want a lower level, or you want it up high so you can see down? You just let me know.
Art, just admit it. You want to see those tits.
Yeah.
Tits.
Only me. Me and only me.
Art's the only one with balls enough to say what we were all thinking.
Oh, no, he's not. Stick around, honey.
You know what I'm thinking?
Yeah.
Misogynist.
Yeah. No, he's not a misogynist.
Nope,
But when you run into people that are MGTOW or MRAs, and I don't know if there's any in the room, that's misogyny at its best.
I guess I classify myself as an ERA and everybody's rights advocate.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm not a misogynist. I have female friends.
I'm just kidding.
I'm not a misogynist, but good zongers.
Art just likes boobies.
I know, everybody likes boobies.
Yeah,
everybody likes boobies.
I just like to say
that could be a bumper sticker.
Boobies.
I love you guys. I'll see you in just a little while. I'm gonna go clean up. All right, bye-bye.
Sugar.
Love you, Sugar.
And I really just like to say for the record, just in case somebody didn't hear me, I'm not a misogynist. I cannot be a misogynist because I have female friends. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Are they really friends, though, Art? Aren't they just?
Hey, you guys showed me.
Aren't they just paid
slaves?
slaves?
That had a boobies chant. And
Welcome,
I'll
Pom.
be there.
Do hookers really count as?
Stop, Rev.
Uh-oh. What the hell is this?
Simon is trying to say, what's up, Simon?
Is that a baby? Is that a baby Jew Pope?
Hey, there's our favorite.
What the fuck?
Or is it a Jew baby?
Don't fucking pick on my baby.
Can you guys
fucking pick on my baby? Otherwise, you're looking at trouble.
Can you guys hear me? Anybody?
Hey, Farhan. What's
Welcome.
Up? Oh, right.
What's
You're
up,
on the topic of Islam, right?
I'm actually driving right now.
Ah, okay. I bet you're driving to a military base, right, with a bomb.
Don't beat
no,
Jesus.
So I'm in rush hour traffic.
All right, so
Excuse me.
Farhan, brother, why do you believe in God?
Why do I believe in God?
easy.
I don't think I can answer that question in like such a concise way. I think I couldn't even if I tried not to believe in God, and I have actually. I don't know. It's like saying like, why do you believe like not in hard solipsism? I don't know. I just something.
Exactly. Yeah, we can't prove it to them.
It's not. It's not like a. It's not like I have like I've seen the light or something like that. I have been through periods where I've wanted to be an atheist and I just wasn't able to. I ended up just being angry at God instead of like disbelieving in God.
Yeah, you were not a true atheist.
Hang
I
on,
don't
hang
want.
on,
I want.
Arts. He's
All
saying
right, come
very
on.
Arts. Hang on.
I wanted to
Saying
be an
very
atheist.
clearly that he wasn't a true atheist because he said he was angry at God, and we know that isn't the atheist position.
Yeah, well,
You're right. But I'm saying I wanted to be an atheist because I wanted to not believe in God, and I couldn't.
I hear you.
Yeah,
have you tried praying to our Lord, Christopher Hitchens?
you have to get over being angry.
I can help him, you guys. It's okay to be angry at God because he doesn't exist.
No, it's not okay to be angry at God because God
Angry at God
doesn't
is not
exist.
exist. Yeah.
Yeah, being angry with something that's imaginary is a little strange.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little bit nuts, to be honest.
I'm angry
Do
at
you
something
know
that's
for a fact? Do you know for a fact that he is an illusion?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh man, positive claims all around.
You got it, baby. I'm an anti-theist. You know me, Rev. You know me, Rev.
Can I get it out, Rev?
The angry part is kind of superfluous. I think the big thing was that, like, what I realized was that, like, even when I was kind of indifferent, like, I wasn't angry or nothing like that. If I couldn't disbelieve in God even if I wanted to. I don't know how to explain it other than it's like innate in me.
Yeah, no, that's
like
cool. It's clearly in the religious books. You have to believe before you can believe.
Well, you can't prove, for example, that like you can't get out of hard solipsism. It's impossible.
Yeah, sure.
Were you raised in a Muslim
deny the
household?
question. I deny the question has any relevance, but apart from that, I know what you're saying, Ryan, and I wouldn't be so as to deny your point.
Simon, the possibility of God is irrelevant.
Yeah.
Were you born in a?
Oh my God, Simon, come on.
What? I'm serious.
We just know it's a fictional construct. We know it.
You know it's fictional. You know for a fact. You know for a fact that there is no God, right?
Rev, come on.
You're gonna have to calm down, otherwise the world's gonna have to know your body.
I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
You just can't stop yelling at me.
Everybody
dude.
shush,
It's funny.
everybody shush, please. Bit of moderation going on here. Please be quiet. Okay, thank you. Rev, I've got to say, if I have to lower you in the control panel, it means you won't come out on the live feed. Okay?
I apologize. I'm shutting up.
Please, you just stay away from your mic. Don't go nearer your mic just to get your point across. Okay, carry on.
Okay. I'll go ahead.
That's all I was going to say. I had more to say.
Right. So the
Did
point
anybody-
about my knowledge claim is that it's subjective because it's my claim. And that's the bit you let me have by saying it the way you did earlier. If you'd been more accurate with what you said, then I wouldn't have been able to say it is a knowledge claim.
Well, I wouldn't say that my claim is subjective. I would say it's subjective based on my sort of worldview to an extent, which I think is the default position because I'm not defending the God claim. I'm going from the beginning, so to speak. You know, from okay.
Don't backpedal. Don't backpedal.
Huh? How?
Don't backpedal. Art. That's backpedaling.
No, I'm not saying I'm just presupposing.
We're making positive claims here. We're not,
No,
we're not taking the soft atheist position. We're taking the hard atheist position.
Right. Let me explain. Right, I'm starting my sort of thought experiment, which concludes that there is probably no God, and thus it justifies its knowledge because it has justification. Starts with nothing, essentially. God might exist. God might not exist. I look at the evidence. I look at the the scriptures, the claims, the claims of personal experiences, and based on evidence, I conclude most likely he doesn't exist because the scriptures, all of the scriptures that I've seen so far, do not look like anything from God. They look like something that has been made up by humans. Personal experiences simply do not. Okay, just by virtue, they do not constitute evidence for me. So just off the bat, I can reject them. But I would even go so far as to say it's not really a justification for the person himself who's claiming this.
Okay, would one of the theists like to respond to that?
I have nothing to say if that's your position.
Fair enough.
If you want to speak.
Yeah, I was trying to grant your position before I was cut off, Farhan. But I wanted to argue from the hard atheist position simply to see what it's like, really, or to see how you guys respond to it.
Oh, it's fun.
I'm not going to argue, like, if that's what you concluded, okay. Cause, like, I don't think you're going to make an argument that's like, this point disproves that point. I don't think it's at that level.
No.
I used to think that, but I don't think it's at that level.
How about more of a conversation that has arguments in it?
Whatever.
It's not the same thing.
Yeah, it is, I'm afraid.
No, like
you know, I think. So I know GC or whatever. You're relatively new here. We've all obviously have history between us, so we're in some sense shortcutting some of the finer points that maybe we would do if we were new to each other. So perhaps we're a little more offhand with each other than we should be, but don't take us out of place. We don't mean anybody in this room doesn't mean disrespect to anybody else. I feel.
I do. Fuck you, Simon.
Oh well, apart from Art and I are atheists, so we have to disagree.
Yeah, we can insult each other. We could, yeah.
Well, I agree with Art on half the things he believes, and I disagree with you on everything. So there's another divide.
Excellent. Well said, sir.
What do you want? You're from Michigan, so.
Yeah. Oh, and this is God, by the way, GC. Your name, when you put your name here, that's God.
Yeah.
It's provable, by the way. Well, as provable as Yahweh or Jesus.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
Why is that? Now, for the atheists, does religion affect your life in any way? Like, I'm not saying like you believe in it. I'm saying like, does other people's religiosity, does it affect your life?
Yes.
Hell yeah, especially in America.
Welcome, Nadia.
For example,
yes, that's why I'm here.
Yeah, okay. For example, in America, as a good Simon.
Not in the U.S.
Well, okay, I'm not in the U.S., but I know there are atheists in the U.S. whose lives are being affected just by the virtue of the major state that buys most textbooks have to sort of, bow down to that, state's beliefs, primary beliefs, which is, heavy leaning creationism. So they have to, change the textbooks, which are completely anti-science.
But I meant like for you personally as an individual. Do you feel like religion is constantly badgering you, or is it like something you can do?
Money. I live in Czech Republic. Czech Republic, like most Europe states, has its own church that they fund through taxes. So yeah, my money goes to a church.
And how does it affect your life though? Beyond that?
Well, beyond that. Not much, but money is a significant.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, money is just. Yeah, go ahead.
I said you go ahead first. I'm on a phone, so it might be lag.
Yeah, there's a lot of lag. But yeah, I would say money is a significant, factor in it. It doesn't matter how much money, really, as long as I'm paying for something that I do not condone, and there's no justification for me to be forced to pay it. There's no benefit. There's nothing. You barely see churches doing anything in Czech Republic and many other, European states. So yeah.
You're fucking right.
What percentage of the federal budget goes to the Czech church?
Good question. Let me find it out. Hold on.
There's also the political ties the religious community has in America on our political system.
You're talking personal effects of religion?
Well, again, there's the creationism in the textbook, abortion laws, prostitution laws. There's aspects of our laws that, yeah. the church
All
just has no business in.
All right, friend. I have a response to that.
Go for it.
My holy text taught me hate before I knew what hate was. I dislike gays and the blacks.
The blacks?
Because
Wait, Christians aren't racist. Or, I mean, like, more mainstream Christians, right?
You're kidding me, Farah.
I said it taught me hate before I knew what hate was. I have since abandoned those ideals.
I've seen, other than like the KKK, but they don't count. Mainstream Christian denomination being like we don't like black people. Is there something I'm missing?
No, I think you'll find institutional racism is alive and well in the West.
Oh no, yeah, I agree with you that racism is, but I don't think that's like a product of Christianity.
Oh yeah, really? Really?
It's played its part.
Have you not heard of Martin Luther and the Reformation?
No, educate me. I wasn't aware of that.
They were racist.
The belief in
the
any higher power is wrong, right?
Rev.
Yeah, right. Sorry, Rev, dude. You're gonna have to be dealt with there.
Kick me out.
Bad boy.
No one's kicking you, Rev. You're always welcome here. You know that.
Just back off your mic, Holmes.
I'm going really crazy rush hour.
And we love you, Rev. It's never an issue of that.
In my day-to-day life, to be honest, the religiosity, and maybe it's where I live in a pretty metropolitan area, but the religiosity doesn't really affect me in any way, like Christian, which is the dominant question of religion.
Yeah, I told you that's probably better.
I've seen. Is my mic messed up?
Yeah, it's pretty messed up.
Are you serious? I'm on my phone. How could that be? I'm not even on my home computer.
No, it's cool. It's because JC had some background noise, and your mic is automatically muted because it's a mobile device. It will be automatically muted when there is any sorts of input into it. You should be fine now. I muted JC.
Yeah, I was gonna say I fixed my home computer too. But I was gonna say no, I live in a pretty metropolitan area, so it might have to do with that, the culture in this area. But to be honest, I don't really see religion in my entire, I don't see it outward anywhere really. I mean, you might have people preaching here and there. You might have, I've seen one abortion clinic protest, although it's legal in the state. But and I don't know about gay marriage. I don't think so yet in Virginia. But I've never really seen. It's almost like if I wanted to separate myself from any form of religion, I could do that easily, aside from in my house. And that's not like a state thing. In fact, it's invisible to me is what I'm saying. And the reason what I was getting at was that I understand if you're talking about the government gives money to the church in the Czech Republic and that affects state policy or something like that. I can understand that, and I understand if you can't do certain things that you would engage in. But to me, I do see America as maybe not legally a Christian country, but culturally a Christian country. But it doesn't really affect my life in any way at all, and that's why I don't understand why atheists are so into the idea of God. That's my question. I don't get why they're so into it.
Well, it's one of the particular things about the European experience from religion is that we kind of realised we should keep it indoors because that way we tend not to fight so much.
But isn't it indoors? Therefore,
so there's a kind of reservedness to displaying religion in some respects. It's not so. Of course, it's not prevalent in America, and you see billboards. You see big boards with, Jesus loves you and shit written all over it. All right, but effectively, people are still keeping it in the churches and in their homes. It's still not in the street in general. Maybe Christmas time and stuff, and certainly in this country.
Are your churches tax exempt, Simon?
Well,
are they what? Sorry.
Are the churches tax exempt in your country, Simon?
No, they're supported.
Yeah, see that right there is the church putting their hand in my pocket, and that's what I want out.
Well, yeah, no, we pay for the churches through some way. I mean, it's a convoluted way that the church has to get money out of the government.
Give Farhan a couple of seconds because he's on the phone.
Oh no, I'm fine. You can go talk. I was saying I support that in general because Like to me, I like the idea of like lower taxes and not taxing like a social institution.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, cool. Well, you and I see eye to eye on that then. Right on.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless they were going out there making money, like that's different. Then it's a business, not like a.
Okay, so what they do is they split the cost of the building off, and then that gets done under a different heading. So we're still paying for it, but we're paying for it through national heritage rather than through direct support of religion.
In America, with blatant just tax exemption and all of their fiddling in with our politics, that's just unacceptable.
Big style. And it's so noticeable as well.
Oh, they're blatant about it. They brag about it. They love the power. It's not even funny.
It's destroying religion in your country.
It is. Well, our corporation right now is basically just using religion as something to hide behind while they just keep, fucking us senseless on the taxes. So.
In our masjid,
all it is.
They routinely have politicians come in and give speeches, but like before, and they will have Republicans come in, and before every speech, the masjid will say, "We are a 501c3 organization. We do not endorse any candidates, but we allow anyone to speak." And they really don't. They're actually pretty strict on that because they don't want to lose that status.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
They find other ways to do it.
Oh no, our mosque is really
money. You see, this is the issue. One of the things about secularization, or the slow death of religion in Europe, as I like to think of it, optimistically, is that really it's about capitalism and about the fact that people don't wish to buy products related or with that symbolization or representation on.
Nadia, do you want to speak?
Yeah, I have avoided direct or personal contact with religion in my life, right? And for pretty obvious reasons. I mean, it's clear to me what I was, and well, also what the doctrines were. Unfortunately, it has a far broader reach than that. The Christian cultural hegemony sets quite a number of social norms.
What is Christianity, Nadia?
Well, it's the collection of those who follow Jesus Christ, the various kinds of institutions, systems of thought, and so on that are coupled with it, and so on.
And does anything in the Gospels say anything about hating people like you, Nadia? You're a human.
The epistles, not the gospels.
The gospels are about hatred?
I said the epistles, not the gospels.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know the epistles.
And I apologize for the hate that has been done in the name of Christianity, Nadia. I apologize for that.
Well, I could have, in some respects, and things have been, that full kind of cultural hegemony. Simply just, self-sorted, going out to more liberal areas, even in New York and San Francisco. The, cultural attitudes, political sexual ethics and such, prevail, right? Those standards were set by the Christian majority and percolated out to the rest.
Nadia, if they obeyed the words of Christ, then none of this shit, all of this discrimination that has happened against you, it would have never been a factor.
Oh, God. They themselves were not even Christian. They were influenced by Christianity.
You're right.
So religion is being used as a scam?
Exactly, Nomo.
Well, that is the case, but it's a larger sort of.
I think we see the benefit to have just not having to deal with it. That would be great.
It's a component of a larger system.
Oh, indeed. Absolutely.
You know, there's classism, there's racism, there's sexism, and more, right? They all intertwine, interlock together. I mean, if it's all really just money, then how is it that these other categories are such strong determinants of class, right?
What do you think then about, for example, like a state atheism?
There's no point to it.
I mean, perhaps, but it existed though, and it was pretty militantly, in a literal sense, and very anti-cultural.
Again, atheism is just a lack of belief in man-made theism.
Yeah, I mean that's true. That's true. But I mean, like that's kind of going back to like it's kind of like saying, it's like absolving yourself as opposed to the cultural phenomenon of atheism.
No, it's just
a lack of belief.
No, it's no longer using the old techniques and adopting new ones. It's
Like what?
evolution in process.
Farhan, bless you. Why do you believe in God?
Oh, I think you asked me a minute ago.
You can't answer that.
I wouldn't be able to answer it like in like a way like I physically can show you something. It's just like an innate knowledge. Unless there's something new, I'd rather it be something that I didn't answer before.
You seem more like a moderate to me, Farhan.
I guess. Rev, was there something that I missed? I didn't mean to. That kind of rude, but I just responded to it.
I'd like to talk about the topic of an atheistic regime. Are you talking more like a North Korean regime?
They're actually not atheistic, believe it or not.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's not really an atheistic
they have a
regime
belief that
because they have a belief that
They believe that their leaders are gods.
Yeah,
right.
the
Some type
leader
of golden
came down,
dragon
rode
born
a
out of a
rainbow.
rainbow, and right. No, that's a complete supernatural, religious, theistic thing. So yeah,
They believe in the afterlife for their Kim Jong-il because he's still held in a coffin, and they believe he is going to be Christ-like resurrected when the time comes for them to take over the world.
Well, let's go this far. Even the Dalai Lama shares that.
Of course,
with that guy,
atheists
you know,
are against
right?
that kind of atheistic quote-unquote regime.
But actually, I wasn't referring to that. For example, like a North Korea, not a North Korea, a Stalinist Russia, or really Russia into the Soviet Union for a long time, or like a
Stalin killed for political reasons.
That's it. Purely
They just
power.
happen
That's
to be.
it.
No,
They just happen to be atheistic. They happen to be a non-believing governmental body.
So I guess what I'm saying,
You can't define them by what they did not believe. They did not kill in the name of atheism. Nobody has killed in the name of atheism.
okay, so here's what I'm saying. You can't do something in the name of a not thing, right? That's impossible. So like I can't, like if I'm does that make sense? That I can give an example of that. But you can't do something in the name of a not thing, obviously. But what I'm saying is that communism definitely and did have like an atheist component to it that was extremely hostile to people. And
the state was the godhead.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
The state was the godhead. It was a non-supernatural idol to focus on. It was just the state. Now the state becomes the godhead.
All right, let me tell you the difference between Stalinistic Russia and North Korea. In North Korea, you are required to have a picture of the great leader in every house. In Stalinistic Russia, you had a picture of Stalin on your wall out of reverence for your leader, like we would have respect for a president or a dictator or a king. Dictators are not atheistic regimes. Dictators are not atheistic regimes. They are exactly dictators.
So what was being forwarded earlier was that religion is a system. It's just like racism or classism or sexism. It's a component in that, and I think definitely it can be used as that. But I think that you can also have other systems that do exactly that, and we saw that the government under these oppressive systems like Russia or like Pol Pot's regime or things like that were using state atheism to say there is no God, don't go to these churches, go to us, and we will have like complete control of your life.
State atheism is an oxymoron. It's either socialism or communism.
You can use like national to do it. You can use anything, but I think it's what I'm saying is it's just like a filler. You can use anything to do whatever you want to control the masses with, and religion happens to be one of the things. So it's not religion itself; it's whatever you put in that place. Like there were like nationalistic wars where the religions were the same religion, like the American Civil War, for example. Or even economic wars. You can have two countries that are both, Christian that are fighting each other, but one of them's communist, not. By the way, Ref, I apologize. I was saying that I didn't mean to sound rude to you. I think it might have come off the other way. I was saying you asked a question and I didn't understand how the question was different from the first time you asked it.
I would say this simply, Farhan, and bless you. I would say simply that science cannot say that there is no God, right?
Right.
Religion, at the same point, cannot prove that there is a God. So it's kind of a stalemate.
I was actually using philosophy to prove there wasn't a God, but
philosophy, it's just an extension of natural science, and it can't disprove something.
No, philosophy created God.
No, it's proving a negative. You can't prove a negative, so you can't say that there is no God.
No, philosophy created God.
I mean, I don't really have to
Are
think
you
about that.
sure about that? Can you prove that?
Yeah, God's a fiction.
Yeah,
no, you know God's a fiction. You know that for a fact.
Again, you got to stop
cats
yelling
don't
at me,
have
dude.
gods.
I can prove.
Prove. You can't say.
I posted a video in the side chat of water buffaloes practicing morals, and I know water buffaloes don't have a god.
What does that have to do with anything?
Actually, I do believe they believe in God, but what I was saying was that you can't say that you can't say I have used logic to prove there is no God, because that's proving a negative, which is itself an illogical statement. So you can't.
I'm saying God is a construct of man, and he used philosophy to construct him, and I can use philosophy to deconstruct him.
And you know that? Oh, okay, all right. Right now, positive claim. Wait. Whoa.
You shout everybody down. My turn.
Go ahead.
Okay. We know that's what's been happening since day one. You have no other evidence to produce that says otherwise, doesn't demonstrate otherwise. All you have is this continued statement that kind of you have in common with Bill O'Reilly, and you think that would be enough.
You think I agree with Bill O'Reilly?
He uses the exact same line you're using on me now. He did it to Dawkins. You want me to find the proof? Word for word. You are quoting him verbatim.
What did you quote?
English to deconstruct your fallacy.
Oh my God, you are a fucking moron. You're an idiot.
Guys, let's calm down.
Calm
down.
I can prove it.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, can you prove, this is like a famous thing in philosophy, like, can you prove that there's no magical teacup flying in space? What I'm saying is, you can't disprove that, because science cannot disprove. It cannot. It's impossible.
Well, okay.
I keep quoting philosophy and not science.
Way to look at life.
I think
so because you can't prove it's true, it's gotta be.
Right. Thank you. God of the gaps.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. No, God of the gaps is something unrelated. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying.
Surely you don't want to put your God there. If you put your God there, your God's gonna be so weak.
Wait, hold on. I'm not saying that you can't prove him, therefore you can't disprove him, therefore he does exist. Because then you could say anything. Well, therefore the flying spaghetti monster exists because you can't disprove him. What I'm saying is that you can't disprove him. Therefore, you can't make the statement that there is no God. Because
Farhan, you got it. Nadia, go ahead.
Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Go ahead, Nadia.
That's in the realm of logic.
So nice of you. Yeah, Nadia, go ahead. After you, Nadia, I'd like to chime in too.
I can disprove the existence of a great many things. I can disprove that there is any compass and straight edge construction, given the radius of a circle, construct a square of equal area to a circle of that radius.
Nadia, what is mathematics?
God.
It is a priori reasoning involving symbolic formal structures such as numbers.
I like that. I like that.
Then, furthermore, I'd say that similar to how mathematics can go about disproving these things. In fact, Alan Turing's grand achievement, for which he's famous, is such a disproof.
Nadia, what is the number of pi to you?
The ratio between the circumference and diameter of a circle. So in the meantime, any logical argument.
Do you think there's something more to that?
Logical argument, essentially against the existence of deity.
I'll shut up.
Is such a disproof.
I don't agree with that analogy. And
Wait, Farhan, just a second. I wanted to actually respond to what you said, Farhan, before.
Welcome, Dusty.
What's up?
Hey, Dusty. Yep. What's up? Farhan, you said that you cannot disprove a negative, right? So you cannot claim that God doesn't. I'm sorry. You cannot prove a negative, so you cannot say that God doesn't exist. The thing is, we do not have to prove that God necessarily doesn't exist. No, for a hard atheist to be justified in his claim, he can just propose an inductive argument, which makes God or gods less likely to exist.
Right, okay. That's what I was doing.
So you're saying that you're saying that God is less likely to exist, right? I don't know how someone would say that, but you're saying
yeah, sure.
That's not the same as saying God doesn't exist.
It is actually in deductive logic. Yeah, you can even make a deductive argument based on inductive premises that would necessarily lead to a conclusion that God doesn't exist.
No, how are you going from probability is low to is zero?
That's how kind of deductive arguments work. You don't have to prove that your premises are necessarily true, just that they're more likely true than not. And based on that, you're justified in concluding that your premises are true, and thus the conclusion follows if the deductive argument is in a valid logical form. So yes, you can make both a deductive argument based on inductive premises and a purely inductive argument based on probability. Both are justifications for the claim that God doesn't exist.
Art, how do you see the singularity, Art?
Oh, hold on.
I didn't understand what you just said. I'm sorry. Like maybe I missed what you said or I didn't understand it. But how do you go from low probability from zero to zero probability?
Well, that's maybe I'm mistaken here, but for me watching the debates of Willem Lane Craig, who is a theist, he argues, in fact, one of his arguments for a god based on a kalam is that in a deductive argument, premises can be inductive. They don't have to be proven to be necessarily the case, only that they're more likely to be true than not.
That's a bad argument, though.
That's not how philosophers are using it, and it's based on practicality.
Art, I love you, brother. Can I ask you a question? Can science explain the singularity?
Neither cannot God. Neither cannot any theist explain it.
Well, believers in God can explain it better.
It's not an explanation to say that an all-powerful phenomena did everything.
It's not an explanation if it's a belief.
Fair enough.
Got it.
And until it's proven, it's mere conjecture.
God is such a bad explanation, it's not even wrong.
But science has no explanation.
Science admits it doesn't know.
Okay, Nadia, it's Nadia's hangout. Nadia, go.
So nice of you, Rev.
May I briefly point out that if you cannot disprove the existence of gods, you cannot prove God.
The existence? Yeah, I don't think in physical terms you can prove the. I agree with you there. I don't think you can ever.
Well, how does Farhan define God?
I don't know how I would define God, do you? Like, I don't have like a dictionary definition. I'm driving my car.
Is it a supernatural creator of the universe?
Yeah, that's part of it, yeah.
Okay,
Has
well,
God,
supernatural's an issue. That's a fiction. It's a fable.
has
Because I
God
think
ever dealt with you?
if you're stuck in the if you start from the premise that only the physical world exists, then yeah, then a supernatural thing would not exist. If that's your premise, then I can't prove that to you.
No, the only place a supernatural thing exists is in between your ears.
Okay, so
You're sure about that?
what I
Prove
say,
differently. You're
Okay,
the one making the claim. Prove differently.
Right. Can somebody prove to anybody that there's something supernatural? I like a positive evidence or an argument for that.
actually, here's the thing. If I was
By our testimonies.
let me say two things. Number one, that if I was to show you, if I hypothetically, right, if the sky opened up and a figure from the skies came and it walked down to you and said, "I am like I don't know some being," right, and it was like something like beyond like your realm of experience. You've never seen this before. You know what people would say to that? People who did not want to believe in God would say, "This is a natural phenomenon that I do not understand, but it's still a natural."
So what you need to figure out is how to prove the supernatural.
Because it would exist in our reality, it would be a totally natural thing.
Hey guys, let him finish.
The point is that if you start from the premise that the only thing that exists is like physical, then everything that you see will be interpreted through that lens, and therefore I cannot prove it to you. Even if like the heavens opened up and there's whatever, then you still wouldn't believe in it. But
so,
oh man,
if we just acknowledge reality, then your story is implausible.
Well, the fact of the matter is, Nomo,
there you go
that
again.
science cannot prove everything, right?
You
right.
Observed anything supernatural ever?
Preach the beautiful thing of science.
That's science. That's common sense.
Common sense? Are you fucking kidding me?
Calm down, guys.
No. Nadia, go ahead.
I think I don't make a distinction. There's something I really wanted to say earlier. First off, I don't make a distinction between supernatural and natural because they're all whatever. That's not here nor there. But like the thing I want to make
convenient.
I mean, I don't. Okay, well, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. But what I was saying was that
you opened it.
No, let him speak.
Sorry.
William Lane Craig. Someone said something about William Lane Craig, right? And how he basically relies on probability. I've listened to a little bit of him, but I don't think that's really a good argument because then you're just relying on probability. And anyone can say that just because something is likely improbable doesn't mean it didn't occur. So like you can't say like this is more probable than that as an argument. I don't like that. I mean, you can say like I might base my life around that, but you couldn't say that like in terms of like philosophically. And what I was saying earlier was that if you have an argument that God is improbable, right? I don't know how someone would say what the probability of God's existence is, but if someone was to say that he's improbable, that you still can't say that he's zero probability. Like you can't say that. That jump is impossible. You cannot make that jump. It's impossible.
When we're talking about logic, God equals zero. Go ahead, Nadia.
May I briefly point out that zero probability doesn't imply impossibility. For instance, the contour middle third set within the 0-1 interval is zero measure. In other words, probability 0 in a uniform distribution. At the same time, it's clearly not impossible for a random deviate within 0 and 1 to be within the Cantor middle third set, right?
Say that one more time. I know a little bit of math.
Well, I mean, it's pretty amazing what Nadia said there. I mean, you either exist or you don't exist, right? I think that's pretty incredible what Nadia just said there.
There's only one thing, Nadia, that you said earlier. That you said you can prove that something doesn't exist, and you said you can prove, for example, that I think it was like the volume of a circle and square can't be the same. My brother is he studied math, so he talks about this kind of stuff to me. I actually don't think. I'm going to have kind of a dispute about this, and I don't actually think that numbers exist, like in any physical way. There's no such thing as like the number 3 in some like Aristotelian form, or not Aristotle, Platonic form somewhere.
Exactly.
How about the golden ratio?
Math is very logical, right? but it has absolutely no tangible thing to, give us something there, right?
Hey, Rev, who is your God?
There's no such thing as
My God is Jesus Christ.
Okay, could you pray for me that Jesus Christ reveal himself to me and show me why your particular brand of Christianity is the correct one?
I don't have any brand of Christianity.
Hang on.
I believe that God exists. Period. That's all I believe.
Hang on. I wanted to far on when you said, if the sky opened up and a being came down and revealed itself to be
right
being that is supernatural, God that created everything and knows everything, he would know what it would take for me to believe in him, and he would do that thing.
I would say, here's what I would say. I would say that someone's mindset can be in such a way that no matter what happens, literally no matter what, they will still not believe because they choose not.
Pray for me. Pray for me that your God show me why he's the right God.
Do you think that the belief in God has anything to do with logic? Really? You think you can read a fucking book to believe in God? That's a fucking joke. It's a joke. That's a fucking joke. I mean, it's fucking sad that you think that you could read a fucking book and believe in God. That's fucking funny.
As far as your lungs are concerned,
the thing is, the super all power, all knowing, omniscient, omnipresent. He knows all. It doesn't matter what my mindset is. He would know what it would need to change my mindset.
I don't agree.
Exactly. Exactly.
Because
interpret it through a certain way.
Because I hear from like Veckel and other Christians.
No, I mean, what is God? What is God? What is God to you, Bob? What is God to you, Bob? What is God to you, GC? I mean, it's a fucking joke. I mean,
why is your God just asking that question over and over?
So we're kind of jumping to.
Please, okay. Like I'm saying, this God would know what it would take for me to believe.
So I would agree with you, but that wasn't the original question, though. The original question was, do you have proof that God exists? And what I said to that was that literally, with that mindset, no tangible physical evidence could ever prove to you that God exists, because everything would be interpreted through the lens of like materialism, or what is the term? I guess like naturalism. I guess.
Exactly.
Wanted me to know him, he would show me the things I needed to see to know him.
No, but that may be true, but you would choose to interpret it a different way.
You can't say that.
There would be no choice. There would be absolutely no choice in the matter.
Yeah,
just like your belief, there would be absolutely no choice in the matter. You said you wanted to be atheist, but you didn't have a choice because you have been revealed uncontrovertible evidence to the contrary.
I don't think I've been revealed anything. I don't think I'm some kind of.
Me neither. Me neither. I just believe in God. So.
What does testimony mean?
Testimony is horseshit. It's horseshit.
Hang on a minute.
I mean, is it more logical, right? Is it more logical that some sort of greater intelligence made evolution make, all this shit happen, right?
So
I mean, give me a.
You have a faulty use of logic. You're proving that pretty clearly.
Yeah, I guess so.
So what I'm understanding, far on, what I'm understanding you by you saying that is that I am stronger and more powerful than God, because no matter what God does or says, I will not believe him because my mind is stronger than his.
Wow.
No, I don't think that's true.
That's a profound thought.
That's pretty fucking arrogant.
No, I don't think that's the case.
It's profound. It's not arrogant.
No matter what God did,
it's very, very fucking arrogant. I mean, Bob, you have said that you believe that you are your own God, right?
I am
contradictory. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that I don't know. I mean, obviously, if you believe like in purely naturalism, you don't believe in free will. But do you believe like in a like that a believer would believe in free will? Or someone who believes in God believes in free will? The person who asked the question. I'm sorry, I'm driving, so I can't see you. I don't know who's.
This is Bob. Your name here, but yeah.
Bob. Okay. Do you think that, for example, that that I believe that there's free will, or that Rev believes that there's free, or most Christians, Muslims, Jews, Hindus, Buddhists, whatever? Do you think that we believe in free will for the most part?
I believe, yeah, I pretty much believe everybody believes in limited free will.
Okay, so I don't think atheists should, but so if you believe we have free will, okay, so do you think, and you're asking for God to show you something that it makes it impossible for you not to believe? That's
exactly.
Okay, so the thing is, you're asking for something that's contradictory, because what you're asking for is for God to give you something, i.e. free will, and then for him to say, and I'm going to overwhelm your free will, and to not, therefore, like, disbelieve in that sense. So it's like asking for like a square circle. That's pretty much what you're asking for. And then,
right, exactly. I mean, you know, you don't want to believe in God, then don't believe in God. Have fun with that.
That would contradict him giving you free will.
This is a prayer. This is a test to your God.
Right.
He can do all things, but he can do all things, right? He's all powerful. Right. He can do all things. Let your God convince a non-believer.
Okay, so I do believe that God will convince people, but I'll tell you what, here's what I would just say, starting off with this, do this, generally speaking. Number one, obviously live a good life. Don't do things that are overtly wrong. But number two, if you feel like you have kind of a cynical attitude towards God, I don't know if you do and I don't know you, but just remove that from your mind and try to find people who are in less helpful situations, maybe poor, maybe who need blood, right? It's my bumper sticker. Like who are in bad situations in life, and try to help them out and see what happens. I'm not going to give you some logical argument because I told you earlier or physical evidence will never work.
Because it doesn't exist.
No, but try that though.
That's what I was thinking.
Try that and see what happens. Try that and see what happens in your life.
Right, but it also says in the Bible
Oh,
that
you people think you can fucking prove there is no God, right? Right? You can prove there's no God, right? Right? Oh, Steve, is that funny? Is that funny, Steve? Is that funny? You fucking cunt! You little piece of shit!
Not that particular statement, just the whole argument.
You are proof there's no God.
It's impressive watching you feed off your own emotion. I'll say that.
Well, what I'm saying is, even for those people who don't believe in God, doesn't that sound like a nice thing to do? Like helping people out, being good to people, and not having like a harsh attitude towards people who disbelieve in God. Because I know, like in our religion, we have this notion called the mustahzi'in, the mockers, and even those who are bad to our prophet, and a lot of them actually became Muslim, but those who were bad people, like just like jerks, they never did. And so, like, if that's really what your desire is, you want to believe in God, you want God to reveal himself in some means, then I would say just, like, be a good person, help people around you. If there's an old lady walking down the street, help her out, and see what comes your way.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you're confusing me with the other guy who, saying he can prove there's no God and everything. That would be normal. But done the God thing. I went to church, I prayed to God, and I actually believed in God at one time.
Me too.
I have two daughters. The one daughter goes to Haiti every year to preach to the kids over there and do missionary work, and I help her pay for that. I take her to church, order and all that, and I don't have a problem with believing in God. So I'm not one of them people who hate God or disbelieve, I disbelieve there is a God.
Okay.
But I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. I'm happy your daughter is doing that kind of stuff.
Well, I mean, but Bob, you've said that you believe that you are your own God, so that's kind of weird.
Well, I got that from G-Man, because G-Man, I can prove you're your own God. I'm like, okay, I'm my own God. So, I mean...
Abrahamic, you are your own God.
I mean, because I said it don't mean nothing. I mean, big deal. I don't believe in a God, so for me to say I am my God, big deal to me.
Yeah, I mean, beyond what I said, there's nothing else I could say. And if you have done that your entire life, then I don't know what else to say beyond that. Like, I don't have like some silver bullet that this is gonna shoot you and you're just gonna become like you know, the most religious person on planet Earth. If I had that, I'd do that to myself, frankly.
Exactly. Because you said that you can never convince somebody that there is a God, so I'm asking your God to do it.
Actually, I don't think I said that. I think maybe I did, but I might have spoken. I think what I meant.
You can't convince people that don't want to believe, but a God could.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I think what I was saying was that there's no. Maybe I did say that, I don't remember, but I think what I mean to say was that there's no physical, tangible like the way I can prove a rock exists, although technically no. But the way I can prove a rock exists is I can pick up the rock and see it in my hand, right? Like I don't think God is like a physical thing like that, and really most religions don't believe that God is like a physical thing. Like, it's not like if you go to space high enough, you take a rocket ship and you leave like our solar system, and you leave like, I don't know, beyond this. Eventually, you're gonna like see God up there. Like no classical religion believes that.
Nomo says that God is a fictional construct. Only the fundamentalist argues this point. Are you give me a fucking break? I mean, you can't prove there's no God. I mean, this is a fucking joke.
You can't prove there's no teapot orbiting Jupiter.
And who the fuck cares? Who cares? That's a fucking non sequitur. That's a fucking strong man. That's bullshit.
To present outside of your imagination. Otherwise, end of story.
No, but what would you want though? Like, let me turn the question around on you.
No, you don't understand. You keep ignoring my point. My point is that we as humans are well aware of the fact that gods are just this fictional thing, and the only people who seem to have an issue are fundamentalists.
You know that as a fact, Nomo? You know that as a fact, right?
I think we call that an appeal to authority.
I hear you,
Okay,
Farhan.
sure thing. Whatever. Yours is a position of personal incredulity. There you go.
Everything is a position of incredulity.
Except I have stuff I can actually observe and present to you, and you don't.
Actually, okay, let me tell you something. You know, like right now, are you sitting in a room? Right. Yeah, yes. I'm sure. Prove it to me.
Huh?
Prove it to me.
I'm speaking to you over a computer. I know I exist. Is this going to be like a presuppositional thing? Because that's a bad way to go.
You need to be fucking
Rev, describe God.
I don't know what presuppositionalism is.
Can you describe your God?
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Well, I don't know what by the way, guys, I'm almost home. I don't know what presuppositionalism is, but what I'm saying is that actually, technically, like if you look at just the logic of it, literally everything is personal experience. It's personal experience. It's either corroborated by a lot of people or it's in some way measured. Like if I see like a car, that's my personal experience. If you see the car, you've experienced the same thing. But if there's someone in India, right, or some other part of the world, and you see that person, you say that car exists. I know, I saw it. Technically, he's just relying on your experience, and we can measure it. We can say, well, the car is this dimension, so on and so forth. But that's still your own personal experience. Every observation is just that observation, which is itself personal experience.
Bingo.
And this is what you make believe.
I mean, that's just kind of a mocking comment. But
hey, Rev, could you go easy on
make
the
believe?
On the
make
X?
believe? Make believe? Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, make believe. Make believe?
Rev,
really?
Rev, can you go easy on the eject button?
Really? Is it make believe for sure? Oh, god damn it. Sorry.
Rev, dude, fuck's sake. Why are you kicking these people?
Did someone get kicked?
Yes, Rev kicked 2 atheists. Dude, Rev, come down.
I don't know what's happening. I can't see.
You're not supposed to be kicking people.
I shall let Nadia speak, and I'll shut up.
I'm almost done.
Yeah, okay. Just before you go, Nadia, guys, if you're listening, whoever has been kicked, you can join in a Slack account.
It's also going to be a changeover in about 45 minutes.
Why is there a fear of someone getting kicked?
But because 2 people have been kicked.
Oh.
Rev, dude, you really have to ease up on the eject button.
Who's this Rev person?
Hey, like, let's just slow down, like, all together, like, let's just slow down. Art, that's a good
Well,
sentence.
you know,
just leave
I'm
it.
just a
I think
fucking
everybody
moron.
just needs
I'm
to
an
take a
idiot.
breath. Let's not worry about this. Nadia's house, so Nadia's wide awake. It's Nadia's room. Everybody behave yourselves.
Concur. Who's speaking there?
It's all right.
Who's speaking?
Sorry.
All right, guys. Have a good day. I just got home. Have a good night. See you later.
Take care, Farron. Take care.
All right, I'll talk to you later. Thanks.
Guess I caught the amendum bug. Yeah, whatever. Push the red fucking button.
Well, there are other ways to go at it at the same time. Well, the logical arguments may genuinely be on greater standing because of the ontological status of logic and mathematics and such.
I guess I'm just kind of pissed off, Nadia. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there are compelling logical arguments against the existence of deity. And to the extent that, I guess square circles and such are, barred by that form of mathematical proof. They are, in like fashion, I guess, or with equal strength argued against by the various logical arguments, right?
What do you make of pi, Nadia?
So transcendental number that represents the ratio between the circle and its diameter.
A transcendental number? Really?
It's not the root of any polynomial with rational coefficients.
A transcendental number, that's kind of an interesting language.
Hmm. Ultimately, what it means is that it's not the root of any polynomial with rational coefficients. Rational being the ratio of 2 integers. So.
Okie doke.
Go ahead.
Rationality, all the way. I hear you, Nadia.
Well, it's not. Rational in this sense isn't about the general rationality that we think of in terms of well-formed thought and so on. It's rather the ratio of integers. Right.
Well, I guess the closest thing that we have to God, quote unquote, right, is math, perhaps.
I don't think math has any greater standing than any other scientific endeavor.
Math is logic. It's a good place to start. Pi. Pi.
Logic and math aren't really distinct.
I'm curious about the need for the word God.
Its meaning, or what is that?
Just a need for it, I guess. That's where I'm really confused.
Fuck God. Fuck God. Fuck the word God. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, I believe that.
What word do you use?
I think that there is something much greater happening here. But whatever. It doesn't fucking matter at this point, right? Press the fucking red button.
Why are you yelling at me?
I'm not yelling at you.
Well, that really sounded like yelling to me. Am I the only one hearing that?
I'm yelling at reality.
Okay, hey Rev, I know, but to keep, Rev, to keep the hangout going and keeping a good conversation, could you please keep it down and quit being so hostile?
I'm shutting up, Bob. Thank you.
So don't shut up. Just quit being so hostile. I know you're emotional and this is very important to you, but
Wow, Bob, are you telling me that Rev is talking and I can't hear? Then that means Rev's blocked me. Are you
No.
guys?
no. He's if Rev can't, if you can't hear Rev, that means he's needs to change over from studio on his mic setting, G plus setting.
Okay, well, let's just all like, okay, Bob, you know we love each other and stuff like that. There must be something up for Rev. That's not normal behavior. Like, there's something's going on. I don't know.
Thank you, Bob.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Rev, everything okay?
I'm I am understanding where Amendum is coming from, Faith.
Okay. Well, yeah. So do I. So you know I'm on your side all the time, eh? So don't worry about shit like that. Who cares? What's bugging you today? Like, what's bugging you right now? Like, let it go. Who gives a shit? Really, you're way better than anything that's bugging you. I'll tell you that without even knowing what it is.
I am a piece of shit, Faith.
Oh,
Well,
Rev,
thank you.
stop. Stop.
No.
Somebody's having issues managing their frustration.
No, it doesn't make you a piece of shit.
Okay, let's not do this publicly. Let's just continue on and like let's just be who we are and stuff. Rev, that's got nothing on you. Water off your back, man. Like seriously, stand up. What are you doing?
I'm just fucking wasted.
No, stand up. I could give two shits how much you drank. You know I don't give a shit, so fucking shake it off. Because if not, I'm gonna shake it off for you. Like I will. I'm fucking gonna kill anyone that comes near you. So don't worry about it, Rev. If you want to drink tonight, then drink. But then handle yourself under that influence and just, take a side step back, and that's cool. Then drink. If you need to drink tonight, drink. I support that fully. But if you want support and you don't want to drink, well then just say to me, fuck, I don't want to drink anymore, and I'll kill it too.
I can't kill the pain since my mom died. I just can't do it.
Then talk about it if you want to. If you don't get angry at everybody else. Like, so what?
The booze kills the pain.
Yeah, I understand that too, Rev. But like, what pain are we killing? Is this something that bugs you today, or something just in general?
Right.
Is it something personal, Rev?
Fuck it.
Rev, if it's something personal, I'm right there for you on the outside. We'll just drop out and we'll do our own thing on the side. Who gives a shit about everything else?
Hey, Rev.
Yeah, like, okay, Scott. Hey, take the thorn. Go ahead.
Oh boy. Having a rough day. Having a rough day there, Rev.
I've had a rough
bad day too.
I've had a rough every day, Scott, since my mom died in 2012.
I didn't mean to. Like seriously, I think I triggered a lot of that with my mom, Rev. I never meant to push that on you. I'm having such a hard time.
Oh, Faith, what the fuck are you talking about? It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with you. It has to do with me, hon.
I know, but I meet my mom tomorrow, and she was like, "What do you want to do?" And I was like, "Oh, blah blah blah." But I was talking about heavy metal. She knows who you are, and stuff. I mean, she's heard your voice on the internet. She's like, "Well, are you gonna do your computer stuff?" I was like, "No, I just want to be with you, Mom." But she kind of wanted to listen to the computer stuff. She's like, "Can we put the computer people in the background?" I was like, "Yeah, we can," because I put you guys in the background when I'm at the house sometimes.
Welcome, Floyd.
Hey, Floyd.
Yeah, hey, Floyd. Hey, Floyd, like, hey, can I talk first, or does everyone want to have a piece of Floyd before me? Because I can put myself on camera, and I just got out of the bathtub.
I want Floyd first because I don't want
Not like
sloppy
Floyd.
seconds. I don't want sloppy seconds, all right?
No, but this is about.
That's pretty fucked up, Rojo.
Well, I came from Simon, but Floyd, Rev isn't really having a good day, and I don't think a lot of us are mature enough to know how to handle it properly.
I caught the amendum bug. You know, I think the best way to go is just push the fucking red button.
No, that's my fault, Rev. I should have never done that to you. Holy fuck, am I sorry.
Rev.
You didn't do it to me, honey.
I did.
No, you didn't do nothing to me. I watched his videos and I get it. I fucking get it.
I did not need to drag amendment here.
Rev. I'm just going to throw
Welcome,
this out there.
Scott. I'm shutting up.
You don't have to shut up, Rev. I'd actually like to talk to you.
Simon could do that, but like Scott, like let Floyd try to handle it. I think Floyd is the best person to handle any situation, really. I do. Sorry.
By all means, Floyd, if you want to weigh in, go for it.
Wait, you're talking about evidence for believing in God?
No, what's his name? Amendum is what is it? Antinatalist?
Wait, I have a question. Floyd, is there alcohol in that glass before we start?
No, it's water.
Okay, well then I love you, and then I do feel like you are the best person to handle this. Like really, like we need such a centered person, whether we have animals or not. I love that dog. Damn it, I love that dog. But like Floyd, yeah, like we've just had a bad day. Menum's having a bad year. And yeah, it sets everybody else off, so it's not fun.
Amendum has the right fucking idea. Gary gets it. You know.
I know, but like
just fucking end it all. I mean, you know,
if you put this man's theories into your head, like you are going to have a mental breakdown. Do you realize that?
So, antinatalism, that we shouldn't have any more people.
Floyd, it's ethlism. It's ethlism. Just fucking end it all. And I think
God, we
right
need
fucking idea.
I'm begging for everyone to safety net under Rev. This is fucked.
So if there's a red button to blow up the world,
basically that's
we press it.
Well, Rev's ready to press it just because some asshole tells him life's not worth living.
Well, it really depends of how your life is now, right? I mean, whether you press that button or not. If life sucks, you're gonna press it, right?
Fuck it all. Fuck this world. Fuck everything you stand for. Slipknot song.
You see that in a lot of religious people. They can't wait for the end of the world to come. They can't wait for Jesus to come because this world sucks. It's like God, get me out of here. And they're promised
Suck my dick,
afterlife. So what are we waiting for? Let's just go to the afterlife right away. Which push Bible prophecy along, so it'll come truer. Yeah. But I think the best thing we can do is work together to make the best out of this life we can.
Amen.
Yeah, it's the best we can do.
Hey, Rev. I think that Amendum you might feel like Amendum has the right idea, not because he has the right idea, but because you've been going through a rough time, and I think what he's saying is sitting with you.
What's that noise?
Yeah, what is that noise?
It's that Flux guy. Flux, if you do not.
I got it covered.
You got it muted.
No, hey Art, see you later. Flux, shut off your fucking mic.
Oh my God.
Well, yeah, Art muted him, so we're good.
Thanks, Art. Ciao for now.
So Rev, I know that you've been going. I gather that the loss of your mother has hit you really hard. What about that? I suppose my question to you is what still haunts you about your mother? If you don't mind me asking. Rev, are you there?
Perhaps he doesn't want to answer.
Maybe he doesn't want to answer.
I didn't know he lost his mom recently.
Yeah, well, I think he said it was 2012.
Oh, right.
But I mean, it
Yeah, I'm gonna try and Skype him.
yeah, Rev, man, I hate to see you hurt like this, and I hope you can hear me right now, man, because
But you're on the ball, Scott. You got it, honey. You're doing good. That's exactly what. Like, and I agree with you, Rev. If you can hear us, like that's not our intention. It's just some. I'm just. We just want to be here for you. I'm not sure what you need. Like, you have to tell us what you need.
I don't need shit.
Okay, well,
Gary's right.
you want to
You
fight?
know, you know, life is suffering. You know, I mean, he's fucking right.
Oh, Rev, no, that's okay.
Okay, no, seriously, I don't mind fighting. I don't mind wrestling with Rev when he's like this. Like, I can do it.
I'm not like trying to back out here.
Drink too, and like right now, I wouldn't mind wrestling. I could use a couple vodkas, and I wanna wrestle him down and bring him to his knees and like tap him on the head and say, no, 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 and like life sucks. I know he knows life sucks. It's painful.
Okay, so I'm gonna counterpoint a little bit here. Life has suffering in it, but that is not its substance.
Oh, come on. Oh, come
all
on.
right.
Mother.
Okay. All right. The fact of the matter is, this is Nadia's room. Okay.
Yes.
I think Nadia wants to speak, so let's let Nadia speak.
Oh yeah, I'm not trying to cut anyone off, Nadia. If you want to hop in.
Scott and I aren't trying to cut anyone off. We want to wrestle, man. We're used to being athletes. We want to wrestle. Like, Scott knows how to wrestle properly, so do I. We're just playing for fun. Like, Scott's an athlete, and I train to be an athlete too. So no, Scott's always good. I'm never afraid of Scott. He's never gonna hurt me. We're just physically testing each other. No, never an issue with Scott, and that's how we'll always be. I never ever have a problem with Scott.
Nadia, go ahead.
Well, okay. We have a bit more in Christianity to take on. What you seem to have be going on with is a bit of Buddhism, and that much we can argue against. And there's also a sort of inverted piece of Christian doctrine, the Christian being privatio boni, and this apholism and antinatalism, they call it negative utilitarianism and the hedonic treadmill. Right, and they are.
Amor fati, love your fate.
No, amor fati is as false as anything else. But this negative utilitarianism and hedonic treadmill are false notions, as is life is suffering affair from Buddhism.
Yeah, life is dukkha, right?
Yeah, so Buddhism says.
Yeah. I think you know one thing Buddhism teaches that life is desire. I think there's truth in that we constantly live with desire and it's non-ending. We always try to satisfy our desires, our needs, and it's never ending. But there's no way out of it. If you want to extinguish your desire, well, that itself is a desire. So, it seems like we're just on an endless goal for happiness. I don't necessarily think there's an ultimate formula for happiness, but if you're healthy and you have the ability to improve your life and you have people around you, you have opportunities to make your life better, then why not enjoy life? You'll have plenty of time being dead, so don't worry about that. If you can enjoy life, if you can look forward to the next Star Wars movie to come out or whatever, then there you go. you know. But I feel sorry for the people who are, that are, that have diseases, that have physical impairments, that mental illness, all that. Those people can't help their situation. And if you're one of the fortunate ones not to have that, then consider yourself lucky and take advantage of it.
What is happiness, Floyd? What is being happy?
Well, if you're happy, you know it. Clap your hands, right? I mean,
right. This is a fucking joke.
Oxytocin,
Well,
oxytocin, serotonin, dopamine, endorphins, norepinephrine.
How about pain mandatory, suffering optional?
That's not quite the case.
I mean, we always seek happiness, and
okay.
And sometimes we think we have the right formula, and it turns out we don't. We think like perhaps being a materialistic, or fulfilling your materialistic needs and so forth will bring you happiness, and it ends up making you feel empty, really.
Right, but what is happy, Floyd? I mean, it's an emotion, right? It's a fucking fiction.
Okay.
Well, no, it's how you feel. I mean, how you feel is not a fiction.
Feelings are very real, Rev. Yeah? I mean, scientifically, we can be certain that feelings are real.
How do you know? How do you know? How do you know? How do you know? How do you know?
fMRIs.
fMRIs. Emotions are very much real, Rev. And I don't think anyone would try to argue that that's not the case. We've all been seized by positive and negative emotions at one time or another, if not many a time. Does he need to get in here? Rev, yeah, I know who you're referring to.
Gary has specifically told me if I do not stop trying to drag him in here, he's going to kill me.
Well, I guess the plain and simple truth, Rev, is that you can. I think you find Amendum's preaching fits your mood rather than
he doesn't
necessarily
preach.
being true.
Scott, he doesn't preach.
What he espouses.
He tells the fucking truth.
Right, he appreciates that. He knows that he can always come to you. Like he's no problem with you, Nadia. He's never had a problem with you. His issues are like something a little bit way different. He never has a problem with you, Nadia, at all, or your philosophy.
Rev, again, I think that what he says you find persuasive. I don't think that necessarily makes it true.
Brojo is logic making Amendum a nutcase?
I can't speak for what Brother John is talking about.
Yeah, I'm asking Brojo.
Yes, sir. Yes, Rev. What are you asking?
Honey, go ahead. I think Revs is curious, like, why you think he's a nutcase? You can go, I mean, it's not something I haven't heard before, but if you want to, like, I don't know, I think you're being called out as saying, why do you think that person's a nutcase?
Well, I mean, first, I haven't listened to Amendum in a long time, but when I have tried to listen to him,
I think he's fucking logical. Suffering is not something that this, I mean, give me a break.
I've just tried. I found it hard to listen to him for more than 5 minutes sometimes.
Excuse me, Floyd. What's interesting about the argument and stuff is like Rev is a Christian, and I mean, if anyone has ever listened to Amendum for 10 seconds, but Rev happened to take the time out to look into something that, like, I've been into for a long time, but when Rev took interest into it, I'm just curious. I mean, maybe it's damaging, kind of like it's damaging Rev, like it's
No, not at all.
Come
Faith.
on, Rev, like, fuck, man, it doesn't seem like, geez, like, really, are you having a good day? Like, doesn't seem to be positive. Like, I didn't mean to upset you, but yeah, it's fucking ugly. I don't mean to ever turn you from God.
Faith, it has nothing to do with you. I mean, I listen to the guy's arguments, right? And I see it. I see the logic behind it. I mean, fucking suffering is a bad thing, right?
Right, but you're not going to go and push the red button, right? Rev.
It might be a good idea.
Rev, okay, so even if his arguments make sense to you, why would you want to push that on others?
I'm losing.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? I'm a fucking Christian, Scott.
Yeah,
Give me a break. I don't want to push the red button, but what I see a lot of suffering. So
be agnostic. Don't put a button, but be aware of the button. How about let's just be aware of the button.
Why
Don't
you
push the button.
And why do you act? Are you surprised there's a lot of suffering?
Oh, Floyd.
Why are you suffering, Rev?
you can go fuck yourself. Whatever.
Rev.
What? Okay.
Rev.
God bless you too.
Rev, I know you're a Christian man, which is why I'm a little surprised that you're even if you're not looking to push the red button, the fact that you're egging on the notion that we should, I don't know, that doesn't seem to sit well with me.
Well, I mean, Scott. I mean, listen, Christian. What the fuck does that mean? It's a label. It's bullshit, right? Right? You know?
Is it?
You know? It's. I
don't think it is.
Oh, I believe in God and all that bullshit. What is this? I got my fucking phone ringing. I'll be right back.
Someone answer the fucking phone.
It's Rev's phone.
Okay, like Kate, while he's on the phone, Jesus, holy fucking shit, man. Seriously, we have to do something. This is not cool. This is not cool.
I think his faith would give him, a plan and a goal of life and all that stuff. Maybe it's not working for him.
Lloyd, this is crazy. This is like he got the window of amendum, like he could not be infected by amendum this quick. And even if he is, like, he needs to remember who he was before he met amendum. Like, who cares? All of a sudden, he just gives away all his beliefs.
It's difficult though, Faith. I mean, I can understand where he's coming from. I've gone through this myself when I was a kid. I was, indoctrinated into the whole religion thing and brainwashed. And I mean, I'm still like, there's still parts of me that are still, I've spoken to you about this before.
I
find it
can,
very difficult.
but you know what I hear in your voice? I hear that you're still upset.
I don't know why, but I'm sort of like an empathetic person, and so I hear where he's coming from because my mom is the only person in the entire world.
Why the fuck do you have to feel where I'm coming from?
No.
It's a fucking joke.
Give me a chance. Give me a chance with my friend DJ. My friend DJ is like this beautiful new boy. He's a beautiful new boy in my life. Please just give me a break here. I hardly know DJ. I just getting to know DJ. He just came into my life just now.
Go ahead, DJ.
Yeah, he's a beautiful boy. Beautiful boy. Honey, give him a minute. Oh, sorry. Try. Keep trying. He's nervous anyway, Rev. Do you think he's going to say anything to me now?
One of the counterexamples to dukkha is our rather often lack of insight into our, say, own kinds of preferences and such. For instance, I myself went to pursue numerical analysis, particularly numerical linear algebra, where I found that operating system programming was quite satisfactory. Many others find other things. I think some who have realization that would correspond with that. The general notion of prize sits outside of some kind of long-standing desire. So Dukkha as the notion that all these joys and such are mere satisfaction, are temporary alleviations and suffering caused by that yearning or urge or whatever.
Right. Inner
I think
urging urge.
That is refutable. This is essentially the hedonic treadmill claim that Gary Emmett makes.
God is apparently dead.
Well, according to our conversation today, looks like it. Rev, I never want to disagree with you. What the fuck is happening to us? I love you, so it doesn't matter. It's a less than 50 day. I'll be back on with you tomorrow. It's no big deal. Who cares? I disagree with your energy right now because I feel you're like there's something more going on you're not expressing. There's something that we don't know.
I think Gary is right in many ways.
Well, didn't I just shoot down the hedonic treadmill and along with it, essentially, the life is
right. Suffering, more suffering, and does that prove God?
Refutation.
Give me a fucking break. It's a fucking joke.
It doesn't prove God. What it does is it disproves Buddhism and the hedonic treadmill claims of anti-nihilism, nihilism.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
I guess it's to be honest, Rev. It's good to see you come out. I don't even know why I would try to control you. Go wild, man. I'm watching you, but I'm right here for you, 100%.
And Rev, I guess the fact of the matter is that whether God is dead or not, I mean, I think that the way I see it, you've got to do something about it. We as people, we've got to do it. There's no one else to bail. We can't expect to get bailed out.
That's a fucking joke.
No, it's not. That's serious.
That's pathetic. That's fucking sad.
How is that pathetic?
God is dead. If God was something, I mean, you can't make him be something.
You don't have to make him be something. You do it yourself.
Done my best with that one, Scott, and that's failed.
That doesn't mean you're a failure.
It's not about how you got knocked down. It's about how you got up.
Yeah. It sounds a little cliche, but the truth is that you gotta. I mean, it's. I don't know. I attribute a lot of it to just plain stubbornness.
It's a lot of horse shit.
It's not horse shit.
The universe is presenting you with a truth.
What?
The universe is presenting you with a truth. Get busy living or get busy dying. Choose.
Way of looking at it.
No, it's a balance. It seems like life always comes down to two decisions. If you happen to be mortal, if you have skin and you breathe, there's a reality to it. And there it is.
Yeah, and Rev, don't forget, suicide is a sin. Just saying.
A sin? What the fuck is sin, Art?
Yeah, the hell with sin. It's just the ultimate coward's way out.
Well, just to mention, what the fuck is suicide being brought up for? Where'd that come from?
Well, he was talking about pushing the red button in the context of Imandum, and
Yeah,
Imandum is...
well, you know, Rev's in a temporal fucking whatever. Rev's not going to go commit suicide. I didn't hear that.
Amendum has the right fucking idea. You know, suffering is horseshit. If there
I
is
know,
a
but
God,
like, Rev, just
there
look
is a
what,
God.
just look what art.
Rev,
thinks
you have a
you can
mission
hurt
here.
yourself. Make sure you correct that, Rev. Make sure that you correct. It's a philosophy. You're not going to go hurt yourself. Make sure you correct that.
I'm not gonna kill myself, Faith. I mean, give me a break. That's a fucking cop-out. You know?
So what are we talking about?
Yeah, what was pushing the red button about?
Yeah, what is pushing the red button about then?
Fuck off.
Rev, no.
Just correct it. I'm with you, Rev. I understand.
I am not trying to antagonize you at all. I am absolutely 100% concerned that someone that I like a great deal is in a very dark place, and I don't know where that's going.
Well, Amendum gets it, Scott. It's about suffering on this planet.
No, it's not.
No?
No.
As long as you believe that, it's true.
You can think that, but that doesn't make it right. He can think that. It doesn't make it right. I mean, is suffering bad? Of course it is.
No, if he's choosing to believe that, it's true for him, and it's his choice. Right on. Move on.
Well, okay, Rev. You know, I think the world of you, man. Right? You know that. I know you and I have not agreed on a lot of things, but I'll tell you, I have seen a lot of wonderful things in this world, and I've had a lot of happiness come to me in this world. So I can give you only my personal experience, which is all we really have. That life is not just suffering. There's suffering in life, but there are high points too. You've got people who can make you laugh. You've got people you care about. It's not all there is to life, man.
Nadia, what do you think about life?
Uh-oh.
Some are cursed. Like me. Not all are. Others have charmed lives.
Yeah, Rev, you're a privileged, person, white male, long hair, beautiful voice.
Hey, Rev.
Oh, hey, William.
Hey, William.
Hey, Art. Hey,
Well,
Rev. Are you okay, man? Hey, William.
Hey, William. Thanks for coming.
I'm trying to show Nadia that she has value, but she can't get it.
Well, Rev, I don't know what all's been going on. I've only heard some of it, and it's been tearing my heart out, man. I just want to tell you something. Regardless of what's said in here, dude, you're my brother. I love you, man, and I know that you're going through some rough shit right now, and I've been drunk plenty of times myself, for lots of different reasons, but I just want you to know this is gonna pass too, and we can talk about this whenever you want to, man. I just want you to know I'm there for you whenever you get a chance and want to talk about it. I'm there for you, brother.
Perhaps there is a purpose for me being on here.
Exactly.
Maybe there is, man.
Yeah. Dude, you believe in God. You have a mission by God here. Come on, dude. Don't fail God.
No, don't.
This isn't
not every minute of your life is the
How
mission.
could it have anything to do with God at this point? I don't think God was part of Rev's program.
Well, he's a theist, isn't he?
I have tried to tell Nadia so many times that she has a purpose to be in these hangouts, but she doesn't want to fucking hear it.
Rev,
she thinks she has nothing to offer this community. Right? Okay. All right, Scott. Go ahead.
I want to appeal to your personal experience for a moment, Rev. If I'm not mistaken.
What did my personal experience means nothing.
Rev, I disagree entirely. Your personal experience is everything.
Means nothing. It means nothing to Nadia.
Rev, I'm not talking to Nadia. I am talking to you.
Hey, Rev, can we talk about some of this off the air, man? Can we get in an off-air hang and talk a little bit, brother? I mean, because, tomorrow you might...
I'll leave.
No, come talk to me.
No. Rev, stay. Rev, stay. Don't leave.
I just don't want you to I don't want you to say anything or feel bad or have anybody
that we're all cool.
Make fun of you later or some shit like that because you're going through some shit, right here live, and I'm just trying to look out for you.
Who gives a shit?
Yeah, no, I understand, Will. Rev.
I'm not going through any shit that I haven't gone through since my mom died.
Right.
So what the fuck does that matter?
Rev.
Where I need you right now, because my mom, seriously, my day has been so fucking bad. I need you to stay with me. Don't leave.
If I remember correctly, you weren't always an ardent believer in God, right? Am I right in saying that?
You're very wrong, Scott.
You always were a faithful person, like always a hard and fast believer?
I knew God, but I didn't understand him until I got born again.
Okay. Okay. Could someone else make you born again?
Jesus Christ.
Or can they show you the way?
Jesus Christ is the way.
Right. So other people could show you the way to being born again in Jesus Christ, but no one else could make you born again.
No.
It had to come from you.
What? It didn't come from me.
You had to make that choice.
He's saying you had to accept Jesus' offering, right, Scott?
Right, exactly. You like no one else can accept that for you. Right?
Like we willfully accept Jesus' sacrifice as a Christian for our sins.
Exactly right. So that is the truth for everyone. No one, you can't make someone else accept your truth. All you can do is show them it.
Very true. Exactly.
And you can't beat yourself up. Honestly, Rev, I think you are one of the best Christians I have met. And that is the honest truth.
Oh, fuck that. I'm gone.
No,
dude,
I'm
Rev,
dead serious.
Seriously,
you fuck with me, man.
Well, I think we've shown that our matter of counsel isn't a mere advancement of our philosophical agenda.
Yeah, it's the curse of, my nation.
Curse of what?
Alcohol. Rev was really juiced.
Even so. I mean, one might anticipate that people in that kind of crisis would be exploited. People, bring them around to someone's position or agenda where we've shown a different and a higher tendency. Instead of trying to, I'll say, oh well, we're going to explain your crisis and make you an atheist. We've gone about more, I think, it's more genuine concern for him. That, I think, is valuable. Both counseling of him and display of our character.
Well, I'm no counselor, as I think we've seen here.
I did good, Scott. I was actually touched, and I wasn't even the one you're talking to.
You were making tons of sense.
I honestly, I really was not trying to appeal to logic. I was trying to appeal to Rev's own sensibility rather than necessarily try to throw logic. That's not how you appeal to someone who is in that kind of a state.
Yeah, that's why I kind of try to shut up more, 'Cause, yeah, that's not my thing. And I know this. I've experienced this quite a few times actually. My uncles, my grandfather on mother's side had some issues with alcohol, and they're always like this.
It's okay, Scott. You did the best that you could. We all did. Like, let's not worry about that. All we can do, like, if you're out there listening.
Yeah, I'm Skyping with Ref right now.
Yeah, well, tell Rev. Rev knows I love him and stuff like that. I just gotta go to the store and I'm back, but I don't handle myself well in a lot of situations. There's a lot going on for Rev that he doesn't feel like expressing to us, so let's just let that go.
Guys, I need to ask something real quick, and then I'll get out of your hair again. I need to know if any of y'all think that Rev might hurt himself or something.
Oh no, 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 no.
You feel pretty positive, right?
Like call the police and do your fucking weird shit. No, I never agree with that, man. Never agree with like, oh, you think you need to do what? Were you gonna go like call the police? Like what the fuck? No, nothing like.
Wait. I'm asking a question. Just listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying, do you think that he's depressed or whatever and may hurt himself?
No.
I'm not suggesting that I could do anything about it. I just want to know that my friend is okay. That's all I'm asking.
No.
My only worry is if he my
Drinks
only
more.
Yes, if he keeps drinking, he's going to end up sick and might need medical assistance. I don't think he's going to intentionally hurt himself.
And he'll be regretful. He'll be sick, and he'll be sick.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's. I don't think he's going to physically hurt himself. I don't think that's where he's at.
Never in any
I need
position to ever he's going to hurt himself.
That's what I'm here to make sure of. If you guys really feel like that, I'm going to watch back and find out.
No, I don't think he's going to help.
Please don't bother watching back.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna watch the hangout.
It just shows that maybe somebody should watch you.
What?
It does more about yourself than it does about the other person. Maybe you need to be watched, honey.
Well, you go ahead and do whatever you need to do there. I'm just checking on my phone.
That's no problem. You've been red flagged, Red Lion. You're red.
Faith, he's just worried about his friend. He's not trying to call the cops or cause any trouble for Rev. He's just worried about it.
Anyone that knows me knows that I wouldn't call the cops for any fucking thing. But,
okay. Well then.
But you don't need to question what I'm doing. Okay, I care about him.
Question what my friend's doing.
William.
Why you okay? Now